Bada bing, bada boom.
Sometimes shutting up is the best answer. And I say this with full irony, just ironically, as someone who posts hours and hours of footage every week of herself yapping to no end. But sometimes, yes, the answer is being quiet. The answer is no answer. The answer is in staying silent. It's probably the reason why so many defense attorneys spend a great deal of energy convincing their client of everything that they could mess up if they testify on the stand at their own trial. A lot of defense attorneys believe that how the person comes across to the jury is arguably way more important than what they actually testify to, which is why more often than not, it's not worth it in most cases for clients to testify. I mean, I guess it's just a thing humans do. You would think that no, when you're on the jury for a major case, you want to make sure that you're just listening to the judge. But once someone involved starts yapping, it becomes less about the facts and more about, do I like this person? Do they seem trustworthy? I don't know if they do. In 17-year-old Mackenzie Sharilla's case, she does not testify. July 31st, 2022, 17-year-old Mackenzie crashes a car going nearly 100 miles per hour straight into a brick building. Her boyfriend Dom in the front passenger seat is killed. Their friend Davion in the back seat is killed. And the only survivor is Mackenzie, and she is now a convicted murderer. She didn't testify during her murder trial, although I will say it wasn't a jury trial. She opted for a bench trial, meaning it's the judge that's going to be determining if her testimony is trustworthy. But even after being convicted, Mackenzie and her parents do not believe she's a murderer. They think that this is an accident. All three of them, Mackenzie and her parents, Natalie and Steve, they sit down with Netflix for the very viral documentary, The Crash. They try to explain their side, and the reaction is probably not what they were hoping for. The reaction that they received to this whole thing of yapping on Netflix ranges anywhere from, oh my God, I hate the dad. What's wrong with his shirt? All the way to people spreading rumors that they think Mackenzie and her dad have an inappropriate relationship that was happening in odd hours of the night. Steve Sharilla, the dad, even gets placed on leave from his job. He's an art teacher at a Catholic school because of the comments that he makes on the Netflix documentary. And one might think that it would probably be in everyone's best interest for Natalie and Steve to let things quiet down after this Netflix documentary goes live, after Steve loses his job, because maybe just shut up for a second, right? But no, they do not. They want to keep, quote, clearing the air. They want to keep sharing their side of things. And every time they open their mouths, it feels like they're just making it worse. Since the release of the Netflix documentary, Steve Sharilla has done a few sit-down interviews, and it's just the point that he's trying to make doesn't feel like it's being made on a large scale. People just seem to hate him more. Steve passionately rants in a more recent interview, there was no evidence to support the charges. There's none. There was none. The prosecution came up with that she's a danger to society, blah, 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 and there was no proof of that. You know, they said she has no remorse. They never spoke to her. Which, I mean, I guess sure, but one could also argue that taking photos and videos getting high in her car, likely driving, that's very dangerous to society considering she also just did kill people in a car crash. And as for the no remorse, she did go to a Kid Cudi concert in a wheelchair and dressed up for Halloween and went out in a ripped corseted outfit with corpse-like makeup. So I don't know if they necessarily have to talk to her to gather in their opinion that she has no remorse. But Chris Cuomo, who is the one interviewing Steve, tries to ask him about, well, you know, I mean, maybe the no remorse part comes from all the DMs and like the social media posts. Like, what about that? Steve goes from being very loud, very aggressive, to a little bit softer. That was something that was involved prior. Because remember, she was like talking to the modeling agency? Mm-hmm. He's like, but that was something that was involved prior. Some of that is taken out of context, is blown out of proportion. What, is she supposed to dig a hole and just hide in the hole for the rest of her life after this? Chris Cuomo fights back. Well, no, but it was right after. Well, what does that mean? What does that mean? So now she's not allowed to live? She's lucky to be alive. He says Mackenzie still doesn't remember what happened in that car crash. He says she does not remember. That has been her story from day one. There's no memory of it. And I'm telling you, I know my daughter does not like pain. She would never, ever hurt herself intentionally. I know my daughter. I've known that kid all her life. I know when my daughter lies. I just know my daughter. people don't really see that as a spectacular defense. He just seems to think it is. How can you know your daughter when he himself admits that he didn't know about the driving and smoking weed videos and photos? So like, how well do you really know your daughter? As for what happened in the car, he says, I'm not saying pots is the reason for it. I'm not saying the car had an issue. I'm not saying the boys did anything. I don't know. I have no idea what happened in that car. And if I don't have any idea, nobody does.
Okay. I feel like we all have an idea
except
why
him.
she turned out the way she did.
But he doesn't.
Just by this interview.
And he says the analogy about how Mackenzie was found guilty, and he's saying this all after the fact. He's saying the analogy is the wife dies, the husband did it. That's it. That's the analogy that's going on here. There's no evidence of why it happened. There's no evidence of why. There will never be any evidence of why. And that's the point that needs to be taken here. The black box information is about the car. I can't explain the acceleration. I can't explain why the pedal was down. Could it have been the slipper stuck on the pedal that they refuted? Could it have been the car? Yeah, I mean, it's just as likely as she did it on purpose, and there's no evidence of purpose. And speeding is not a precursor to murder. It's not, I'm sorry, it's recklessness, it's reckless. That's why it should have been vehicular homicide in juvenile court. He says if it's just the black box information that made his daughter guilty in the court of law, then, quote, the black box information, then the car did this. The car did it. Put the car in jail.
If it's you got the car did this, the car did it, put the car in jail.
We have no evidence of why. And you can't just say, well, the science says she was going fast, so that's intent. That is absolute BS. There seems to be a very interesting explanation for just about everything that people have been pointing out on the internet. People are saying that Mackenzie was a bully in school. I mean, there are multiple school reports in the FOIA request that don't necessarily depict Mackenzie in a great light. One teacher literally told administration that she couldn't handle being verbally assaulted by Mackenzie anymore. And Steve's reaction is, well, I can't explain it. Look, was she an angel? No. Did she have a problem with authority? Sometimes. I believe when she felt she was being unjustly treated, she stuck up for herself. That's the simple fact. They state that the trial was unfair, and they think that Mackenzie's lawyer did not represent her fairly, and they, at the time, didn't know any better. Steve says, are we bad parents? No. Are we uninformed parents of a child that was on trial for murder? Yeah. As for his parenting and how Mackenzie grew up, he says there was not a problem with her until this accident, and how it got blown out of proportion, and how everything now is so blown out of proportion. Steve starts rambling more or less about whether or not Dom's mom knew the judge and if they had any sort of working relationship, which I will say the judge and Dom's mom and Dom himself, they all share the same last name, Russo, but it's not a particularly unique last name, and they are not related. But when Steve is asked whether or not he has proof that there's some sort of fix going on in court, because he keeps alluding to some sort of fix that must have happened, Steve says, I have as much proof that it's a fix and that the judge is dirty or incompetent as they do that my daughter did this on purpose. All I have to do is say it. So it's true, right? That's what the prosecution did. Steve ultimately believes, quote, I'm sorry, no lawyer, no person is ever going to make me believe that my daughter did this on purpose. And that's probably like the only statement of his that I truly believe.
What do you mean?
No one's going to convince him that his daughter did this on purpose. But the two parts of his most recent interviews that have been going viral is there's this one part in the interview where he's talking to Chris Cuomo, and he's just talking about how he thinks that the judge is biased, and he's just throwing all these allegations out there. And there's this very light, airy voice coming from the side, because this is a video Zoom recording, like a Zoom interview. And it's like, I'm a buff baby that can dance like a man. I can shake, I'm a fancy, I can shake my can.
I'm a buff baby that can dance like a man. I can shake him
Sorry.
like a fanny. I can shake him like a...
Yes, I saw
And it's
that.
like the most uncomfortable,
Yes.
weird, bizarre. Chris Cuomo looks stern and he asks, what is that? It's my phone. It's a phone ring. That's your ringtone? It's for a friend of mine. So the ringtone is from a show called Adventure Time. It's like a cartoon. And there's nothing nefarious about it, but it just adds to the weirdness of, like, I've seen a lot of memes online now where they just say the whole family, jail. The whole family, jail. They just don't get good vibes.
Is it a children's thing or children's
I
cartoon?
think it's an
or-
adult cartoon, if I'm not mistaken. But I think the choice of that in a ringtone is very bizarre.
Exactly.
At that age.
Yeah.
This whole interview is probably the reason why defense attorneys, not that Steve needs a defense attorney, that's not what I'm saying, but a loose example of probably why defense attorneys don't necessarily think involved parties speaking for themselves is ever helpful in any situation. The whole interview is a dumpster fire. Steve starts running through hypotheticals. He's like, what if we can prove that her pots caused her to pass out and she seized and it caused the accident? Which, like, there's already so much wrong with that statement because typically when you pass out from pots, typically it's not a seizure. You don't seize. You pass out, you go limp. Chris Cuomo, who was an attorney before he is like a journalist, newscaster, right? But he quickly responds, then it would be an accident. What if we can prove that either one boy or the other boy did something in the car that caused the accident? Then she would not have the intent and maybe not the act to trigger a charge. What if we could prove the car malfunctioned? Then it was an accident and maybe there's a case against the manufacturer. It just seems like every single point Steve tries to make, nothing really comes of it. It just feels a lot like angry ranting. He'll say some crazy things like, just because you don't like my daughter doesn't mean she's guilty of murder. Just because you don't like what you see on the internet about my daughter doesn't mean it's murder. That's speculation. That is reckless speculation on anybody's part.
Just because you don't like my daughter doesn't mean she's guilty of murder.
And I tend to agree with that. Like, technically, the points he's making make sense. Just because you don't like somebody doesn't mean they're guilty of murder. But it's the fact that your daughter, Mackenzie, is convicted of murder. That makes her guilty of murder. She is guilty of murder. That is a statement of fact. In the court of law, she has been found guilty. That is not speculation. That's not even reckless speculation. It's literally a matter of public record. Otherwise, you could have a field day suing everyone for defamation. Chris Cuomo goes to ask about Mackenzie and Dom's volatile relationship. And I think this is the point in the interview where I realized there's no coming back for this person. Like, there is nothing that he can say, I think, would convince me or maybe people who feel like me to even open their minds to the idea that Steve might be onto something because he's just so far off the pulse. There's this moment where Chris Cuomo brings up the relationship and Steve ducks his head and he starts laughing because Chris Cuomo categorizes Dom and Mackenzie's relationship as volatile. Steve starts laughing. That's a lie. And I cut you off. Sorry. That is a lie.
A lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. I'm going to cut you off. Sorry. I got to cut you off. That's a lie.
That's a lie. Volatile is not the right word. That is harsh. These kids fought and they broke up and they got back together. That was their MO. They weren't fighting. This wasn't a volatile relationship. They were never going to break up. They were talking about getting married.
What?
They were talking about a life. They were buying furniture for that house. They were making a life for themselves. Period. That's it. They were not breaking up. And anyone who says that, sorry, that is untrue. That is a lie. And that is a narrative that the prosecution needed to go to put my daughter in a bad light to make it seem like she had a thing against this kid. He claims they absolutely were not going to break up. They did not have a volatile relationship. But is that really true? We went through the entire FOIA and there are never-ending fights between Mackenzie and Dom. Mackenzie threatening to break open the front door to be let into his house, refusing to leave him alone, and a reoccurring fight between the two where Dom accuses her of engaging in sex work. Does Steve Sciarrilla know all of that and still categorizes their relationship as not volatile? Or does he genuinely think that that is not a volatile relationship? Or is he in denial? This is part 3 of the Mackenzie Sciarrilla case. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support Change the Game for Dom Foundation and Davion Flanagan's Memorial Scholarship Fund. Both GoFundMes are run by the families of the victims, and we will include those plus all the information regarding Dom and Davion's law, which aims to update Ohio's Son of Sam laws in order to prevent violent offenders from profiting off their crimes. All of those are going to be included in the show notes. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's team of dedicated researchers. We'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Today's case involves mentions of illicit drug usage, reckless driving, driving while intoxicated, self-exit, and possible domestic violence and sex work. We did pull the FOIA for this case and literally went through tens of thousands of pages of text messages, detective incident reports, autopsy reports, and more, so naturally quotes and statements may be condensed for brevity. Secondly, there is a list of discourse surrounding the case from loved ones involved all the way to unrelated netizen audiences. So in order to explain the entirety of the case, we're going to go over all of those, but just keep in mind throughout that any opinions, comments, or speculations made by netizens do not represent our own. And this is part 3 of a 5-part series. In the first part, we went over the crash itself and generally what people believe happened that night. In part 2, we broke down the Netflix documentary, as well as we actually interviewed Rosie and Bubba, 2 of the more controversial individuals in the documentary. We asked them all the questions social media had. In this part, we're going to be breaking down all the relationships, as well as covering internet rumors, conspiracy theories that people have about Mackenzie's relationship with her parents, and whether or not people believe they played some sort of indirect role in all of this. In part 4, and I might switch this with part 5, but in part 4, we'll probably be breaking down the entire 31,000-page document of text messages between Mackenzie and Dom. And in part 5, we're going to cover the jail calls, the alleged prison girlfriends, the trial, and the appeal, and where we're at. So with that being said, let's get started. I've watched a lot of documentaries where police will talk about how they're tasked with death notifications for loved ones, and they always describe it in a very similar yet very specific way, that the family members let out what sounds like a guttural scream. Some people have even described it as almost sounding animalistic. It's not just this like, oh, I'm so scared, oh, I'm so shocked, I let out a scream. They say it feels primal. It's almost like the scream is being ripped out of them. Steve Sharilla says in an interview, if you would have heard her, he's talking about his daughter. So he's saying, when we told Mackenzie that Dom, her boyfriend, is dead, quote, if you would have heard her, when she found out that Dom died, if you would have heard the sound that came out of her, it would have crushed you.
She found out that Dom died. If you would have heard the sound that came out of her, it would have crushed you.
Natalie describes how Mackenzie found out. You know, she says, in the night, Mackenzie says, where's Dom? And this is when they're in the hospital. I had to tell her that it was him, that he didn't make it. And so she screamed, and I said, I'm so sorry. She goes, no, it's not him, please go check. And I said, Mackenzie, it's him, because if it wasn't him, he'd be here. Steve says that was devastating to hear her. The sound, it was gut-wrenching. Natalie says right after, she was asking, well, what about Davion? Is he okay? And I had to say, no, he didn't make it either. And she was like, oh, God. And I just thought that this was such an unfortunate interview. I get that Mackenzie was dating Dom and was friends with Davion, so I'm not discounting that this didn't happen. Like, I'm saying this probably did happen, or that these emotions were not genuine. But when her parents describe her finding out, it's not really sympathy-inducing, because yes, she can be upset and be sad, but ultimately she's the one that caused their deaths. So it's like, you can have this experience, but maybe like don't share it with the world. And I didn't even want to show this footage, but I've seen it circulating now. And every time I watch it, I think about how Mackenzie's parents were describing her reaction. And it's just unfortunate, because this footage, we finally hear what the police in the documentaries are talking about when they talk about doing these death notifications and how they're the most painful thing to do. When Dom's mom is told that Dom didn't make it, there are 2 cops. So they go to her house and they have to inform her.
There was an incident that we believe Dominic may be involved.
What?
When was the last time you saw him?
Last night.
Last night?
Yeah, everybody was home. Why?
Okay.
What happened?
There's 2 cops that are squatting down on their knees next to her. She's sitting outside on this chair on her front porch, and they're sitting down next to her, and they're just telling her, just stay seated, please. Take your time, take a deep breath. And she's screaming, and they have to try to calm her down, and she keeps screaming, oh my God, no, he can't be. What did she do?
Both Davion and Dominic are deceased.
Oh God!
Yeah.
Oh God!
Christine.
Oh God!
Sit down.
Oh God!
Just sit down.
Oh my God!
Kristen's gonna come outside.
That's okay.
Christine.
Yes, just take a deep breath. It's okay.
Oh my God!
The scream, it's almost like she doesn't really know entirely what to do with her body as she's screaming. She almost reflexively jumps out of the chair, but she doesn't necessarily have anywhere to go. It almost feels like as a mom, maybe she's trying to go help, go do something, save her child, but there's nowhere to go. There's no one to be saved right now. I think I was just getting very upset because I kept remembering what Mackenzie's parents were saying about her when she found out about Dom's death, and I was like crying when I was watching Dom's mom's death notification body cam footage that was in the FOIA request. It's just like eventually when they think that she's calm enough, they go inside her house with her. The police do. But she's like pacing around her living room screaming, "It can't be true. It can't be true." It's like she can't sit still, but she's like in shock. She's in denial. It seems like there are multiple points throughout that the officers, they either seem like either they know they need to let her go through these emotions, or they almost like don't know what to say to bring her any comfort. But Dom's mom starts asking, "What happened in the car? What happened in the car? I didn't want her driving anyway. I don't like her driving. Oh my fucking God." And that other kid, I don't even know him. I don't even know him.
God, and that other kid, I don't even know him.
So she's talking about Davion, and it seems like she's getting hit with the impact that not only is her son gone, but another life, like another child is gone. Because later she's outside and she's crying, "Oh, that other little kid. He's younger, I think. That little kid. It can't be."
Oh, that other little kid, he's younger, I think, that little kid.
She asked the police, why couldn't they save him? The officers have nothing to say. They can't even respond. She explains, "I was making buffalo chicken dip. They said that they had some party to go to and they were gonna be back to eat the dip. I was making the dip." Dom's mom will later tell the judge that when she found out that Dom and Davion were gone, she says, "I called Mackenzie's mother hysterical with the loss of my son and Davion. I knew Mackenzie was in the hospital, and the first statement Natalie, Mackenzie's mom, said to me was, 'Oh, please don't listen to what everyone's saying on Facebook. Yeah, my son is dead. His friend is dead, and I'm checking on yours. But social media is what's important.'" Social media after the crash in Strongsville, Ohio, has been a literal hellhole. People who know Mackenzie are posting things about her, against her, in support of her, and a lot of the posts are just questionable and weird at best. For example, one of Mackenzie's friends decides that she's gonna post Mackenzie on Snapchat, and it is a picture of Mackenzie in the driver's seat of her car holding a giant blunt. I mean, it doesn't look like she's in motion, but she's in the driver's seat holding a giant blunt. This is an absolutely, completely sane picture to choose considering the circumstances, okay? And this friend writes in the caption, "Happy birthday, Kenzie Shervilla. You're in everyone's thoughts and prayers, beautiful girl. Nobody involved deserved this whatsoever." And to the people talking down on her as if any of you haven't said some shit you probably shouldn't have, respectfully, fuck right off. Just because y'all had beef don't give you the right to speak about her when she's fighting for her life right now. She was the sweetest to the people she cared about and loved, always greeting everyone with a smile and a hello. I'll never forget chopping it up with you in gym class, hitting our pens. Happy birthday, gorgeous. You're gonna get through this. Which I'm not saying that you can't form a real friendship over smoking weed together in gym class, but like that's your fondest memory of Mackenzie and you're ready to defend her with such a picture and such a passion. It's so odd to me. Meanwhile, Mackenzie is DMing Rosie, the friend that we interviewed for the last episode. This is after the crash. This is like a few days after the crash. Did you get the new Skims? I got this cute
Skims?
Yeah, Skims, like the
dress?
Like the loungewear. I got this cute set, soft lounge. Rosie responds, "Oh my God, no, I need to order more. I need the leggings. Show me when you can, the new ones." This is 20 days after the crash. Mackenzie is just saying, "I got it in pink too." Literally, we need to become the Skims duo. What is happening?
Crazy.
What is happening? The police even agree with Dom's mom because Dom's mom is later telling the police, like, when I first called Natalie, she's talking about Facebook and I wanted to punch her in the face. The police agree. And one officer tells her, we went there to the hospital and her biggest concern was what the people are posting on the Strongsville page on Facebook. And can we intervene? And that was her biggest concern when we walked in.
The first thing that she said to me when I called, I was hysterical after finding out, and she says, "Oh, are you calling about Facebook?" If I could have punched her and chucked.
We went there, and her biggest concern was what people are posting on the Strongsville page, and can we intervene? And that was her biggest concern.
Even in the first hospital visit, one of the officer notes in his report, quote, "Natalie expressed concern about the public's reaction on social media. Mackenzie was barely able to speak. She asked to see photos of her vehicle. I told her once she's discharged, we can arrange for her to see them." Then a few days later, Natalie calls the detective again, reporting a couple of girls for saying, quote, "mean things to her daughter on social media." Although Natalie said her daughter was no longer on social social media, she states that there are 2 girls bullying Mackenzie. The report reads, the second girl, whom she only identified as Jenna, reportedly blamed Mackenzie for killing Dom on purpose. Natalie said Mackenzie had screenshots of the messages. I asked her to email them to me and I would look into it. I further explained to Natalie that unless the speech was threatening in nature, I will not be able to control what people say about the events. Natalie never emailed me the screenshots. Even later, when police are giving Mackenzie her phone back, the officers are just saying, like, they're still investigating. To which Steve, the dad, butts in. What are people coming in and saying? He's asking, like, what are people reporting to you? The cops naturally tell him, I cannot tell you that. That's the investigation. To which Natalie, I don't know who made her the police chief, she says, well, it doesn't matter if it has nothing to do with the crash. The officer explains, well, we don't know. We have to put everything together. And I can see why people think that all Natalie and Steve care about are what people are saying about their daughter rather than what she did that caused those 2 boys to lose their lives. Another report from the hospital record reads, patient continues statements of depression and, quote, why did this happen to me? Mom and dad both acknowledge her feelings and assist with making patient feel better. And it just feels like it takes a very special person to be talking about Skims 20 days after a fatal crash where 2 people died and you were the driver, but still wonder why did this happen to me? It's all so weird. Like, how do you even get to that point? A lot of people think it's the parents. And I have seen people online, and maybe it's based off looks, or maybe it's based off the fact that 2 of them have really viral Netflix documentaries where they're both interviewed, or the fact that they're both moms, who knows? But a lot of people I've seen, compare Natalie to Kendra. Remember the mom who was texting and bullying her own daughter for years?
Natalie
and then,
Shirilla?
Yeah, to Kendra. That Kendra was comforting her daughter while also being the one that was anonymously cyber harassing her. Kendra. Some netizens point out that both Kendra and Natalie have this very weird feeling that they give people where it just feels like they want to be friends with their daughters. They don't want to be moms. They want to be in high school and they want to be friends with all the friends.
But Kendra was basically bullying the daughter the whole time.
Yes.
Natalie Shirilla was more what?
Enabling.
So what's the similarity exactly?
I think the similarity lies in the fact that they both want to be their daughter's friends. Like, they both want to be in that age group. Not necessarily friends. Like, I know, Kendra is bullying her daughter, so it may not seem like she wants to be friends with her daughter, but more so they're stuck in like this arrested development phase where they all act like high schoolers.
Yes.
So instead of disciplining their daughter and being like, no, you're not allowed to do that, they act like a high schooler themselves, is what people are kind of connecting the dots. These are opinions online. These are not facts. It's just opinions. And it's the energy, I suppose. For example, there's this one incident where even when okay, this is from the body cam, and I don't know, maybe I'm being petty, maybe I'm being like hyper judgmental, but the officers informed Natalie and Steve Shirilla that most likely Dom and Davion have passed. They're in the hospital, so Mackenzie's being operated on, and it is without a doubt an incredibly traumatic situation for them in their own perspectives. But Natalie is asking for the officers that she might need a puke bucket, and this is like such a niche experience, like that I'm connecting to this, okay? The officer goes to fetch one for her, and like the way she asks for a puke bucket almost seems casual. Like she's like, oh my God, I'm gonna throw up. It's not like, no, I'm genuinely gonna throw up.
Puke bucket over here.
You want a puke bucket? We can get you one.
Where is my license?
So the officer is like, do you need a puke bucket? She confirms she needs a puke bucket. Officer goes to fetch one for her and says something along the lines of like, well, you're in the best place to have one. AK, you're in a hospital. We got a lot of puke buckets. She responds, that was a good joke.
You're in the best place to have one. Thanks. That was a good joke.
Okay, do we need to throw up, or do we need to convince the nurse to quit her job and pursue stand-up? Like, I just thought it was odd, right? But then she, in my personal humble opinion, and this might be like hyper judgmental because I have a lot of experience throwing up. Okay, I am someone who is super prone to nausea. Everything makes me nauseous. I have Zofran on the go at all times. She's not really sitting like someone who's about to throw up. She's sitting with her legs crossed in the chair and she's leaned back. When I have to throw up, I've never met someone who's about to throw up. They're always forward and they have a puke bucket or some sort of container ready to go just in case, or they're kind of hunched because when you extend your stomach, it always makes the nausea worse. That's why people go into like a fetal position when they're throwing up all night from drinking or whatever it may be, right? And she's leaned back. She hasn't even touched the puke bucket. She just places it on the chair next to her.
So she doesn't look like she's about to throw up.
Yeah, and like none of this really means anything, but I just thought it was weird because you're in such a highly tense emotional situation, the last thing I would do is like go through this whole dramatic back and forth with multiple parties of getting a puke bucket if I genuinely was not on the verge of throwing up. It just feels like a really weird, intricate song and dance involving multiple parties of grabbing this puke bucket and doing a lot when you are in this heightened emotional state. Like if I were in this situation, I just could not foresee myself asking for any sort of puke canister, bucket, bag, unless I was literally on the verge of throwing up on the floors. And even then, I think I would try to hold it in until I could no longer. None of this, again, means anything, but I guess it's the whole energy that Natalie gives off is a little bit strange. And maybe I am being harsh. I just thought it was a little dramatic. Natalie does this thing where she makes custom balaclavas that Mackenzie will wear. So like they look like rave balaclavas. Like, you know, with the bunny ears, like a ski mask with the face cut off and then with the bunny ears. And then you wear them with like bikinis to the raves.
Okay. She hand makes them?
Yeah, I guess she hand makes them and Mackenzie will wear them. And sometimes I guess she sells them because I see a lot of Instagram DMs where she's trying to sell them. And Mackenzie will tell people like, my mom custom makes them. Her ad is this. You can DM her. And I think she's only going to charge you $20, but if you live far, she'll have to add $5 shipping, but it shouldn't take long, probably a week. And again, I don't have children, but if my 17-year-old daughter were posting these types of videos, wearing the balaclavas that I made and wearing these types of clothes and filming herself smoking weed, I feel like I would have to ground her for half a century. It's just like not hard to feel that Mackenzie's priorities are all screwed up, and it feels like maybe even Natalie's are. Even when the officers are giving Mackenzie her phone back, Natalie, the mom, clarifies with the officers. And this is in the hospital, and this is in the hospital report, the officer report. You had search activity, you download the date, everything, you know, now nobody's looking at it. So that's what.
Can you explain what it is?
So Natalie is asking the officer, like, you got the search activity, you downloaded the date, like everything. Now nobody's looking at it. Like no one's gonna look at her stuff. Like her phone is private now. And the officer is like, we mirrored the phone. We're gonna look through the phone, right? But everything she does now, she's on her own. So they're like, yeah, now she's on her own. Like we don't have like a tracker on her phone. We're not watching in real time what she's doing on her phone. And it's just interesting that Natalie is so gung-ho about that. Later she asks again. So this one does have total privacy again. Yeah. Total privacy. From here on out, everything we're going to look at, we have already obtained through search warrants for, everything, including social media. And while they go over the copy of the search warrants, Mackenzie asks the officer, are people going through my Snapchats too? Like opening stuff? Because she's got her phone back for the first time in the hospital. We did not. We just mirrored your phone. So they're like, we didn't go through your Snapchat, but like we mirrored your phone. Because I see like 3 of them open. The officer clarifies with Mackenzie, we did not, but either way, even if we did, we have a search warrant. We're going to look through everything that's on your phone. So like, maybe we didn't now, but we are going to. I'm not entirely sure why that's her biggest concern right now, but if she must know, we did receive 4 massive folders just containing her Snapchat data extracts. So they did go through your Snapchat, and so did we. We FOIA'd this case, and the Snapchat files the police gave us were extensive and ridiculously out of context. I'm just taking you on the journey that we went on. In the multiple zip files of Snapchat evidence, we kept seeing, obviously we saw messages and we saw her posting random things on Snapchat, but we also saw there would be random things out of context, and we're just trying to contextually piece it together. We see so many pictures of Mackenzie with a white wall behind her, almost like a passport photo. I'm like, why is she Snapchatting passport photos? It's so weird. Just variations of poses. Sometimes it's slightly pouty, less pouty, hair back, hair in front, one side of hair in front, one side of hair in back. I'm like, okay, is she getting a passport? And I don't know why we're like, we need to get to the bottom of this. We were literally sitting around the dining table, and I'm like, okay, team, we gotta get to the bottom of this. No reason, okay? But we just needed to know. We needed to see it through. And we think, based off the context clues, those are the photos that she's sending to fake ID websites to try and buy a fake ID online from.
Yeah, because she just screenshotted that right before, right?
Yeah. So it's fakeid.com, something as ridiculous. It's the most fake ID website name that you could think of. And she has screenshots of her applying for fake IDs on those websites. She also screenshots pictures of her phone, of her weird search history. Can you see a person's age using a debit card? Then she screenshots the answer from Cora, which reads, none. In the States, there is nothing on your debit card to indicate your age. Your card lists your bank name, your name, and card's expiration date and your debit card number tied to your bank account. That's it. She seemingly documents her search for the best senior quote of all time. She starts searching on Pinterest. The 100 most epic and funny senior quotes, Planet of Success. She clicks on that one. One of them reads, "See kids, I told you your mom was hot back in high school." Another reads, "I have to be successful because I like expensive things." Ultimately, and like you would have to tell me if you can confirm, if you have this yearbook, it seems she settles on this poetic masterpiece. "You can't get what you always want, but I certainly can." I don't know how that's
it?
Yeah. It's like the weirdest quote. Yeah. She also complains to her friends about Dom on Snapchat via audio notes that I think she thought disappears forever into the ether, goes into the intergalactic space. But like we have him. She sends this to a friend. No, like he gets me flowers and stuff like that. I don't know though, but I have to be like, if you don't do this, I'm breaking up with you. If you don't make it up to me, we're done. Like you have until 6 o'clock today or we're done type shit. Like that's like how it is. So it makes it like not special. He can never just like apologize on his own, make it up to me on his own.
And I have to kind of like give him that like little, actually no, a giant ass fucking push. Like I have to shove him off a fucking 60-foot diving fucking board type shit.
Another audio message where Mackenzie says, "I have told him 1,000,000 times that I will be the perfect girlfriend."
Perfect girlfriend. I will literally clean his house in a fucking maid costume. All he has to do is be good and get me what I want and be good to me.
That's how it is. He can't do that. Like it's really not that hard to please me. Then another one.
Guys are pea brains, like real shit. They do not think big at all.
She complains quite a bit. She also whines to another friend. So she got into this modeling school and like got in. Her parents paid for it. Okay, that's pretty much it. She says, "Today was the worst fucking class I have literally ever been in my whole goddamn life. Like I'm honestly starting to feel like this shit's a scam. Like I paid $4,000. I mean, my family did for me to go to this modeling school. I thought I would get placed immediately. But like, dude, this shit's taking so long and we're like doing repetitive shit. It just feels like cosmetology school all over again. Like, I don't even know. They treat us like fucking children too. Like, bitch, I don't even know how to describe this to you. I fucking hate it. Every second of it. And this is gonna sound even worse. I don't even know.
Like the fact that like some of those people even made it in, it's like, it's shocking. It's shocking. Like, y'all ugly as hell. Like, how the fuck are y'all in here? Like, we need the supermodel looking bitches. Like, there's like 5 girls who are hot in that class. Like, and the rest are weird. Like, it's fuck.
Also in her Snapchat folders, you know, she's filling out this medical exam and it asks her, like most do you currently smoke or vape? Yes or no? And there's like a little box next to yes, a little box next to no, okay? She, of course, indicates yes, but instead of doing a check mark or an X or filling in the box, she does a heart around yes. And then takes a picture and sends it to somebody on Snapchat. I don't know, because now we have it in the Snapchat file. So yeah, Mackenzie, the police went through your Snapchat history, and so did we. So kind of a dumb question to ask, whether or not the police opened her Snapchat. But on the note of dumb questions, later Mackenzie asks the officers if they were all wearing body cameras, which, side note, this is before her arrest. So it's possible that she thinks that they're just investigating and the case is going to be concluded with her getting her license suspended for like 10 years, which is what she asked them to do, right? But she asks if they're wearing body cams. They confirm. She asks to see them. They tell her no.
When was this? When was she asking?
She's in the hospital.
Oh.
So this is like after the crash.
And the police is currently wearing a body cam. This is being recorded.
Well, they were audio recording a lot of these hospitals.
I see.
They were not. I didn't get the body cam probably because HIPAA and like there's lots of stuff happening in the. Actually, well, I do see lots of body cams in hospitals. Maybe because she's on. Well, yeah.
But we only got audio. You're
yes.
saying. Okay.
And so she's acting like this is just like a friendly hee hee ha ha girly pop chat, and she's like, "Why can't I see it?" Like, what do you mean, why can't you see it? This is an open investigation. Like, they're not just going to give you, what do you mean?
She's like, my mom would give it to me. My
Yeah.
dad would have given to me.
Like 10 years ago.
You can get what you want, but I certainly can.
Exactly. What the hell is going on right now? It's just all very deplorable behavior. And I don't know if Natalie and Steve ever call their daughter out on it or if all they do is sympathize. Natalie, as per her very recent Daily Mail interview. So Steve's been doing, like, I've seen at least 2 on-camera interviews. Natalie has a Daily Mail interview. She says, I'm always going to be a villain in someone's story because I'm the mom of someone driving a car who killed 2 kids. That's okay because I know I'm not a villain. I'm a good person. So is my daughter. She's not how she's being labeled online. She struggles with this daily. She's being labeled online as a murderer, and she was convicted of murder. So I don't know. She says, quote, I feel trapped. I feel like we're stuck in quicksand and we can't get out. I feel so bad for Mackenzie, but at the same time, I feel so bad for the other families. I love Dom. I still love Dom. Mackenzie still loves Dom. She's struggling. Dom was like part of our family. Steve says in the documentary, she's lucky to be alive, but I was torn. I had some guilt being happy for my daughter and knowing that Dom and Davion passed. I think what you wear to a very important event is very indicative of who you may be as a person. I mean, typically, you don't wear white to someone else's wedding unless asked to. And if you do, it's very indicative of who you are as a person. And maybe sometimes you don't wear a graphic t-shirt that says boom on there when you're being interviewed about how your daughter crashed a car into a building at nearly 100 miles per hour to the point where investigators say it looked like the car exploded. And ultimately, that car crash killed 2 boys. Maybe don't wear the boom shirt.
Was this in Netflix? Or?
Yes, Netflix.
That's even crazier.
Yeah.
It's freaking, this is a documentary. People like wardrobe is a huge thing.
And like the emphasis that they have on lighting, like if you see some of these like setups for these documentaries behind the scenes, the amount of lights, it's like 10% room, 90% lights and camera, crew, studio. Like it's just so intense.
To the T.
Yeah. And I'm sure they don't have like a makeup team for, documentary interviewees, but like it's still a big day on the calendar that you think of and you plan ahead of time and you're like, okay, well, I need to wear something that is, But no, he wears a boom shirt. It's a shirt that reads boom on there. It looks like a graphic tee, and he's wearing this throughout the Netflix documentary, and netizens have thoughts ranging anywhere from it's just a shirt to he's an art teacher. He's trained in media literacy. He did this on purpose, and it's wild. Another one reads, it feels like he's making a joke about his daughter's actions. Maybe I'm reading into it, but it's not a good look. Another says, their level of immaturity in that family runs deep. Another says, zero situational awareness whatsoever. To which later, Steve does an interview where he's asked about this boom shirt, but not before he very sarcastically points out. So in this new interview after Netflix, he's wearing this solid orange polo shirt. So it's got the polo logo, but just mainly orange, right? He says, is this okay? I don't want to trigger anybody in this world, and I'm wearing this orange polo. I hope it's, I'm not colorblind enough for anybody. Oh, the shirt I was wearing is from Drip Drop. So the boom shirt. He's like, it's from this Drip Drop, which is Crime Circus on YouTube. Crime Circus has been a defender for my daughter. He's made many posts saying she's innocent, and he shows the evidence, and he contradicts what people say.
There is a YouTuber defending Mackenzie Shirella?
Like way before the Netflix documentary, like during the trial as it was happening, I believe.
And this is their merch?
It's one of their merch. I mean, people have been saying he's got tons of merch you could have chosen from.
The merch was related to this case?
No.
Okay.
Unrelated to this case.
Still crazy.
Yeah. And he's like, he shows the evidence. He contradicts people who say, no, she's guilty, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, no, you have to look at this and this. About a month after her trial, one of his posts showed up with us. Somebody had sent it to us, and he had found 5-6 videos, interviews from the Strongsville Police Department that were not in Discovery or were not in the Discovery that we could find. And he says that in those videos, people allude to Mackenzie passing out and having seizures. So it's a very lengthy police discussion with Angelo, which is Dom's brother, and he alludes I've heard about Mackenzie passing out and having seizures, right, or whatever, but he's saying oh, that's proof. Regardless, I don't really think it's that pertinent because the verdict did come out the way it did come out. He's saying that he didn't get it in Discovery, which, I mean, if that's true, that's a huge allegation, and I would imagine that their appeal would go forward, but it hasn't so far. I mean, they're going to the Supreme Court, but it's just a huge allegation that I don't know, because I don't know what they got in Discovery, right? When I got it when we did the FOIA request. I didn't particularly find anything in there nefarious. The points where I was talking about in the last episode where Dom's mom was saying, oh, I'm not even worried about Mackenzie's attorney. He's not a concern for me. They kind of took it as, oh, everything is rigged. I took it more as she found out who the Shirillas hired. I don't think she's the one that told them to hire them. And then she's like, I don't think he's a great attorney. I think that was the vibe I got.
Yeah.
Of like, he's not like this crazy, he's not fucking Mark Agnifilo probably. Anyway, back to the shirt. He said the shirt was Crime Circus's logo and one of his swag that he sells. So I wore the shirt to say thank you for what he was doing for my daughter, and he's done a lot. If I see him, I'm gonna hug him. That's the first thing I'm gonna do. He's been a very good champion for what I feel is misjustice against my daughter and the lack of evidence to support the charges. So that's what the shirt was about. Not me being colorblind to 2 boys dying because it was horrible. A day doesn't go by that I don't think about it. And that was one of the toughest things for me to do with this whole thing. At the beginning was, how can I be happy that my daughter's alive and breathing and the fact that these 2 boys died? The shirt was a thank you to Crime Circus. It wasn't me being colorblind or insensitive to anybody, because that's the most idiotic, because oh my God, why would I do that? That's got to be the dumbest take on that shirt. And again,
But you did.
Yeah.
You did wear that.
yeah. And
Just
then
apologize.
Yeah.
You can still explain, but just apologize.
That was his apology. And then he hits it with a, and again, everyone, this is orange. I'm sorry if it's offensive. I apologize now.
And again, everyone, it's orange. I'm sorry. If it's offensive, I apologize now.
They're just so not likable. They're making everything not regarding to the case or legal side of it. They're just such unlikable people.
Yeah.
You
They're
know?
people that I would not want to spend any second of my free time with.
Yeah.
Willingly. In another comment, it reads, he's the type of dad that joins his daughter's OnlyFans account for quote support. That comment got like 48,000 likes. So this is a sentiment that, I don't know, you describe a lot, but that to me is a lot of people that liked it. Mackenzie's dad, Steve Sharilla, says, again, am I a perfect parent? No. And Natalie is like backing him up. And she's like, nobody is. No one is. Have I made mistakes with my kids? Sure. It's like life, Mackenzie's mom, Natalie, butts in, but she wasn't a bad kid. She didn't need to be disciplined a lot. The worst is her mouth. And clearly our definitions of good parenting and bad kid are so vastly different that one of us might be reading the dictionary and the other party might be reading the freaking Hobbit, because what do you mean? In the police FOIA file, we received this lengthy document. It's the cell bite extract of text messages between Mackenzie and her dad. And I will say, the internet has taken some snippets of it and ran with it to very interesting directions and corners of darkness. For example, there's the whole warm milk bit online. I guess people have been pulling messages, and Mackenzie seems to ask her dad for, quote, warm milk at odd hours of the day, or more often odd hours of the night. And there are some notable ones. So for example, I was combing through looking for these warm milk messages because I saw people talking about it online before I even got to it. January 4th, 2020, Mackenzie texts her dad at 2:43 a.m., middle of the night. Can you make me warm milk? He doesn't respond until 1 p.m. the next day. Sorry, just seeing this. You still want milk? Then 2 days later, at 11:31 p.m., Mackenzie texts her dad again. Can you make me warm milk? He responds, okay. Thanks. When you come in, be quiet. Then later, in March 2020, Mackenzie texts her dad at 11:35 p.m. Can you rub my feet? This seems to be a thing that she does, because months later there are similar messages. Could you please come up here and rub my feet? They are in pain and mom will not do a good job. Can you rub my feet? Which is interesting. April 2nd, 2020, 11:12 p.m., Mackenzie asks again, will you make me warm milk? He responds the next morning at 10 a.m. Just saw this. Do you still want? No. Sorry, my phone was dead. Then May 5th, 2020 at midnight, can you make me warm milk? Again, May 8th, 2020 at 3 a.m., can you make me warm milk? To which Steve responds, K. Mackenzie asks, can you do it now? Then again, May 9th, 2020, can you make me milk? And I don't know if it's maybe a lot of people who don't really drink a lot of warm milk, or maybe just a vibe that people are picking up, but comments on TikTok read, warm milk is not warm milk. That comment has almost 30,000 likes. People are debating under that comment section, arguing what they think warm milk means. Some say warm milk helps you come off certain drugs. So it is warm milk, but the reason she needs it so much is because she's trying to come down from a drug. Others say, no, it sounds like a sexual thing. Another comment just reads, Google Urban Dictionary meaning for warm milk, which I did. And there is a list of different definitions ranging from the beverage you drink while thinking of excuses to explain why you can't fish because your wife or others won't let you. Basically, you're a bitch, baby. All the way to it's a webcomic, and all the way to, quote, wank, jerk off furiously during a bout of insomnia as a way to work up the heart rate and therefore exhaust oneself to sleep. So there are some people on the internet who believe that they think something weird is going on between Mackenzie and her dad, with one comment reading, "This feels like a grossly inappropriate relationship." Others don't think it's that dark necessarily. They theorize online, warm milk helps you come down from very specific substances. Just an FYI, sounds like she was a junkie and her dad was an enabler, so still probably bad.
Does she ask for anything else?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get into that.
Does? Okay.
Now, one comment with over 40,000 likes reads, "Child of addicts here. I was always told warm milk helps you come down from drugs." So there is no proof that something strange is happening like some netizens theorize, because I kept seeing, I don't know if it was my algorithm, but TikTok was just like, something weird's going on between her and her dad. But then I'm reading the messages, and I honestly would say that this is my feeling. I wouldn't be surprised if Mackenzie is literally just asking for warm milk, like a literal glass of warm milk. And maybe it's weird to some people because I wouldn't wake my dad up at 3 a.m. to ask for a favor. But that sounds just about exactly what Mackenzie would do. But like I said, I don't know if I would be surprised if she's just... I wouldn't be surprised at anything at this point, but I could see her just using him as a butler. She asks him to make her hot cocoa, bring her tanning oil, buy her spray paint, make her stencils out of cardboard. She also asks him to edit her photos, texting him, "Did you fix the pic? I need you to fix it ASAP. I'm trying to post."
That's crazy.
Yeah,
like
she's...
Photoshop?
Yeah, she sends more pictures and she's like, "Make those lighter." She asks him to make her pants. And again, more milk. She'll text him at night around 11 p.m. "Milk? Question mark, question mark." He doesn't respond. Okay, or not. Then more messages. "Will you make me warm milk, please?" No response. Mackenzie texts back, "Are you home? Can you please try to book me a massage sooner than 7? I have a birthday party that I have to leave for at like 6. Mom is telling me to book it when, first of all, I never even talk to adults and I don't have no money and I don't drive." Yeah. What? Then later messages show Mackenzie complaining about said warm milk, and she says, "Milk is cold AF. I'm gonna drink it, but it's not warm." Steve responds, "Bring it down." And it's just interesting. I can't imagine critiquing my parents about how they warm up milk. I wouldn't even give a Michelin star chef those notes if I'm paying for an expensive cup of milk. It's just like a lot. It's very harsh. But that's apparently her dynamic with her parents. One DM between Natalie and Mackenzie, Natalie says, "Are you good with the D, or do you want to complete those final assignments?" If my mom ever came up to me as a minor and said, "Are you good with getting a D in this class, or are you going to finish those assignments?" Guess what that means? That means I'm finishing those assignments tonight, even if I'm falling asleep at my desk, because that was her way of saying, "You're finishing those assignments, okay?" She's asking her about her grades. Mackenzie responds, "Dude, I don't care about a D."
Wait, what is happening? So the mom is asking if she would like to finish
the
assignment?
Yeah, so she's
like
saying,
genuinely asking, like, "Hey, are you gonna finish?"
Yeah,
now?
but like, I guess I'm thinking like if
oh
my
no,
mom
genuinely,
asks,
like, are you okay with a D? Like,
Yeah,
that's the question.
I guess so.
But
like,
are you good with that?
usually when parents ask that, it's more so you're gonna finish the fucking assignments, right? But then she responds, "Dude, I don't care about a D." And now this is where I'm expecting Natalie to like pull a mom and being like, "Hey, you might not care, but guess who cares? The car you're never gonna drive, the outside world that you're never gonna see because you're gonna be grounded," like something like that. I'm expecting. Natalie responds, "Unless you want to fix it." That's what I thought. A D is passing, so it's all good. LOL.
That is insane response.
Yeah. I was
Insane.
reading that and I was like, am I reading the right person? And I'm like, no, this is Natalie Sharilla's Instagram DMing her.
And they're Instagram DMing?
Yeah.
Holy, this is crazy.
I feel like Natalie just tries really hard to be Mackenzie's friend. Mackenzie will even tell Natalie about her night out with friends. She'll say things like, quote, "They knew my ID was fake. They told me. We did leave. And then we went to Grace's." Natalie responds, "I'm glad you went out and had a good time."
Holy, this is...
I feel like, okay, I understand that when you're raising kids, maybe there comes a point where you know that your kid snuck out maybe, or you know that your kid did something, but like maybe you don't confront them. Because maybe you let it pass for like whatever parenting reason you decide, okay? But the fact that the kid is telling you and then you're like, "Well, I'm glad you had fun," is like not in a world that I can imagine.
No, this is like they flipped the parenting dynamic around.
Yeah.
It's
like,
almost like Mackenzie is the parent.
this is so weird to
Like,
me.
what is going on here?
That's what I'm saying. Her parents seem much less strict than my parents ever were. And I feel like my parents were pretty open-minded raising us. Like, it's just, I feel like my parents are stricter on me now as a full-blown adult than Mackenzie's parents were at her age at 17.
Yeah.
In one text thread, Mackenzie is texting
No,
Dom.
she was 15. If she was like 2020.
Yeah. I feel like my parents expect more from me now as a full-blown adult.
Yeah.
And so there's another point where Mackenzie is texting Dom about alcohol. And she says, how are we going to get alcohol? My dad said make it with vodka. So she's like getting advice from her dad. And Dom is like, just ask your mom to go buy some. Later, Mackenzie says, okay, well, I'm waiting for my dad, so give me the money so we can go and I'll get the Jell-O and everything. You can help me make the margaritas for the pregame. Okay, I mean, the implication there is like, I don't know, you draw the implication you want, right? But Dom sends a list of things that he needs, and there's Casamigos Silver on there, which is alcohol. Mackenzie later confirms that her dad got the orange liquor, which is alcohol. And when they get back, I guess the party is being hosted at Mackenzie's parents' house, and she says, well, my dad is power washing the deck for us. What I'm getting out of this is he buying them alcohol and also cleaning up for their party that they're hosting at their house? Like, is that what we are to assume from this? Because that's crazy. Later in other messages, Mackenzie mentions to Dom that she's going to go to the dispensary with her dad. Mackenzie texts Dom, this is back in February of 2020. My dad asked if I know someone who has hella female weed seeds. I'll pay you, should give him some.
That is insane. So they're not only, the parents is not only buying her alcohol, he's buying her weed at 15.
Well, I don't know if he's buying it for her or for himself, right? Or Mackenzie could be making this up, right? But there's text messages between her and her dad where Mackenzie asks her dad, Steve, you want weed peanut butter? He responds, no, LOL, I don't like to eat my weed. I'm gonna give you a little. Are you making me milk? Dad, are you home? Then are you okay? Yes, I'm okay. I feel like I have a cold. Okay, to be honest, you need weed. I'm worried. LOL, don't be worried. I actually feel good. Just got irritated that I got it and have to quarantine for 10 days. They're talking about COVID. Yeah, that's gay AF. COVID's some BS. You shouldn't have taken the test.
You shouldn't have taken the COVID test?
Yeah, so this is like a reoccurring trend throughout Mackenzie's text messages with other people. She talks about how she can buy negative tests, like tests that show a negative, instead of taking the...
Wait, I'm so lost.
So like, because it was like mandatory quarantining.
Oh, so as long as you show negative, you can just be out and about.
Yeah. Yes.
With COVID.
Yeah, so she's like,
I see.
she was like messaging other people of like how to get negative tests.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Steve later says in an interview that he picked his battles as a parent and he let Mackenzie smoke weed.
I'm sorry if I find marijuana not that dangerous as I find alcohol or cocaine or whatever. My daughter, beyond what everybody else seems to think or wants to interpret or glean, she seemed mature enough to handle it.
I didn't see it as an issue. I feel like they have a lot of issues, but that's my opinion. According to text messages, it seems at some point Mackenzie's dad puts like a bumper sticker on her car. I imagine, and this is like imagination. It's probably some sort of like student driver bumper sticker because she recently learned how to drive, right? And she texts him, never fucking put that on my car again. Now I'm going to be late to school because I had to turn around and go take that shit off. He responds, LOL. It's seriously not funny. Like, I will seriously flip the fuck out. Don't talk to me like that, LOL. I'm going to talk to you however I want until that bumper sticker stops showing up on my car. No, LOL. Because now I'm late. Somewhere that my hours matter. Okay, then call Polaris and get my hours back. Blocked.
Wait, what just happened?
So she's saying like, call my school and get my hours back. Because she's like, I'm late for school now because of you and I can't get my hours back. Don't put that bumper sticker on my car. And then she says blocked, as in like she's going to block him, but she doesn't. Thanks for the laugh, LOL, giggle.
The father says, thanks for the laugh.
I just can't imagine talking to my dad like that. And then I can't imagine my dad responding to me like that when I do talk to him like that. Their interactions are alarming. Mackenzie will text her dad in the midst of a fight with her mom. Tell mom to answer my text right now. Do it. Question mark, exclamation, 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 exclamation. Are you just not going to help? Sorry, not getting involved. I'm just going to get mad. Thanks for making this the worst birthday I ever had. She texts her dad, never drive my car again without putting gas in it. Like, what the fuck? How are you going to drive someone's car, then not put a single set of gas in it? And then it's literally below the line. It was not below the line when I gave you my car. Steve responds, first, I took your car to get serviced, which I paid for and had to waste an hour of my time waiting for it, and cleaned some of the inside because the person that drives it is a slob and doesn't keep it clean. Then when I returned your car to the driveway, I noticed the gas was on empty, so I left you a note, told you when you came home, and told your mother to tell you, so be more respectful and responsible. You owe me $74 for the service and $25 for the hour I had to sit there wasting my time for my disrespectful daughter. Here's the thing with Steve, and this is just like my context that I got from the text messages. Okay, when I watched the Netflix documentary, I walked away with the feeling that Steve and Natalie never yell at their daughter and just go, oh, baby, it's okay, baby, anything for you, baby, right? That's what I walked away with. But then when I was reading these text messages, I noticed that Steve does yell at his daughter, and I think that's where he thinks he's disciplining his daughter. Right? But then like it never really amounts.
That's not my takeaway though.
Yes, I know.
With these texts.
Exactly. But that's not what happens because I'll see him like yelling at his daughter, right? And then the next day it'll be like, have fun tonight. Like text me if you need me. And it's like, oh, if my child ever spoke to me like that, I don't think they're going out the next day.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going out for a long time.
You know, whatever you just said.
Yes.
The Steve just texted her. What does she respond with?
Like nothing. She just ignores him.
Clearly there's nothing going on.
Yeah.
There's no discipline. There's nothing, no consequences.
Nothing. Yeah.
Nothing is being done.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah. A few weeks later, she complains to him, you should probably retake your driving test if you can't tell that you literally hit the fucking bench with my car. # worst driver. # retake your test today. You mean the car I had to move because the person who parked it failed to leave me room? And don't you mean the car that I paid for? Is that the car you're talking about? Watch how you speak to me or you won't have that car. She responds, learn how to drive. # ass, worst driver of the year. She doesn't apologize, but later she gets upset when a school project doesn't end up working out. She rants to her dad, you better fix what you ruined or I will fail Polaris school. So, ... Are you trying to say you're slow? I'm saying when you speak to me with disrespect, I don't care if you fail. Mackenzie responds, let me know when it's fixed. ? Do you know how to use a music DAW? No response. Good to know to never ask you to do anything again. You just fucked up my whole morning. How about you tell people your plan instead of just fucking not going?
They literally text like two friends.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I don't even talk to my friends like that.
Yeah. Is there any moment that they are acting like a parent that's actually a regular freaking parent?
No, I mean, the only moments I saw are when he's like, you do not speak to me with disrespect, right? Those are
again.
But like nothing comes of it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Even a friend could talk to a friend like that.
Yeah.
You don't talk to me like that.
Yeah. But that's it. That's all I can find.
Wow. These are...
Yeah, no, I was actually like, I felt like my blood pressure was going up reading these text messages. I was getting, like, I was huffing and puffing. It was so stressful. Then a few days later, she texts him, can you please go get us White Claws or some shit? White Claws or alcohol? Can you please go get us White Claws or some shit from the gas station or Mike's, something like that? I am in bed. I have to get up early and it's Sunday. Can you bring us some, please? We need some, even the ones in the garage fridge. Then come get it. There are people here, OMG. And then he responds, Mom will drop off in a bit. And she says, bet. And he's like, oh, I guess this is the only time he's like a parent. He's like, bet as in better? And she says, bet as in good.
That's crazy. What kind of teacher is he? Art
teacher, yeah.
Middle school, high school?
It's a Catholic school. I'm not sure. Yeah. Then there's this whole Starbucks debacle. She asks him to go get her Starbucks. And he says, what do you want? But I have to go out. It might be in a bit. So he's like telling her it's going to be in a little later. Smaller, medium, iced white mocha, sweet cream, foam, and extra caramel sauce in a chocolate croissant. How long? Dad. Warmed croissant. What the fuck? Why would you not get my food first? Like, ? I would go if I didn't feel like shit. He responds, I'll let you know when I get there. Please relax. Like, what the fuck? I told Dom no because I thought you would actually go. Unreliable AF. I was on my way out. On my way back, I will stop. I will. Stop making me stop what I'm doing. What the fuck? Maybe next time just let me know you're going to take 5 hours and I'll just have Dom do it because he's actually going to go get it. Like, do I have to have Mom go? Oh my God, ? Where are you? What the fuck? Like, please never tell me you can do something if this is how it's going to be. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm never going to ask you to do anything for me again. God damn, why can't you do it right? I swear to God, if I don't get my chocolate croissant because they sold out, I'm going to flip out. What do you want? I'm here.
Is this the same tone that she kind of talks to Dom?
Yes. Yeah, it's like very threatening. Like, I'm gonna flip out. If I don't get what I want, I'm about to blow shit up. Like, that's the vibe.
So is this for me to assume that the reason why she talks this way, acts this way, is because the parents let her talk to them this way?
Yeah,
and that's why she talks to Dom this way.
That's what I think too, because
Right?
I think that it starts
I feel like
that.
the correlation is very clear.
Yeah. Like, the fact that she talks to them like this is crazy.
Yeah.
And so he doesn't even respond to that craziness. He just says, what do you want? I'm here. The fact that he still went to Starbucks is crazy too. Okay? And then she responds, I texted you and Danny. Danny is her sister. I texted you and Danny what I want. Read.
Shirella has a sister?
Yeah.
Mackenzie has a sister?
Yeah. And Dom's mom says, like, it's very clear there's favoritism in that family.
Favoritism to Mackenzie?
Mackenzie is very sociable, considered mean girl popular by some people, skinny, gets followers on Instagram, conventionally may be attractive, and her sister is maybe not considered those things.
What do we know about that? Is it just from Dom's mother, you said?
Dom's mother, some small comments made by other people, the fact that the Shirillas never really talk about their other daughter. And then I'm like, the jail calls. So Natalie will be on the phone with Mackenzie, who's in prison. And you just hear Natalie like screaming at Danny all the time.
Screaming at the sister.
Yeah.
The sister is also on the phone.
Yeah, no.
Oh.
Like, she'll be talking to Mackenzie, like, da-da-da-da. Danny, get down here. Like, Danny, what did I say?
Really?
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, damn. You should be screaming at Mackenzie like that. She's the one in prison for murder. But, yeah.
Fascinating.
I mean, I guess you could argue, well, she's talking to Mackenzie in a softer tone because she feels like her daughter needs more emotional support since she's calling from jail, whatever. But it's still weird. It's still weird. So these are just like speculations, okay? Yeah, she just responds, just hurry for real. It's already late AF. I shouldn't even be drinking coffee this late, but I guess I have to. Next time, tell me you can't go if you don't wanna, dumb AF. Did you just call me dumb? Because this shitstorm is coming for you. I'd go hide. Mackenzie responds, are you threatening me for no reason when I'm sick with COVID? So loving. And then like nothing comes out of that either. A few weeks later, Mackenzie is looking for a bag of soil and asks Steve, where is it? He texts her, I don't know, maybe in the garage, ask mom. She texts, she's being dumb as fuck. That's why I'm asking you, where in the garage? Baby, I don't know. If I had to guess, it's probably buried somewhere. Okay, go buy some. When are you going to be back? Because my plant is going to die. She's just calling her mom dumb as fuck to her dad. And her dad doesn't correct her. There's a lot of fights about the car. She texts him, you are never driving my fucking car again. Disgusting. Don't fucking eat fast food in my car, then leave the trash in my car. Disgusting. Also, maybe try putting it back the way it was when you left it. Don't take my steering wheel off if you're not going to put it back on. I don't think that he took the steering wheel off. I think he took the pink fuzzy thing off, you know? The little... She texts again, you're done. She's texting her dad, you're done. Steve tries to tell Mackenzie that this is technically his car that he pays for and he lets her drive, and he demands that she speak to him with respect. She argues, if you want to be treated with respect, how about you give it to other people? This is like a huge thing. To Mackenzie, it feels like people are only disrespectful when she doesn't like what they do. Like in her English pea-sized brain, she's never disrespectful. She texts her dad, have fun in your closet when you get home. Your trash is in there. So I think the whole fight is like he probably ate something, left the fast food bag in the car. She put it in his closet. He responds, if I was you, I'd think twice before you piss me off, and then you won't have a car, period. So text me again with your BS and think twice. She says, I tell you 1,000,000 times to not disrespect my car and take my steering wheel off and leave trash, especially eat fast food in my car, but you never listen. I'm just telling you that you're being disrespectful. When you start making car payments and insurance payments, until then, keep your disrespectful tone and words to yourself. The next day, there's text messages between Mackenzie and her dad where he tells her, be careful, have fun. And like, this is again where I lose my mind. Like if I talk to my dad like that, I'm not having fun for a long time, especially not the next business day. Other times she's texting him like, stop being loud AF. What? I can hear you from all the way up here. Stop being so oversensitive AF. And I'm not being loud. This is her dad texting her. That's not oversensitive. I'm trying to sleep and you're stomping around blowing your nose 79 times. Stop being a woman hater. Stop being disrespectful to your father. In some text messages, it doesn't even seem like Steve is trying to discipline her. It just seems like he's trying to appease her, writing things like, am I unblocked? Sorry you didn't have a good time last night. Really, no matter what, Ken's, I love you and only want the best for you. Later in an interview, he says,
I was on my daughter all the time. I punished her all the time. It's not me going, okay, just go, hey, go have a whole time. Go smoke dope, have fun. Woo, drive your car really fast.
I mean, I don't see it in the Cellbrite messages, but like maybe you can point us elsewhere, Steve. Like maybe you can show us.
Didn't he say that, I'm sorry, you didn't have a good time?
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Be fun. Be safe.
Have fun. Be safe.
Yeah.
Here's some White Claw.
Yeah. I'm at Starbucks. What do you want? Apparently, there's this one time where Mackenzie and Dom are going to Florida, and Mackenzie's mom allegedly was going to go to Florida just to make sure that they can check into their place, because you might have to be 21 to check into wherever accommodation they're staying at. So she was just going to go to Florida, check in with them, and leave, which is fucking insane. This is coming from Dom's mom. Dom's mom says,
She is their golden child. They treat the other sister like a piece of crap. She's the pretty one. She's the smart one. Just everything. It doesn't matter how outrageous.
One former friend of Mackenzie says about her parents, they just spoiled her, so they just kind of let her do whatever. Obviously, at the time, she should not have been really just doing whatever she wanted. She just always did what she wanted. She talks to everyone else she wanted. You know, we were swimming over at the falls, and you're not supposed to be swimming over there. So I'm assuming this is some sort of like waterfall or something, right? Cops came, and she was just sitting there being disrespectful the whole time, just like on her phone. And we're like, Kenzie, bro, like we're not supposed to be even here swimming. Like, why are you being disrespectful towards them? Like, do you want us to get a ticket? Like, what is wrong with you? Why are you just always like this? Just everybody, you know, authority, that's not the way you're supposed to. And the first time when she came over to my house, she was cursing in front of my parents, which made my parents not really like her and stuff. And like, mind you, they are high schoolers. Yeah. I mean, even as adults, like I find it a little when I hear someone cursing in front of my parents, especially if it's the first time they've met. Obviously, now that we're all comfortable, it's different. But the prosecutor says her parents would offer excuses for her behavior. And typically, Mackenzie would walk away from those negative interactions at school with more freedom, less consequences, and her actions being completely excused away. Steve says in the Chris Cuomo interview about people judging him and his parenting.
Let's talk about people, first of all. If you don't know me and you're not in my life, and how do you say anything about me? How are you judging me without knowing me? Was I lenient on some things? Yes. Was I harder on some things? Yes. I was raising my kid how I felt best at the time that I made decisions. I'm not a bad parent. I picked fights that I felt would help her, and I picked fights that I didn't want to fight with her, and I let her go, and I made her make her own decisions. And you know, she was almost an adult. It's laughable that the people think what they think about us. And I look at it this way: if you're not in my boat, then it really doesn't matter what you think as the people. I mean, anyone that doesn't know me should keep their mouth shut, personally.
He's asked by Chris Cuomo, do you blame yourself for your daughter's behavior?
Do I blame myself? Could I have advised her better? Sure. Do I think it would have made any difference? I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't have a problem with the marijuana use. I'm sorry. I just don't. It's a battle that I would never win. How am I stopping her? Was I going to lock her in her room and never let her out of the room? Was I supposed to go with her everywhere she goes? Could I took the car away? There's just so many factors that had nothing to do with it. I
don't know. I feel like it has a lot to do with it, but, and like, okay, watching the Netflix documentary, again, I was under the impression like maybe she's like playing chess with her family, with her parents. She acts like this goody two-shoes in front of them, and then she's like living this second life outside where she's posting all these pictures. I mean, that seems more common than not with social media these days. But no, like just she's kind of a bitch. Like even in text messages between Mackenzie and Dom, she gets upset that Dom is on her parents' side instead of hers. This is from Mackenzie's birthday the year before the crash. She says, this is the worst birthday ever. And that, well, I would like to think now it's not the worst birthday ever now that she's in prison. But anyway, Dom is on Mackenzie's parents' side during a fight. And he tries to explain to her, I'm not on any side there. You know, like there's no sides. She disagrees. Clearly, there's my side and my parents' side. Like literally, this is the worst birthday dinner I've ever had. No one meant it for it to be like this, babe. I wish it wasn't. Then why did you argue with me the whole dinner? Like you could have just made things so much smoother. Do you know my dress has a stain on it? Like this is literally the worst. The stain on the dress part kind of threw me off, but it just feels like the smallest things set her off. For example, Dom is looking for a spare key somewhere and Mackenzie is telling him that she honestly hasn't seen it. And then he finds it rather quickly, right under the bed. And he lets her know and she responds, oh, damn. And he says, you could have looked. To which Mackenzie says, "You're really getting the attitude? I love how you always just try to cause a little argument, how about you just leave me alone if you want to try and cause an argument, like the fuck? Okay, I'm more just fucking with you because I know you didn't look for them, but cool, get mad, lol. Talk to me when you're a little bit more mentally stable. Thanks, bye." You know what? I'm not even going to entertain that comment. Actually, what do you mean mentally stable? I mean, no normal person just tries to start an argument out of that, so I assumed you're not mentally stable right now. I won't say that it's always Mackenzie starting arguments, but she does seem hypersensitive to things, lots of things, or everything. She also just hates the heat. She complains to Dom, "My room is literally hot as shit. My mom will not fix it, so I don't want to be sweating and tweaking all night." She literally will not turn down the air conditioning. She said she turned it on and it was literally on 70, so I turned it down to 62. What the fuck? Why is it so fucking hard for her to turn the AC on? I can't even touch my skin because I sweat instantly. Her slow ass turned it off.
The AC's on 70?
Yeah.
And she's saying it's so hot?
Yeah. But also, the power bill. She also complains to Dom that her parents keep trying to get her to watch family videos with them. And she tells Dom, "I really hope my parents get the mental help they need someday. If I didn't want to watch the family videos yesterday, why would I want to watch them tonight?" She later complains, "I love you too. My house is literally freezing. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with everyone in this house. I just asked my mom, why is it never comfortable in this house? My room is literally like the Arctic or 100. She also complains to Dom in depth about how much she hates her family, texting, "I'm hungry, but I don't want to go downstairs because my family sucks." In another text thread, she complains, "Well, I was trying to fucking nap, but my dad had to go downstairs and turn the TV up to 800, so now I'm fucking awake. I fucking hate this house. I'm pissed. Of course my dad mined too weak to turn down the TV." What do you mean? He's too stupid, weak-minded. I'm just bumping right now. So what, he just left it super loud? Mackenzie says, I guess as retaliation, that she left her speaker volume all the way up. Dom is still confused about the TV, asking if it's really that loud. He's like, it was that loud to wake you up? Bro, it was on 70. Later, she complains to Dom through text, "My mom just ruined the vacation." What happened? One, weather gonna be fucked the whole time. She deadass asked me if I wanted to go to Lake Michigan or Pennsylvania, which she spells Pensivaininya. I don't even know what that is, okay? And she says, "Why the fuck would I want to go there? Both holes." Dom's like, "Why can't we just cancel and go another time?" So all of them were gonna go, the Sharillas were gonna go on this huge family vacation for Mackenzie's birthday, which is kind of crazy for a birthday, right? And then Dom was going to join. But then they found out that in Florida, there's hurricane season. Oh God, God forbid people are losing their homes and their lives, okay? Because it's a hurricane season. But she's like, now my vacation is fucked, right? So then my mom is suggesting Lake Michigan or whatever state that she spells that I think is supposed to be Pennsylvania. And she's like, "Why the fuck would I want to go there?" And then so he's like, "Okay, well, why can't we just cancel and go another time then when the weather is better in Florida?" And she says, "Cancel my birthday vacation? I am going on vacation for my birthday and I'm leaving for it today and it's going to be somewhere fucking hot. I'm not going to Florida if it's going to rain the whole time. I'm so mad. If a vacay not planned by tonight, I'm for real done with this whole family. They really just gave me the worst birthday I've ever had."
This is
crazy.
This is
unreal.
You can't make this up in a movie.
If it were in a movie, I'd say, who acts like that? That's so dumb. Babe, they can't predict the weather a month away, and it's going to be nearly impossible to book a vacay in a night. Buy a ticket to Cali for me and you right now. I have $300. He doesn't respond. Dom, do it right now. Book a flight somewhere. My mom said she's not booking a new one. Babe, a flight to Cali for both of us will be $1,100. Okay? Plus Ubers and stuff. We might as well go to Universal or just plan it another day because I don't know if we can even stay with Kyle right now. So he's saying they have a friend in California, but they don't know if they can stay there. But even on top of that, Ubers, food, all of that. Okay, don't come on vacation then. Fun. Dom tries to reason with her that there's not going to be a lot of options in this type of short notice. He says it seems like everywhere on the East Coast is going to rain. She responds, "Wow, I didn't know nobody knew that there was more than one coast." Wow, was that supposed to be a smart-ass joke? Okay, I just won't help then. You weren't helping at all. You never started helping. I was just talking to your mom trying to figure out what we can do. Of course you were talking to that crazy bitch. She won't do shit to help. That's how I know you weren't helping at all, the fact that you were texting her. She's the one booking it. Except she's not, and she's just sitting in her fucking room. Dom tries to get her to be open to Michigan. Northern Michigan is actually super, super nice in the summer. Do not text me. Why the f would I go to some shit-ass Michigan? Literally never say that shit again. What the fuck? What the fuck? And again, it doesn't seem like there's a plan, but Mackenzie is still sending pictures of swimsuits asking which one she should bring. And I'm like, I thought you're not going on vacay. Okay, mind you, she's like pissed because there's a hurricane. And then, text messages from her dad read, you need to work with us, and going to the West Coast is out of the question. We do not have the time or the money to get there. We would get there and then have to turn around and leave. To which Mackenzie responds to her dad, Steve, there's a lot more places in between we could go to. I'm never going to forget this. They do end up going on this cursed birthday trip at this point, and it goes as well as you can imagine, okay? They do make it to Florida. It's not a hunky-dory time. Based off context clues in the text, it seems like Mackenzie and her parents get into a fight. Mackenzie is upset that Dom isn't backing her up. She texts him, you're supposed to be on my side, the fuck? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Do you have issues? Dom is confused. He has no clue what's going on, and he tells her, I didn't know you were mad. Hope you know you're part of the reason why my birthday sucks. Are you slow? Literally, do not talk to me, LMAO. I didn't know someone interrupting you made you that mad. That's my bad. But you did threaten to stab me in the eye. Yeah, I don't care. Happy you ruined this trip. Thanks so much for making me feel special. Like, y'all suck for real. Dom argues back. You're mean to me. Yeah, when you swear at me and threaten me, like, that's mean. They eventually try to reach a compromise with Dom, threatening to leave to Palm Bay. Like, Dom is like, if you're going to keep being mean to me, I'm going to go to my friend in Palm Bay. And he says, just don't threaten to kill me. Otherwise, I'll probably dip to Palm Bay. LMAO. Okay, then. So you just out here complaining. LOL. Get the fuck out then. Go to Palm Bay. Then go. If you threaten me, I will. It's not normal to threaten people. Dom tells Mackenzie, I'm done with this conversation. You have only been mean to me and have tried to hurt my feelings. I wasn't mean to you. I was mean after you didn't have my back. How are you not getting this? You threatened to stab me in the eye. After you didn't have my back. Are you slow? And this is like all in caps. That's why I'm emphasizing certain words. Later, Mackenzie decides she's not mad at Dom, but rather it's her dad. She texts him, babe, I just want to go home. I hate everyone. Like, I've just been fucking here. Like, he picks fucking fights with me any chance he can get. How the fuck am I supposed to want to be nice after he just said all that to me? Like, he's being a dick to me the whole time. Dom says, babe, you've both been wrong. You kind of dog him. How did I dog him? Calling him 5? Didn't know that was offensive. You said something like, shut up, I'm having a conversation with Danny. Look, babe, you're both throwing gasoline in each other's fires. Yeah, I've been saying I'm having a terrible vacay and they just don't care. They've had a terrible one too, babe. I'm trying to make the best of this and everyone keeps ruining it. It's literally them though. You got your whole family here and they all care. You can't throw it away. No, Dom, I hate them all. No, you don't, babe. You're just mad. No, I really do. Like, I love them, but I'm getting the fuck away and I never want to be around them, like, ever. I'm for real. I'm about to leave. I'm done with this vacay. Like, fuck this. Fuck this. This vacay is fucking ruined. Also, the fact that she still, like, keeps calling it a vacay was irking me. Dom tries to reason with Mackenzie about her dad. Babe, you love him. You appreciate him for what he does. He does nothing. He could be way worse, babe. He does a lot. He has a lot of pressure. LMAO! Pressure for what? That's probably why he lashes out. I hate men. Babe, you will never understand what it's like to be your dad. Give him a break. Like, the fact that Dom stood up for Steve more than Mackenzie ever did, and Steve is out here saying, like, his daughter is a perfect angel is crazy to me. The whole vacation seems to go wrong, and I think that's just kind of who Mackenzie is. You know those people where everything around them goes wrong? And, like, sometimes that does happen to really good people, and, like, you feel lots of sympathy. But then there are a lot of people where it's like, you look at it and you say, oh, well, everything goes wrong not because you're unlucky, but because you make everything go wrong. Like, of course you're having a miserable time when you're the one making everything miserable. Like, that's the type of person Mackenzie strikes me as. For example, Dom has a bathroom malfunction at some point because the toilet malfunctions, and Mackenzie is just pissed off that he's taking so long in the bathroom, even though he's explaining to her the situation, why it's taking him a second to clean himself up. And she says, ruining my fucking vacation. There's toilet paper. Not sure if you know that. Use fucking toilet paper. Why am I telling you how to wipe like a fucking 4-year-old? Kenzie, I have fucking toilet water on my privates. So he said, like, the toilet flushed randomly and it, like, splashed everywhere. Go without me, leave. Like they're at a restaurant at Universal. Like go leave. Like I don't care. I'm gonna call the cops so they can help you. I'm so mad at you. Like you really did this? Hell no. What the fuck? Like now everyone's just waiting. No one's leaving. Like we are literally waiting for you. And this is all in caps. They won't go without you. What the fuck is wrong with you? Literally acting like a baby. Do I need to come in and wipe your ass? I checked the timestamps. Only 9 minutes has passed. So I don't know what her issue is. Like, holy cow, you need to get a grip. I'm getting stressed out. She's texting. Answer right now. Do I need to come and wipe your ass or we will have an issue? Get the fuck off, Dom. Get the fuck off. Literally a child. Oh my God. Oh my God. The fuck? We about to have some issue. Oh my God. Oh my God. But then things are fine later because he asks where she's at and she responds, Harry Potter, I'm in line for butterbeer. The producers of Netflix ask Mackenzie in her jailhouse interview, did you ever feel in your arguments with Dom rage that you couldn't control? No, it was never like that. It was always just more like I was, when we'd argue, I would get sad because he didn't really have good communication skills. And we'd be cool after that day or a couple hours later. We'd be watching movies on the couch, eating popcorn. She would just get sad. She would just get sad. I'm so confused. One mutual friend says Dom and Kenzie's relationship, they were just always arguing. That's how it was. And me and another friend, we're always talking about it. We're like, bro, Dom, like he has so much going for himself. Why doesn't he stick up to Kenzie? He can do so much better. Dom shares this story of a trip that she took with Dom and Kenzie.
Dom is telling someone else?
No, Dom's mom is telling the police. So it was going to be, the whole family, Dom's family. She's like, I took off work. We were all going to go canoeing. So I packed snacks for the canoeing, the cooler and all of that. So we had a bag that had chips and, the sort of things that was like super, you didn't like want to put it in stuff because they would get crushed. So like usually on a road trip, you save them for last, like the chip bag, and then it goes in the backseat, whatever. Well, we forgot. She ruined the entire canoe trip. She sat there and threw a fit that we had forgotten those chips, that she had nothing to eat. And I kept saying, we're enjoying our day. There's no fighting. We're going to find you something to eat. We even stopped at this bar. She was not satisfied with anything. Like, no, nothing. It did not matter what I had. She did not have those chips. So it was like, she's explaining like how they went on this whole almost like goose chase to find her something that she was happy enough eating. And Dom was just stressed about it the whole time because she was so pissed about those chips. And she was very crafty on how she would do stuff because she would stick her digs. Me and Angelo were in a canoe. They're there. She would stick her digs in her comments so that we couldn't hear. But it was a big tantrum. I mean, everything was a dig. You forgot the chips. You forgot. Okay, I get it. Do you know what I mean? But it's not enough to have a tantrum and ruin the day. Dom's brother Angelo later tells the police that Mackenzie would go through self-esteem issues and Dom would want to break up with her because she would, quote,
she'd get crazy about stuff, like accuse him of cheating and stuff when he's
not constant, but there'd be every couple of weeks or so where they were almost breaking up and then she'd be threatening to hurt herself. Stuff would arise and it would really never, it just wouldn't take a healthy course, to be honest with you. The officer is like, what do you mean she would go crazy? Like, what's crazy? There are times where she called Dom and said, if you break up with me, I'm going to kill myself, word for word. And then Dom, he was like a very, very selfless person. And he did. I mean, obviously they were together for a long time and they built a relationship. They cared for each other deeply. Even though Dom did care for her deeply, I'm not disputing any of that. But he's seen all the toxicness that she was putting onto him. So he's saying like Dom would try to tell Mackenzie that he would be there for her after their breakup. So like you don't have to do anything drastic. Like he's going to be there, but he just can't be in this relationship anymore. And Mackenzie would just keep coming back, quote, I'll kill myself. Essentially, is what Angelo is alleging. Angelo says that he actually was very close with Mackenzie in the very beginning of Mackenzie and Dom's relationship, to the point where she would go to Angelo to get comfort whenever Dom and her would fight. But Angelo says that he started distancing himself because, quote, I just seen that she was very, very selfish. He says he couldn't deal with it anymore, so he blocked her number. Like, that's how bad it got. Like, he had to go and block her number because she would blow up his phone nonstop when she couldn't get in contact with Dom. He'd be in the car with Dom, and Dom is driving, so he doesn't pick up his phone, and they're just going to go get, like, food, and she's just blowing up both their phones. Dom's brother says he witnessed fights and he feels like, quote, honestly, he'll be like so nice. Dom will be so nice and accommodating as possible to stop the fight. And she'd be one of those people that is just petty, like petty, 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 petty. And again, normally I would take anything that one party's sibling says about a relationship with a grain of salt. But then like I did see all those text messages. And I'm like, this seems like more or less at least accurate in my opinion about his characterization. And then she'll be, in between fights, text Dom's brother. Like in between fights, she'll be like, hey, can you do my homework for me? I don't want to do my math homework. He's like, why would I?
She really lives in the universe that everyone just revolves around her.
Yeah. And then for some fights, he says, they would have to call Kenzie's parents to tell them to come get her because she's refusing to leave, being toxic. They pick her up. Dom's brother is like, by the way, these fights are always started by Kenzie. And then, they ask her to leave. And then the parents have to come pick her up. Somehow she'll make it back and she'll just be pounding on the windows, demanding to be let back in. He says that her behavior started escalating as she got older. He says, quote,
everything behind it, the number one word for it is like selfish and self-centered. Doesn't really know how to like go through arguments properly, doesn't know how to do stuff like healthily, but her behavior never really got better. To me, it almost just got more drastic.
Okay.
Like before, when she was younger, 9th, 10th grade, she would go home when they were fighting or whatever, and then be texting him saying, oh, I'll hurt myself, blah, 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 blah. And then he's like, okay, please don't. We can work this out, whatever,
But then when it came to the point where she's 16, she's driving now, she's 17, she's even older, she's driving back over, she's banging on the windows, her behavior became more erratic. Maybe also because she had more ways to let it out and to show that.
I think that's exactly what's going on. Maybe the parents talk to her this way ever since she was little, and maybe the parents just chop it up as that's just what she says. She doesn't do anything. I don't know. Sounds like the dad even thinks it's cute to talk like that. Texting like slow AF.
You just unlocked something in my brain. Okay, so one thing I did notice in all the jail calls, right, is Mackenzie, every time she sneezes, she does have like a soft sneeze. It's like achoo, achoo, right? And almost like every single time without fail, Natalie will just be like, oh, that's so cute.
Well, no, cute little sneezes.
Which I don't know why, I didn't really care for it, but that just reminded me of it. It's just so random.
Yeah.
Like the way she's talking to her. She's a convicted murderer.
Yeah.
Right?
When she sneezes, the mom goes, that's so cute.
Yeah.
There's nothing cute at all.
About this whole situation. You're on a recorded line.
Yeah.
From Securus, the jail line.
Is that her default? Like she's just always like, that's so cute.
Yeah, everything is very. Mackenzie will be talking about how she ate ramen because she doesn't like the prison food, and then the mom will be like, "Well, is it better than last time?" Then she's like, "Yeah, I made it in the shower this time." Oh, that's good. That's good.
Well, did you have lunch? What was lunch?
I didn't look. I just ate ramen.
Was it better than last time?
No, I didn't. I don't even know what it was. I just ate ramen.
No, did you make it better than you did last time?
Yes, I used the shower this time to make it.
And that was much better?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
And I'm like, hey, so nothing about this situation is fucking good. But Angelo does tell investigators, quote, there was multiple times, even in the month of July, that he was trying to break up with her. A couple days before the crash, she was hitting him on the highway while driving down the highway. He had to pull his car over on the side of the highway, not in a very safe parking spot either, and have somebody else come pick them up and drive the car home because he was scared that she was going to make him crash. And that was just prior to the day before the actual crash where she was driving.
Prior to the day before the crash?
Yeah, so it's just, he's saying it was very recent to the crash. I think it's pretty clear the relationship between Mackenzie and Dom is not good. It's always been rough. Going through all their fights, it seems like in the very beginning, the biggest issue was that Dom didn't feel like he had enough space in the relationship. He would complain that he just couldn't even breathe for an hour, which I can see. And I know some people saw the beginning parts of their text messages and felt like Dom was the mean one. And this was her reacting to his meanness. I think I did see a bunch of TikToks like that. And just collectively seeing it, I would say that they're both teenagers in a relationship trying to figure out how a relationship works, but it does seem like she does not give him a moment alone. And some people just need time to decompress in a relationship. And I feel like that's that's a lot of people, but it's not happening. And there is a cheating thing. Now, it's unclear how exactly it happened, but Dom argues that it was all while they were on break. So he's, throughout, he's arguing that this is technically not cheating because they were on break. Mackenzie argues that it was while they were still together. But it does seem like Dom did, in fact, have relations with another girl, Faith, who is a friend since middle school. says on the Netflix docs, and she's throughout the jail calls, you know, she's there. So she's a big supporter of Mackenzie. Faith says, I told Kenzie.
Faith is a supporter of Mackenzie?
Like a friend and supporter, because she's in the jail calls. She talks to Mackenzie on the phone in jail.
And Faith slept with Dawn?
No. Faith is saying in the Netflix documentary, quote, I told Kenzie, hey, your boyfriend just cheated on you with one of our best friends. I felt terrible for Kenzie. I mean, it sucks to be cheated on. Moving forward in their relationship, it caused a lot of trust issues. Her to be like, hey, who are you with? What are you doing? This is clearly told from Mackenzie's point of view since she's DMing her friend about it later. So I found these Instagram DMs and she DMs her. He cheated on me 4 times in the beginning. 2 times were with my best friend. Bro, it like fucked me up. You would die. I'm gonna tell you their story. I was a freshman. He was a junior. Literally, her name was redacted. She would leave my house at night and say she's gonna go to another friend's house, but instead she would walk to my boyfriend's and fuck him. She didn't even tell me. He did. And he was publicly cheating. Literally, like they had gym together and would fuck around in school and no one told me. It's insane. In 2020, about a year before the crash, Mackenzie writes to Dom, when you cheated on me, the girls didn't come up to you, you went up to them. To which Dom responds, they came to me. He argues, again, it happened when they were on break, and quote, you bring up me cheating like 3 times a week. Maybe because you cheated on me. Mackenzie tells him the energy he needs to have is, quote, you hate all bitches but me. Do you know how many boys I ignore? Like 30 a day. I'm famous. I need my views.
What is she talking about?
So like following people on Instagram. She's like, you don't need to follow girls, but I need to like follow people and interact with people online because I'm famous and I need my views. She wants him to text a girl, quote, but you can't even text a bitch to get off your dick. I don't even have her number. Get it. She also goes into his phone to secretly block girls that are liking his photos and she sees nothing wrong with that. But Dom tells her, I get no fucking privacy, like fuck you. One TikTok she posts, she's reacting to what she believes to be a funny comment that reads, chicks be like, check your man, not me. Bitch, I beat him up already. It's your turn. So I don't know if there was a lot of trust established in their relationship at this point, but one of their more recent fights is Dom seems to be getting fed up with Mackenzie hanging out with this one particular friend of Mackenzie's. Let's call her G. Dom believes G is a sex worker and he doesn't like his girlfriend hanging out with her, which normally I am not a fan of any partner dictating who you should or should not be friends with. And I also feel like someone's occupation is not some sort of benchmark for their morality. But I guess on an objective level, maybe it could be warranted to not want a 17-year-old girl to hang out with a sex worker, but maybe that's still something her parents should be concerned about and getting upset about, but instead of Dom. DM messages this is around like June 8th, 2022. This is the month before Dom and Davion's deaths. Mackenzie messages Dom, do I have to pull up? I would answer. Let me know if you're actually ending this. She video chats Dom. He doesn't respond. Like this is a pattern that we've been seeing. She sends him 10 messages all back to back. Let me know if you're actually ending this. Answer now. She's freaking out on him and he just asks her, are you going to chill with thoughts? Which, side note, again, I don't necessarily like the word usage here to talk about someone's alleged maybe occupation, but I digress. Mackenzie tells him, you forced me and made me choose between you and my friend. You are being abusive. She tries to call him. He doesn't respond. He DMs, are you going to chill with thoughts, specifically prostitutes? Again, not the best word usage. Are you going to show love, compassion, and make me feel special and chase me? Yes, of course I will. I'm going to go out to eat with my friends when they ask me to go or go roller skating. That does not make me one of them. He responds, I'm not going to chase you if it's going to be toxic. It's not toxic. Kenzie, you choose the thoughts, we done. Babe, I'm sorry. Mackenzie starts demanding he stops hanging out with friends she doesn't like, to which he responds, my friends ain't prostitutes, babe. And you need to unfollow every girl you follow too. I don't care if you, quote, knew them your whole life. If I'm not allowed to be friends with redacted, okay, then unfollow every boy you follow. Mackenzie asks, and you need to buy me something really nice if I'm not allowed to be friends with them, and I don't follow boys. They start arguing about who's cheating on who and if it was cheating, if it was during break or not, and Mackenzie tells him, whatever, Dom, go be single. Then you obviously never loved or cared about me if it's easy to treat me like this. But instead of letting things go, she DMs him again. Why the fuck did you just stop answering? She tries to video call him again. But again, this is near the end of their relationship. Dom is standing his ground and is telling her, you will get influenced by these people whether you think you will or not. Mackenzie doesn't like that. She responds, no, I'm not. I have a mind of my own. I'm not a follower. I'm a leader. You know that. It's a fact. Why aren't you letting me have a mind of my own? Kenzie, it's a proven fact. Why do you think you and me are exact same by now? We always had lots of things in common, but now we literally say the same shit. We finish each other's sentences. Part of that is because we are only around each other, you know? Like, we eat the same foods now. We listen to the same music, have the same interests. Like, I want you to have friends, but I don't want 5 out of 5 of them to be prostitutes, because I know you're going to start acting different because you did this last time when you were with her. I seen it slowly happen last time. It's factual. Well, I'm a new me every day. I'm never going to do that again, and you know that.
Do what?
Exactly. What does that mean? Dom is hesitant. I don't know, Kenzie. Well, if you love me and want to be with me, you can trust me and believe that. Dom responds, what happened last time, ... That was so long ago. That was not me. Just like you're not a cheater anymore, even though you did last month. That was 9 months ago, not 3 years ago. Insinuating that whatever Kenzie did was 9 months ago and what he did was 3 years ago. Later, Dom says, no, Kenzie, last time you started chilling with G, you sold your body. Now you're hanging with multiple of them. That was over 8 months ago. There have been conversations online that Mackenzie was working as a sex worker before the crash, which there is no evidence of. I do believe the police went down that rabbit hole as well. But when you have messages like those, it makes you speculate. Prosecutors later have a detailed section in their brief where they write possible prostitution, pandering obscenities. Here's everything that I found going through the FOIA about sex work or potential sex work. In an Instagram DM, which we had to comb through like 2,000 pages for the Instagram data for the FOIA, she and one of her Instagram friends are talking about how they got new Dior bags. The friend says, I need a few sugar daddies. Mackenzie responds, real talk though, I want a foot one. In an Instagram DM, April 1st, 2022, Mackenzie gets a DM from a guy named Mark. He asks, would you send me a picture of your belly button? LOL, how much? How much what? Do you mean money? Mark sends an example picture and writes, I would like to have a picture like this.
Who is Mark? Like
Some
a rando?
rando? Yeah. Very close to your belly button and in good quality. Shit, maybe like $30 for a good quality photo? What do you think about that? No, $30 is way too much. I would spend max $10 for it. It's just a picture. My friends sell it for $50, so $30 was generous. I don't care how much your friends send it. It's just a picture with an effort of like 1 minute and you show your body to the world anyway. I don't, but thank you. Stay weird. I just have a belly button fetish though. It's okay if you don't want to do it for 10. Have a nice day. March 2022, she gets a message from a random Instagram account. Can I spoil you? Yes, I'm cool with it. My snap is Big Cheese Tokyo. Hit me up and I'll take care of you. Then March 20th, 2022, some guy named Gary Peterson, the CEO, literally that's like Gary Peterson, the CEO, DMs Mackenzie. How do you manage to being so hot? Hi, beautiful. Sorry if this is going to offend you. Will you be interested in weekly payment allowance of $600 to be my online sugar baby? No sexual intimacy involved, just your online companionship? To which Mackenzie responds, hey, in all caps, I'm interested. How do I know this is legit? Another DM exchange is between another guy, person, individual, I don't know, Mackenzie. They message her, hello, baby. Hey, how are you doing? Good, how about you? Where are you from, baby? Ohio, it's cold here. Okay, baby, have you ever heard about Sugar Mama before? Mackenzie stops responding.
Have you heard of Sugar Mama?
Yeah, I know. It's kind of weird, right?
That's weird.
Yeah. These are just messages that I found. Then another message between another Snapchat user and Mackenzie where they ask her, can we do this or what? Mackenzie responds, 4 bands, which means $4,000. To which the other person responds, you can have 4 straps of $1, LOL. She responds, $1,000. You figure that for me and reach the destination while I'm doing it, then yeah, I'm down. Are you a squirter? And she responds, send $1,000. We can link anything you want for $2,500.
She's underage.
Yeah. They respond, you can get cash money in person. No fucking way I send you anything up front, especially $1,000, LOL. So let me know when and where you want to do it. $1,000 pics, $2,000 to link. You for real doing meets? Okay, if you're taking a month between each response, then I'm not interested. She reiterates, 2 bands to link, $1K for pics.
Link meaning in person.
Yes. Mackenzie is Snapchatting this individual July 15th, 2022, like 16 days before the crash. You have Amazon wishlist or Cash App or needing help with anything? She doesn't. Another, message Mackenzie sends out is apparently from July 19th, where she says, send me a band and we can link up. LOL. The police did find several nude photos and videos in her phone, but there doesn't seem to be a clear indication that she sent it to anyone in exchange for funds, so it doesn't appear that anything really came out of this rabbit hole. However, judging from the context of the text messages between Dom and Mackenzie, it feels like they're arguing about Mackenzie potentially being paid by a guy to do things to her feet, and maybe Dom is just under the impression, maybe Mackenzie lied. I don't know. We don't know. These are just messages, but... Messages from January 25th, 2022 read, from Mackenzie to Dom. You realize I'm just going to go get a sugar daddy and start selling feet pics and I'm going to be doing just fine. So this is really your last chance to handwrite me an apology or fix this or we're really done. Then March 5th, 2022, Dom texts Mackenzie, yeah, you let a dude fuck your feet for money like 6 months ago. Mackenzie responds, we were broken up. We were broken up and it was feet, LMAO. Once again, then leave. Then June 8th, 2022, Dom writes to her, yeah, I love you, but last time you started hanging out with her, you literally let her sell your body to that random dude and she hooked you up with the dude. We were broken up and it was just my feet. Do you think about it more than I think about it? You ran off and became a prostitute. Because I don't personally think it's bad, but if you do and we're together, then I'm not going to do it. You could never tell your family you were a prostitute. Because it's only my business and it's not a prostitution. June 25th, 2022, Dom tells Mackenzie, Kenzie, there is always going to be problems if you're hanging out with someone who got a dude to fuck your feet for money. There are more messages from the month of June. This is again in June, the month before they're killed. Dom is really putting his foot down on the matter. He even unfollows Mackenzie on Instagram and he stops responding to her and she's freaking out while he remains relatively calm. She is video calling him. Why the fuck aren't you answering? Are you just reading this? You can't chill with prostitutes. And again, the word usage here is not preferred, but she responds, answer. What the fuck? Answer. He says he unfollowed her because he doesn't want her messages showing up in his primary message inbox on Instagram. Because I didn't want your messages in my primary. I didn't think you'd hit me up on here. I thought you was going to be done. I thought we broke up. I unadded you on everything. Mackenzie is freaking out in all caps. If we are done, let me know now because I'm so over this manipulation. You would be so good at it too because you read the book on it. So you know exactly how to manipulate people. Kenzie, if you want to hang with prostitutes, we're done. He tells her that one specific friend, especially, quote, she tried to make you her prostitute sidekick type shit, bring you on her dates and shit. That's weird. So no, you can't chill with them. She does not bring me on her dates. She has never. She did before, and that dude bought you a shirt or something like that shit. Like, so weird.
So it sounded like something happened, right, 9 months ago.
Yeah, it seems like if I had to give him the benefit of the doubt, it doesn't seem like his qualm about this friend is based off her occupation, but more so that
the friend is asking or influencing Mackenzie to do,
or like involving her in specific.
But she's underage.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a crazy crime.
Yes,
for whoever the party was involved in this whole
operation. Police do pull Cellbrite data from her text messages with this friend, and I didn't find anything alarming in them.
So the text message doesn't show anything.
Yeah, but the text messages was like.
So are you saying there's no solid evidence that this happened?
Mm-hmm. There's no solid evidence that this happened. It could have happened, and the police don't find it worth their while since Mackenzie is already convicted of being,
Right. But I'm saying like whoever the dude is.
Yeah. So she says, and again, like I said, I don't know if there's proof of this happening. I just know that they're having a conversation as if it really happened.
Right, okay.
And Mackenzie says, she tried and it didn't work because I wasn't into it. You said I could go. I asked you first. I let you make your own decisions. No, you told me I could go, so you're not allowed to hold that over my head. And that man didn't even touch me. Kenzie, I'm just saying. They get into another fight, but interestingly, it seems like Mackenzie's tone is softening down compared to a month or two prior. Maybe she knows that Dom isn't putting up with it anymore. I don't know, but he tells her, Kenzie, I stand by what I say. She says, where did Dom go? The Dom I love. This is not you. I know you know that too. He says, honestly, I do. And I think he's referring to him standing by what he says. I know you're sad and hurt on the inside, so you're hurting me. You're making me sad. You just ruined your 4-year relationship in a day and you don't care. He responds, I gotta make it to the top. This is not how you do it. You hurt your number one fan. You should trust, so he's saying you should trust that I know best. I made you who you are. I helped you grow into a loving person because if you knew me at all, you would let me make my own decision like I let you make yours.
Who's saying right now?
Mackenzie. So Mackenzie's like, let me make my own decisions about who I'm friends with. It appears they make up, but like I said, with what everyone's been saying about their relationship, a lot of people believe that Dom was going to break up with Mackenzie, if not soon, maybe eventually. And they think that's why Mackenzie crashed the car. She knew he was over her. He wasn't going to stick around while she just did whatever she did. But Mackenzie and her parents refute this. They argue, sure, they fought, but they were just in a young relationship where both of them were still learning, but ultimately they loved each other and were probably going to get married. They believe that there's no way that Mackenzie was going to crash the car intentionally and that Dom was going to break up with her. They think none of it makes sense. Steve, Mackenzie's dad in the Netflix doc, says, it's tragic what happened to those two boys, but think if it was your kid. What if Mackenzie was yours? I'm gonna fight for my daughter, and we have ironclad evidence that disputes what was said in the trial. In a more recent interview with the Daily Mail, Natalie says, there were 3 people in the car. Anything could have happened. Anything. So all these people creating all these stories, it's just a bunch of story time. Nobody knows. Natalie says Mackenzie, still behind bars, loves Dom and struggles with the loss, but it's not like she sits there, 24/7, not sleeping, eating, thinking about Dom and what happened. Mackenzie has actually been pretty busy behind bars. She has roughly 36 misconduct tickets for violating prison rules. Her alleged ex-girlfriends have come out onto TikTok to talk about dating her, and her jail calls have been leaking online. Not even leaking, they've just been released in the public FOIA. All things that we are going to cover in the next part of this series. So with that being said, stay tuned, stay safe, and I will see you in the next one.
Bada bing, bada boom.
July 11th, 2022, 17-year-old Mackenzie Shirilla posts an Instagram photo and texts one of her friends named Rosie. So Mackenzie is texting her friend Rosie, I am Gia, already liked. I am Gia being the clothing brand, aka this huge clothing brand liked her Instagram picture. Rosie responds, oh my god, yes, we're so famous. Mackenzie says, bro, we're gonna be famous as soon, before this year ends. This is from July 11th, 2022, just 20 days before the crash where Mackenzie drove her car into a brick building at nearly 100 miles per hour speeds, killing her boyfriend Dom in the front passenger seat and her friend Davion in the back seat. This case has since gone viral again with the release of the new Netflix documentary called The Crash, where both Mackenzie and her friend Rosie had given interviews to the documentary makers, and they do in fact become famous together. Rosie becoming one of the more hated, controversial individuals from the Netflix documentary, with people coming up with theories online that she knew ahead of time that Mackenzie was planning this crash, that she drove by the crash site and didn't call the police that morning, that she was interested in Dom. Like, there are such a wide range of theories that have been circulating. Theories upon theories about whether or not Rosie and Mackenzie are doing some sort of big cover-up, and just a lot of questions. Like, why did Rosie refuse to talk to the police, but then she went ahead and did a Netflix documentary? A lot of those questions are going to be answered today. Our researchers reached out to Rosie and Bubba, who was also featured in the Netflix documentary. Bubba was Davion's close friend as well as Rosie's boyfriend, and we asked all those pertinent questions. But more importantly, we also asked what actually happened that night. They were one of the last few people to see Dom and Davion alive for the last time, and they answered all of our questions. So with that, welcome to part 2 of the Mackenzie Shirilla case. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support Change the Game for Dom Foundation and Davian Flanagan's Memorial Scholarship Fund. Both GoFundMes are run by the families of the victims, and we're going to include all of those plus all the information regarding Dom and Davian's law, which aims to update Ohio's Son of Sam laws in order to prevent violent offenders from profiting off their crimes. All of that is going to be included in our show notes. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's team of dedicated researchers. We'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Today's episode involves mentions of illicit drug usage, reckless driving, driving while intoxicated, self-exit, and possible domestic violence. We did pull the FOIA for this case and literally went through tens of thousands of pages of text messages, just detective incident reports, autopsy reports, photos, videos, Snapchat data, Instagram DM data, text messages, like tens of thousands of pages of text messages. So naturally, quotes and statements may be condensed for brevity. There is also a lot of discourse surrounding this case, and in order to explain the entirety of the case and the internet reception of things that have been released to the public, we are going to go over a lot of opinions, comments, and speculations made by netizens. They do not represent our own opinions. So with that being said, I will say that this case has gained a lot of attention with the Netflix documentary, The Crash, and we went through the entire case file. So this is going to be a pretty lengthy series. The Netflix documentary was about an hour and a half, and we've gone through, it's like 5,000 videos, 5,000 separate photos, tens of thousands of pages of text messages, 97 jail calls totaling up to like 20 hours, hundreds of pages of police documents, 39 body cam and dash cam videos. We went through it all and we're going to break it all down. This is going to be a 5-part series. In the first part, please go watch that first, the previous episode. We went over the crash itself as well as the relationships of everybody in the car, the relationship dynamic, and generally what people believe happened that night. In this part, we're going to be breaking down the Netflix documentary, the social media response, as well as what we asked Rosie and Bubba and what they've responded, and all of the things that happened. It was like a 2-hour-long conversation asking them pretty much every single question that the internet had for them. In part 3, we're going to be breaking down the main relationships within the Shirilla family. There's been a lot of allegations and rumors and just conspiracy theories circulating online that Mackenzie had a very strange relationship with her dad, where she would text him in the middle of the night asking for warm milk, and people think warm milk is a code for something else. And there's just a lot to unpack there. That's going to be part 3. In part 4, it's going to be the entire breakdown, the journey of Mackenzie and Dom's relationship through their text messages from 2020 and then leading up to the crash. And part 5 will be all the jail calls, as well as Mackenzie's prison girlfriends who have come out on TikTok to talk about what their experience was like dating Mackenzie in prison. And she would call herself, allegedly, she said that people called her Shirilla the Killer. So with that being said, let's get started. November 4th, 2022, 4 months after the crash that killed Dom and Davian, Mackenzie is on the way back from physical therapy. She's in the passenger seat. Her mom, Natalie, is driving, and they get pulled over. Mackenzie has her phone out. She's like recording all of this. Her camera is pointed primarily at the side mirror of the passenger side car, so you can see an officer in the mirror walk up to the car. He says, "Hi, Mackenzie," and snatches the phone out of Mackenzie's hand, and you hear her whining, "Don't touch my phone! You're under arrest." Why? "We have a warrant for your arrest. Come on out." Why? They get her out of the car, they cuff her, and they put her in the back of the police car.
Wait, they arrested her in the middle of the road?
Yeah, they pulled over on that.
What?
Yeah.
So did she know that, or she thought it was a traffic stop?
It seems like they thought it was a traffic stop.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're under arrest for aggravated murder ×2. Okay.
The officer starts taking off one of her handcuffs.
Could you please be careful taking this one off so it doesn't break the bracelet, please?
You got it. You got it.
And she starts sniffling while thanking him. It's interesting. This whole bracelet thing becomes like a whole point of contention. Again, as she's getting booked, the officers are talking to her.
Okay, Mackenzie, I'm gonna take your handcuffs off. I need like all the jewelry and everything to come off, okay?
I can't wear any of it.
No, I need you to take it off while you're in the jail right now. Unfortunately, everything's gonna have to come off right now once we know when the detective comes back and we know for sure what's going on. Everything's gonna be bagged up here. It's not going anywhere.
She starts trying to take off her bracelets, and they look like those like rubber Livestrong bracelets that used to be big back in the day. But I don't think they're Livestrong. They're like the rubber bracelets. And later it's been explained from Mackenzie's side and Mackenzie's friends and family that these bracelets were all sentimentally connected to Dom. And she hadn't taken them off since the crash. And that's why she was crying. But a lot of people have interpreted as, how are you crying about a bracelet when you're being arrested for murder ×2? Either way, she's very distraught about taking them off. They notice that she also has extensions, which she informs them that she cannot take them out unless they have pliers.
What are the green, are those extensions, clips? You're gonna need to take those out.
I can't take them out. They're like in my, they're like, unless you have pliers, we can get them out.
After Mackenzie's arrest, there's some interesting body cam footage that was in the FOIA file. Her dad, Steve, marches down to the police station, and he honestly looks like a chill dad, right? So he's got like a kind of white-haired beard with like a full head of like whitish gray hair, and he dresses super relaxed. He's an art teacher. He almost dresses kind of like a kid. I don't know how to describe it. He's not overly stuffy. He's not wearing polos. It doesn't look like he's obsessed with golfing on the weekends. He seems like he's a little bit more creative in that aspect. And I don't mean that as a compliment. I don't really ever want to compliment him, but he walks into the police station. Obviously, understandably, this is a highly emotionally charged moment, but he's using his hands to passionately yell at the police officers.
I need to speak to my daughter because you guys aren't allowed to speak to her at all. That's from the lawyer. He does not want you guys speaking to her. And I can get him on the phone and he can tell you that over the phone if that works, or I can go in and tell her not to open her mouth. But how you guys did this on the weekend is just, all you do is go, hey, there's a warrant for her. We would have brought her right down here with no problem, but you hit it. It's just unbelievable. I mean, he's 18. So the warrant was issued today, so we executed it today.
If he had to roll out the whole mass to pick up an 18-year-old girl who can hardly walk out of a hospital visit, it's just beyond me.
Yeah, Steve, lots of things are apparently beyond you, like common sense and good parenting. Opinion that I strongly hold. Steve aggressively asks the officers,
Am I going to be allowed to have a 2-minute conversation with her?
You cannot talk to her about features, no.
Why doesn't she get a
Well,
phone
she has
call?
legal
If you arrest her, why don't
representatives.
she get a phone call?
which, like, goddamn, your daughter is not special in anyone else's eyes but your own. Like, this is the process that they have to go through. The officer has to explain and spell it out to Steve Sharilla. She was just brought in. They're going to process her. As soon as they get the time for her to make a phone call, she'll be able to make a phone call. We just need to advise her that she has a lawyer. She's 18 years old, and she could speak that.
She's a dumb 18-year-old that just turned 18,
Well,
and you guys are all the kids nowadays are dumb.
Sure, Steve, if that helps you sleep better at night, okay? Just know that most of us didn't get into a fatal car crash that took 2 lives at 18 years old. 17, basically 18, but I digress. Steve continues angrily, telling the officers,
And these guys are going to take advantage of her. She's not allowed to speak to you guys. I'm telling you that.
Her
from
attorney
lawyer.
can call us.
Don't ask her any questions.
the officer straight up walks away, closes the door while Steve is still screaming. Steve Sharilla is still screaming. He's like, don't ask her any questions. She's not allowed to speak to you. The officer is clearly unbothered, and this is through his body cam. So it's like we just have the perspective of his chest. Yeah. And he just walks to the back room where all the other cops are. He walks to his desk, and he says, ay, ay, ay. And he grabs his bag of Cool Ranch Dorito and starts snacking.
Wait.
Yeah. Yeah.
He just removed himself from that.
Yeah, he's like, ay, ay, ay. And just started snacking on Doritos in the back. I just think the Sharilla parents, the Netflix documentary, we'll get into it in a second, but they are just like massive complainers. They like to complain about everything. Even on Netflix, they're complaining. I don't know why they needed 9 or 10 cars to roll up on an 18, 17-year-old girl. Prosecution needed a show and they wanted to put on a pageant. In the Netflix documentary, Mackenzie's parents also say, Natalie and Steve also say, we were just like in shock. Murder? So they're in shock that she was arrested for murder. Not reckless driving, not vehicular homicide, murder. Mm-hmm. Steve says, good luck proving it. There's no, what proof do they have of any of this? I know it's become almost like an online joke at this point that documentary filmmakers love to give us an empty chair when introducing their next guest to talk, and then having that guest dramatically sit down on the chair before looking directly into the camera, breaking the fourth wall, and then starting with their opening line of like, let me tell you about that night, you know? That is exactly what they do with Mackenzie in the Netflix documentary. But the part that the internet is freaking out over is not the slightly played out dramatic empty chair sit down, but rather the way Mackenzie sits down. She walks into frame, prison uniform, hair tied up with a bun the size of a cantaloupe on top of her head. She's a full face of makeup, and she almost like pops out her hip, arches her back as she sits down on the chair. She clasps her hands in front of her and almost like smirks to the camera. Like it's just like a very weird, she's looking directly at us. The internet points out it's just, she looks like she's on a coffee date rather than a documentary interview about how she killed 2 people. She sits down. The producer asks her, "So could you tell me why you want to give this interview, Mackenzie?" I've never spoke before. I never told my side of the story. I understand there's many different sides to the story and different perspectives, but I just want to say my truth, and I just know myself, and I know I'm not a monster. What do you think happened to the crash? Through all the evidence that has been presented, the most logical speculation seems to be a medical emergency. This like sentence itself is, she sat in her cell memorizing this from her attorney, because I have read through so many thousands upon thousands of pages of Mackenzie texting and audio messaging people, and she does not speak in this manner. This is my lawyer told me to say this for this documentary. How does a medical emergency account for the control of the car? So she's like, the most logical reason is a medical emergency. So they're like, how are you able to control the car then if it's a medical emergency? And she says, I'm unsure because I have no recollection of that morning, but I know nothing about it was intentional. The interview with Mackenzie is short, or at least the included parts with Mackenzie. I mean, she's not really saying anything of value other than trying to convince the viewers at home that she's a good person, which, I mean, I guess it's up to you to decide, right? But she says she still has no memory. She thinks it's a medical emergency. What medical emergency? She doesn't know because she doesn't remember anything. But she says she's grown and she's remorseful for all the things that she clearly doesn't remember. She says about her relationship with Dom, we were just 2 kids messing with each other. And then as the years went on and we stayed together and grew closer, we would have probably been married by now. He was just so protective and loving over me. I just wanted to heal him and he wanted to heal me. We were partners. We just took care of each other. I mean, we argued. We got back together. We broke up. We got back together. It was rocky, but it was good. It was just, we were in love, young love. She says it's really hard every day here. I try to wake up and be the best person I can be every day, stay out of trouble. There's not a moment that doesn't pass where I don't think about them or I don't feel a pain in my chest that it's still like the void of losing them. And near the end, the producer asks her, is there any last word that you'd like to say? And she turns to her right, and she's like looking at someone off the camera. It's her lawyer. They let us know. They're like, she's looking at her lawyer, right? Her lawyer was present. She goes, did I touch on that? The right? Okay, so everything is like you think. I don't want to force anything and just say too much or sound crazy. I just want to make sure that I'm big on the no intent. There was no intent whatsoever there. I have excessive amounts of remorse for Dom, Davion, both of their families. This was not intentional, and I will do everything I can to prove that to the world and the families. And that's it.
That was weird.
Yeah.
Is that like a fourth wall breaking moment? Like
That was so weird. And the only thing the internet can really get out of this is, first of all, the sit down of her sitting on that chair was crazy. Her hair is crazy. And the fact that she said, I'm big on the no intent is just like people are having their minds blown on TikTok over that line. Yeah. What do you mean you're big on the no intent? What do you mean by that? The Netflix documentary also sat down with Dom and Davion's family members. They focused a lot on the pain that the family members had to endure losing Dom and Davion, and it felt very transparent in the sense of the families of both those boys felt really vulnerable in sharing their journey of finding out that they lost their babies, essentially their children, to then feeling relieved that at least another child was able to survive, that Mackenzie was alive and in surgery. There was almost like a relief. Really? Because it's like, okay, at least... Wow, you know, and then feeling confused because they're like, wait, nothing is adding up about this car crash. Like, it doesn't make sense. Her behavior isn't making any sense. They're not getting the answers that they so desperately need and deserve. And then they see this evidence and then all of the complicated just evolution of all these feelings. Dom and Davion's sisters have been using their platforms to showcase Dom and Davion's lives as well. And they were both included in the documentary. And it's just so frustrating to see the grace and composure that both Dom and Davion's family members held in this entire documentary, juxtaposed to the Sharilla parents. Mackenzie's parents, Natalie and Steve, who come off incredibly tone deaf, entitled, and just fucking dense. I don't really know how else to put it, okay? They just are not likable either, and they seem like enablers. The documentary also brought in a few of Mackenzie's friends who have since gone viral, and there were just a lot of moments where it feels like just watching the documentary, from the perspective of just watching the documentary, it feels like you're on a different planet from the people that are on the screen talking, because you're like, there's no way they just said that. There's no way any of this is real. For example, one of Mackenzie's friends, Faith, states in the documentary that essentially she cannot see Mackenzie intentionally crashing that car because she can't imagine Mackenzie ever hurting herself. Like, that's just not Mackenzie. She says Kenzie loves herself a lot. She wouldn't even have a McChicken with me at McDonald's because she cared so much about her own health. I don't feel like somebody like that, who cares so much about their body and so much about themselves and, how they're doing, would be suicidal. Apparently, a McChicken from McDonald's is some sort of litmus test now. The documentary also brought in two of Mackenzie's friends that were there at the gathering that Mackenzie, Dom, and Davion left. And that was the drive home where the car crashed. Rosie and Bubba, they were there and they were interviewed. But before we do that, let's run through the night of July 30th and the early morning of July 31st, 2022. Mackenzie and Davion had both graduated high school, so they're going to like a series of graduation parties. Now, in part one, I told you guys that Davion is staying with Dom while his parents are out of town on vacation because he just started a new job. He couldn't go on the family vacation. Mackenzie is basically living with Dom, even though she's 17. So naturally, it makes sense that the three of them decide to go to a few grad parties together. They live together, they take one car. Mackenzie and Davion graduated. Dom is dating Mackenzie. The first stop is Kelly's. They get to this girl named Kelly's house at around 10 p.m. Kelly speaks with detectives and she tells them, okay, it really wasn't like a crazy grad party or anything. My mom was there the entire time. In fact, her mom is in the interview.
I think it was like the kind of party they were expecting, because I told them like not a lot of people are going to be here. Like it's just like close friends and we're just chilling out,
And she says Mackenzie, Dom, and Davion get there and they're just kind of sitting off to the side for a little bit before Mackenzie asks Kelly, hey, come here.
And she was like, do you trip? Which meaning like, do you do acid? And I was like, no, I don't do that. And like, I was like, especially like my mom's here, like I don't want to do that. Like I feel like she was like asking, she didn't say the words, but I felt like she was asking me if I wanted to trip with them at my house.
Kelly kind of thinks it's weird because Mackenzie knows that her mom is home, and like that's just not the vibe right now. That's just not the energy. So she's not trying to do that right now, right here. The conversation pivots, but Kelly still hears Mackenzie and Dom making plans about maybe going to some guy named Mark's house and saying things like, should we do it tonight? Should we do it tonight? So it sounds like to Kelly that they're debating whether or not they want to do shrooms or trip or whatever. And then within 20 minutes, they leave. And Kelly's like, she gets it. She says that she thinks the three of them were maybe expecting like a party. And it was just more so Kelly and her friends hanging out and her mom was home. And it was just more like a chill gathering. So they leave Kelly's and they actually head over to a different guy's house, Paul's house. The police interview Paul. And he says he's technically Mackenzie's friend. So they're just trying to get like, how do you guys all know each other? Mm-hmm. And he's like, well, okay. So Paul is best friends with Rosie, who's in the documentary. Okay. And Rosie started hanging out with Mackenzie a few months ago. But also Paul has his own connection with Mackenzie because senior year, they both tried to he wanted to be homecoming king. She was trying to be homecoming queen. So he says that she really helped boost his confidence during that time. So he's got his own like friendship with Mackenzie. So he's closest with Mackenzie. He's not really close with Dom. It seems like he's familiar with Davion, if not friends with Davion, right? Now, Mackenzie just happens to bring Dom everywhere she goes, and Davion is currently also staying with Dom. And Rosie's boyfriend, Bubba, he's super close with Davion. I'm going to make it clear later, but just like hold on to it. And Paul says everyone loves Davion, which, side note, Kelly, the host of the grad party right before, she says the same thing. Kelly says about Davion,
all I know is that he is a good kid. Like, he just tries to make friends everywhere. Like, I know that he was just always trying to do something, get out the house, be with his friends, and just be himself.
It's just something consistent that I've observed throughout all of the police interviews. Everyone goes out of their way to explain how much Davion meant to them, and it doesn't feel forced or calculated, but more so I think he just like had that big of an impact on everyone. So unprompted, a lot of people will just tell the police, like, I mean, he's like an incredible person. Just so friendly, so chill. Like, everybody loves him. Davion's mom says, I would always say that he had an old soul because he was just wise beyond his years, just in a lot of ways because he's had so much experience in his short life. And again, we're going to go in depth on Davion's family and what they've said, their foundation, in a later episode. So one interesting thing to note is Paul tells investigators that he refuses to ever ride in Mackenzie's car. In general, she's just a horrible driver. The police are like, what do you mean by that?
I always knew she would get in fights, like her neighbor, or she got in her fight with her neighbor about zooming past the stop sign. One time at the carnival, she was gonna drive me home, but I was like, no.
Sorry.
It's okay. I just said, no, I'm good.
Paul says even Rosie, the one from the documentary, told him, like, don't get in the car with Mackenzie. She's not a good driver.
Wow, that is crazy.
Yeah. So they're like, okay, well, tell us about the gathering. Because they leave your house, and that's when Mackenzie crashes the car.
Oh, they were at Paul's house till 5 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay.
So Paul is like, okay, well, that whole day, before they came over, I was at work the entire day. So when I finally got back home, I was really tired. But I had to do something. That's like the vibe he gives. Like, I had to do something because my parents were out of town.
And I had 6 people over, so in my opinion, that was not a party. There was no party activities going on because I don't have enough friends to throw a banger, I'm gonna be honest.
He says it was him, so it's Paul, another friend named Nina, Rosie's boyfriend Bubba. Bubba is close friends with Davion. Rosie is now hanging out a lot with Mackenzie, and Mackenzie brought Dom, so it's 7 people. Paul, Nina, Rosie, Bubba, Davion, Mackenzie, and Dom. Rosie, Nina, and Bubba show up at around 11 p.m. Mackenzie, Dom, and Davion get there closer to midnight because they were at like a different grad party. They were just grad party hopping. And it was a chill night for about an hour. Paul says, earlier that day he was kind of in a shit mood because he did also break, like his whole car broke down. So he was working, his car broke down. He's not in the best mood. So he decides after chilling for an hour that he's just going to go to sleep. So he goes upstairs, leaves everybody downstairs because his parents aren't home. They're out of town. He goes upstairs and, quote,
I go upstairs at around 1. They're still up and they're still watching. I remember hearing South Park playing really loudly. And then I went downstairs again at 2, 3 a.m. to pee, sometime like that. And I saw Kenzie asleep on my couch in my front room when I saw that. But yeah, I don't think there was any fighting or anything like that going on at all. Or at least that's what I saw.
He says they all did smoke weed. They talked about doing shrooms, but they didn't end up doing the shrooms. So he's like, I don't know. Like, I went upstairs. When I came down at like 2, 3 a.m., Mackenzie was asleep, and I didn't witness any fighting or anything weird. The next morning, he wakes up at around 10 a.m. to Rosie calling him and telling him that there had been a car crash. When authorities arrive to the car crash, they extract Mackenzie. They find in her possession, on her person, a baggie filled with shrooms. And there are messages that police get between Rosie and Mackenzie that night. So before Mackenzie shows up to Paul's house. 6 p.m., Mackenzie asks Rosie about going to Paul's. Do you think it's cool to trip there? So Mackenzie's like, do you think it's, can I go and trip there? Rosie says, yeah. Okay, I'm trusting you. His parents aren't tweaks like Bubba. They would probably let him have people over. Mackenzie is unsure if she's actually going to end up at Paul's, so she's still kind of debating, and then she's like, is it okay to trip there? Rosie's like, for sure. Rosie texts, could we still buy off Dom if you guys don't want to trip? You should come hang out for like a little smoke or whatever. Okay, bet. Like, what do you need? We might come. So Rosie says, yes, me, Paul, Nina, and Bubba need them, and some bud. Do you not want to trip? Did you guys already trip at the zoo today? And Mackenzie's saying, like, we're not really sure because it's already so late. Dom says no, and we were going to, but we didn't. But yeah, we can give you guys that. Mackenzie texts at 10:24 p.m. We're probably going to come. So like last minute, she's like, okay, we're going to come. Rosie says, okay, cool. And so we want $40 worth of bud, and Bubba wants 3, and I want 2.5. Nina wants 1.5, and Paul wants 2.5. So the grams, it's referenced to shrooms. So they want $40 worth of weed, and then everybody wants like different amounts of shrooms. Rosie is saying Nina claims she just wants a gram. And then Mackenzie is saying, bruh, tell her more. Like a gram is, it sounds like she's saying a gram is not going to get you there. So Rosie responds, okay, fine. She said like 1.5. Okay, bet. Okay, we're all at Paul's. I'm about to come. Okay, send me Paul's address. I'm on the way. So they send the address. They meet up. They get to Paul's house. And like all we have once everybody is at Paul's house is what everybody says happens at Paul's house. And Paul is like, I was asleep for most of it. And then at 5:30 a.m., Davion, remember he has the Life 360 app connected to his friends. His app shows him leaving Paul's house. It's Mackenzie driving, Dom in the front passenger seat, Davion in the back. 5 minutes later, the car slams into the building at nearly 100 miles per hour. A few things to note about this timeline. A lot of people do think it's odd that they left Paul's house at 5:30 in the morning. It's not like Paul's parents were coming home, so they're like, oh, we gotta all get out of here before my parents come back. It just seems like a very early time for them to get up and get out. It's been reported to detectives that Mackenzie fell asleep at some point. She doesn't necessarily strike me as the accommodating type of person who will wake up from her slumber to drive Dom and Davion home. Or maybe she woke up and was like, I'm uncomfortable, I wanna go sleep in a bed. I don't know. I mean, some people also think she's not really, doesn't strike them as a early bird. So why go home at 5:30?
Do you know if they have jobs or any places to go to?
Yeah, so they had places to go to, but all kind of within each other. It doesn't seem that Mackenzie and Dom had any strong plans that morning, but Davion was actually going to go hang out with Bubba again to fix up Bubba's car.
Okay.
It's like actually a whole thing because he was going to go straight to Bubba's house with Bubba, but then last minute, Davion was like, I'm actually going to go back to Dom so I can shower and clean up a little.
Wow, that's crazy.
It's just an odd time for them to leave, which has led people to believe and speculate and theorize that it would make sense for them to leave if Mackenzie and Dom were fighting. And they're like, you know what, like this fight is getting big, like let's go home and fight in private. And since Davion is staying with Dom, he ends up going with them. On the drive home, they're still arguing. Mackenzie, in retaliation out of rage, drives the car full force into the building. But the problem with this is every single person present at the gathering that night state that they did not witness any fighting between Mackenzie and Dom. Some people think they're flat out lying. Others think maybe they are telling the truth, but that doesn't mean a fight never occurred. Whether it's just on the way home or whether there was a fight earlier that night and it just wasn't felt or witnessed at Paul's house, but it resumed in the car. Judging by Mackenzie's text messages and Instagram DMs to Dom, I will say that she clearly seems like an instigator who knows how to escalate a fight in record time. She's kind of like a bomb. She seems to go off at the smallest thing and it's very explosive. So I could understand how a lot of people theorize that a fight broke out once they got into the car on the way home. Davion's friend who hosted his vigil goes to the police and he reports, and it makes sense. So he's saying like, I'm on Davion's Life 360 app. And he's like, because, you know, they're all just trying to grapple with what happened. And I think Davion's friends had their own special set of grief because I think with Dom and Mackenzie, a lot of Dom's family and friends were just, it was a lot of like, what could we have done to prevent, like, did we know this relationship was this toxic? What were the signs between their relationship? For Davion, it was more like, it's almost shocking because why was Davion in the car? Like there was no, he's not like, they're not that close to friends. It's just, it was more, I think, abrupt.
Yeah.
They're trying to make sense of it. And one of the friends is telling the officers.
And it makes sense with that app. It's just like, if the kid was in the back seat, they were dating, they're having problems, like they're fighting, she got mad. She's always like, there's lots of people that have come up to me and said they've always fought, like everybody, like I can probably a lot of witnesses to say that and testify for that. They've always fought, they've always argued over hard stuff, and maybe they were fighting, they were on the psychedelics and she hit the gas, the floor, and it shows you that they literally hit the gas right when they got into that area. They were driving fine for like 15 minutes.
Right.
How all of a sudden you drive good for 15 minutes, you drive bad for like 2 minutes.
Right.
And you're 5 minutes away from the house.
He thinks they got into a fight and Davion just happened to be in the back seat.
It's just crazy and it's tragic that like one good kid, like, I mean, they're all good kids, but one good kid that just didn't do any of that stuff and just was in the wrong crowd at that time.
And he's talking about his friend Davion. They described that they feel Davion was in the car as, quote,
so it was like almost like he was like a hostage in the car.
Because they can't really understand. Another friend comes in and is telling the officers, like, I was on vacation in Colorado and I sent Davion a picture. And he said to that picture, like he's responding in the car. So they're going through the Life 360 and they're like, oh my God, he was in the car when he responded to his friend's Snapchat picture of Colorado. Crazy. So they think, this is their theory, that Davion's friends who showed the Life 360 app to the police, they're like, Mackenzie and Dom start fighting. because that's before the crash. And Davion is Snapchat responding to his friend. So his friend had sent him a picture of the Colorado mountains, and then Davion responds like, damn, what the fuck, that go crazy, because it looked so beautiful. The friend tells the police they think Davion was probably on his phone because it's awkward when the couple are fighting, and so it's awkward to just sit there, so he was on his phone. 2 hours later, that friend responds back to Davion, on God, bro, we walked like 2 hours in a thunderstorm in the dark in the middle of the park. Cole said he saw a mountain lion. But by that time, Davion is gone. And like I said, another thing to note is Mackenzie was the only one wearing her seatbelt, which netizens found very interesting because she rarely ever is seen wearing a seatbelt. But that night she is, and Dom and Davion aren't, so people theorize that they were trying to save their lives. The prosecutor even agrees with that theory, stating, I think the boys were trying to save their lives. I think Dom and Davion were yanking on the wheel, grabbing the gear shift, and it was just too late. Dom's sister says the car was the weapon, and it was just exactly like she took a gun and shot Dominic and Davion. Davion's little sister says, the most important thing I want people to know about Davion is that he's not just some backseat cargo. He was somebody's kid, and he was my brother, and he was a brother to me and my sister. Mackenzie's actions after the crash have also been heavily scrutinized for good reason. She keeps reaching out to Dom and Davion's family members in the most bizarre way. So she doesn't reach out for a long time, and then when she finally does, she's like, don't hate me. Basically.
Don't hate me.
Yeah. So
What?
in the 2,000-page Instagram file that we got from the FOIA request, Mackenzie is messaging a relative of Dom's, his cousin, September 22nd, 2022. So this is like a month, 2 months?
1.5, yeah, 2 months.
After the crash, Mackenzie reaches out to his cousin and writes, hey, I know we didn't talk much, and I completely understand if you hate me. I hate myself too. I just wanted to apologize to you because I know you guys were close. I hope you don't think it was my fault. I never did this on purpose. I wish he was here every single day. He should be here. It should have been me. I don't want any sympathy, but I just wanted to apologize. Which is like kind of a presumptuous thing of her to say, like, I don't want any sympathy, for her to already think that she's going to get sympathy, considering you're reaching out to Dom's cousin. But she messages again. I also wanted to let you know that I was completely sober. I know there's been fucked up rumors. I don't know if you've heard them, but they're all fucking not true. They're just making me look so bad, like I would hurt my baby on purpose. I never would. I would have sacrificed myself in a heartbeat for him. Dom's cousin responds, how fast were you going? I would really love to know the details. I don't know if you're allowed to share that info or no, but I would appreciate if you could share some detail. There's just no justification to be going 90 miles per hour if that is even the correct speed. Also, something that doesn't sit right with me is that you were sharing irrelevant things right when it happened. Reposting and liking things, like, you know, responding to the modeling agency and stuff. You haven't posted anything about Davion, and you're just now starting to post stuff about Dom. And I'm not here to bash you. It just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, thank you for the apology. None of this will ever feel real. I just can't believe this has happened. If you want, you can call me. I don't know if you can hear my voice, though. I'll try to make you feel better about it. And to be honest, I don't really remember the accident for some reason. All I remember is turning on the street and my vision goes dark. And it's really weird because I drive that street like almost every single day, and I have never once went that fast on that street. I can't say exactly how fast I was going, but it's not what the Life 360 says.
What does it say? 90?
Yeah. I think it was faster. So.
How would she know then?
Yeah. Also, everything would indicate that she's going fucking fast.
Yeah.
Like the way the car crashed, like, what do you mean it's not? Yeah. I don't really have any pictures of Davion, but I've been texting his family, and Dom is honestly affecting me a lot more because I was with him every single day for 4 years straight. He was my best friend and my soulmate. Mackenzie tells Dom's cousin, and you're allowed to be mad. I get it. I'm mad at myself too. What do you, like, she's like giving her permission to be mad at her? To which the cousin states, like, yeah, but you could still post Dom's GoFundMe, Davion's GoFundMe. Like, I think a lot of people were just uncomfortable with the fact that Mackenzie's going around saying, oh, I'm so remorseful. It should have been me. It should have been me. And she's responding to modeling agencies, doesn't post anything about Dom and Davion for a long time, doesn't post their GoFundMes, doesn't post anything to help, just like nothing. And then Mackenzie says, I'm not allowed to post anything. My mom is not letting me.
Didn't the mom respond to the modeling agency?
There are text messages between Mackenzie and Dom's mom, and Dom's mom is asking her, what made you start speeding? Mackenzie just responds, I don't remember the accident. All I remember is turning on the street and then my vision fading to black. I wish I could remember it. It would make me feel a little bit better. What's the last thing you remember? I remember turning onto the street and then my vision fades to black and it really kills me not being able to remember anything. I promise you I would tell you. I've been asking my therapist why I don't remember and she said it's because of trauma, but I'm gonna try to get hypnotized and make myself remember. Now, I will say that Mackenzie sounds incredibly exhausting to be around for Dom's family while they're going through likely the most tragic moment of their lives that has been caused by Mackenzie. She's busy messaging them, asking for things to help with her own grief. She's explaining to Dom's cousin that Dom's mom isn't ready to see her yet. So Mackenzie's like getting impatient. She's telling Dom's cousin, like, I don't know why Dom's mom doesn't want to see me. Like, she says she's not ready, but like, she seems like she's getting impatient. She says to Dom's cousin, we talk every single day though, talking about Dom's mom. It makes me feel a little bit better that she doesn't hate me. I don't know, she's kind of short, but she's telling me that she's really sad, but she asks how I'm doing and stuff. Dom's cousin is like, yeah, that's understandable. This is so hard. Mackenzie says, I've been trying to go to Dom's house because I just want to lay in his bed. So as Dom's parents are grieving, she's texting his mom nonstop, asking to be allowed into Dom's house to lay on his bed.
So she say Dom's mom doesn't hate her.
Yeah.
Is that true?
No. She hates her.
Is it just Dom's mom trying to get information?
Yes.
Okay.
Dom's mom is a criminal defense attorney. Yeah, very smart woman.
No way.
Yeah. Very smart woman, but still beyond expectations for in this moment of grief to try and get things in writing. Like she was very strong for that, yeah. She's sending Christine, so that's Dom's mom. She's sending Christine Russo messages like, it's been really rough. I've been crying all day, every day. We're going to get through this together. Sending love. Another message from Mackenzie reads, I will always be here for you. And when I'm out of the hospital, I can take care of you whenever you need. Another message reads, when I get out of here, I want to give you my bracelet that I made for you, but it's okay if you don't want to see me. I understand. She's just like further victimizing Dom's mom, texting them nonstop to get confirmation that the family doesn't hate her. Well, newsflash, they probably fucking do, and rightfully so. Later, because Mackenzie's not getting the responses she wants, she texts Dom's mom, I just feel like you guys all hate me, crying emoji. We don't understand. That's what Christine texts back. That's been the hardest part for me too. None of this feels real. When I get out of here, can I just go to Dom's house? I just want to lay in his bed or on the floor so I could smell him and maybe take some hoodies home. I also want to see you and give you a hug. I love you guys so much. It's interesting that she's so hell-bent on going into Dom's house to lay on his bed. It's such an odd request that nobody believes it. August 18th, she's texting Dom's mom. Do you have Dom's phone? Really want Dom's playlist, and I want to see the pictures he had of us on his phone. Which feels a little weird.
Yeah.
Dom's mom responds, we will figure it all out when you're out of the hospital. Mackenzie says, I would really like to see you and give you a hug and a bracelet. I brought him flowers for his room and at the memorial. If it's too soon, I totally understand. Everybody needs to grieve. I'm at his grave. They let me out of rehab because there's nothing they can really do with me until I can walk again. Eventually, Mackenzie is released from the hospital and she lets Dom's mom know, but she's also just like making the entire thing about herself again. Mackenzie texts Dom's mom, hey, I'm out of the hospital, but also don't let anyone know. Please don't tell people I'm home though, because there's a couple of people that are threatening to hurt me and saying they have plans for me.
What?
No one's trying to kill you, Mackenzie. Dom's mom responds, that's terrible, and I'm not talking to anyone. Who's doing that? Mackenzie responds, this kid named Tyler Proctor and a few people I don't even know. They keep messaging me on fake numbers and on Snapchat telling me really fucked up stuff, and it's really making this hard for me because I would never do anything to hurt any of them on purpose, especially Dom. Oh, and then, remember Blair? Remember in part 1?
Blair, yes.
Blair is Dom's best guy friend, and because Blair and Dom were hanging out and Mackenzie was upset, she was like, oh, go take Blair's private parts in your butt. Like, she was just saying some crazy stuff. She was threatening to kill Blair with a baseball bat. She texts Dom's mom, would you be able to send me Blair's number? I want to send him a video of him and Dom. I feel like it'll make him happy. I also just found a bag of Dom's old clothes from when he was a little bit younger. They all smell like him. And what is the radio station that you guys always used to play when I would be over at your house? It just, I don't know, just feels weird that she wants Blair's number. Like, maybe she wants to make sure that Blair isn't saying weird things to the police, or that, I don't know. It's just weird. Like, why do you care about Blair? You threatened to kill him with a baseball bat.
Yeah.
She keeps going on and on about going into Dom's house and saying things like, yeah, my purse is over there, but I don't even care, to be honest. I just want to go to his house to lay on the floor and take some of the clothes that he loves so that I could wear them. Why do you have to mention that you don't even care if you don't even care?
Exactly.
Which, by the way, she and her parents both try to ask the police to let Mackenzie into the house.
Oh my God.
To get her purse. And the cops are like, well, your purse was in the car.
Yeah.
When the crash happened, we already gave that back. And she was like, no, not that purse. It's Christian Dior. And it's like, girl, no, it's DH Gate. And also, you're weird. Yeah.
They want something else.
Yeah, I think they want something else, but yeah. Mackenzie asks Dom's mom not to delete anything on Dom's phone and says, whenever you're ready to see me, I just want to go through his phone and see everything that he has of us.
What?
Yeah, she brings up going into Dom's house again. She's like, you don't even have to see me. To which Dom's mom has the level of patience I cannot comprehend. She responds, I don't think you understand how incredibly hard this has been on me. I haven't gone in there except to get clothes to bury him in. So for months, Mackenzie is just exhausting about it. Clearly, they don't want you in the house, considering the circumstances that I think most people with a functioning brain would probably understand and grasp. Even if Mackenzie feels herself this is a medical accident, it is still understandable why Dom's family would not want to be around her. Because you knew you had a medical condition. Why were you driving? Why are you always driving while high, as per your own social media post, if you were diagnosed with POTS and you are symptomatic of fainting? But Mackenzie messages Dom's mom, I'm really stressed out about people moving my things or making it look different than it was when Dom lived there. My top priority is just being able to go inside of that house and just be there for the day. It hurts that everybody but me is allowed in the house. It already hurts seeing all of his friends there at night spending time with you, but it hurts even worse seeing I'm the only one not allowed in his house that I spent the most time in. I need to get in there for multiple things that I have in there. I don't know why I'm not trusted to be in the house I spent 90% of my time and slept at every night. To which Dom's mom later tells the police.
Where she's begging me to go in the house. That's what's even creepier.
And the police are like, oh yeah, Mackenzie's parents were asking us to go into the house to get Mackenzie's stuff. And so Dom's mom is, that's what's even creepier, that they're going to call you guys about getting her stuff.
She said to me, well, do you think Angelo's going to go in there and destroy my things? This is what she said. And I said, no, Angelo's not going to destroy anything. And I said, I can always get together what you have or something like that. She goes, but I want to go in there. And she goes, can't you just sneak me in and not tell anybody? And I just want to spend the day there because November 14th is our anniversary. And I'm just like, I can't even walk in there.
Makes you think, what's in there that she wants?
So bad.
Mackenzie is also sending some wacky text messages like, Dom always told me he would want me to be happy even if it wasn't with him. Mind you, she's sending this to Dom's mom. I can't even imagine. I can't imagine. I'm not even going to go there, but it's just so uncalled for. Genuinely shocking.
Yeah. Wow.
And she says, that's impossible because I can't be happy without my soulmate. Then she goes back to talking about, quote, yeah, I get harassed literally every single day. Shit sucks. Is there any way I can get Dom's phone or just go on it or something? Because I need to block people because they're commenting fucked up shit on his TikTok. Dom has videos posted on his TikTok and I commented, I miss you. And people are harassing me on there. Specifically this one girl that has been harassing me our whole relationship. And I just want to delete her comment and block her. Then she adds pressure to Dom's mom saying things like, I really can't tell if you hate me or not. I feel like if you don't hate me, you would let me come over or be there for you. Or you would tell everybody that they shouldn't hate me, but I feel like you just don't like me. And I wish you would just tell me so I could stop bugging you. Dom's mom responds, this is all emotional. I can't tell anyone to do anything. I don't hate you. Gosh, I'm having a tough time with just not having my son. You can't tell them to not bug me, but you could tell them that you don't hate me. And it's hard for me too. I'm always having a tough time. He was the love of my life and I spent my last 4 years every day with him pretty much. I'm sorry. This is his mother. Oh, I know you're gripping the chair because it's infuriating. Dom's mom responds, my family will never be the same. I lost a part of my heart. I'm sorry that people aren't receptive to you, but those boys died at your hands. You have to understand that. You think I want things this way? My life is hell and I'm broken. Mackenzie says, I did not do this on purpose. If I knew any of this would happen, I would have made sure it was me that died. I would think you understand, but good to know that you think it's all my fault. I do understand that nothing is ever going to be the same. We're in the same boat. We both lost extremely important people to us. I try so hard to tell you guys that I would never do this on purpose, and I thought you would know that.
Wow. I feel like it's showing now.
Yeah.
She can't even pretend to.
I don't know where she gets this audacity.
I think the audacity has always been there. She just
hides it.
Yeah, at first she's like, okay, this is what I need to say. And then, she starts coming out again.
It's like doing the most. There's nothing worse than you can do than take someone's life and then saying, why can't I already said sorry?
Yeah.
Mackenzie is one of those individuals that has so much stamina in times of supposed grief on her end that she will exhaust people to the point where they just end up either having to agree with her or not talk to her. That's my opinion. It's just so excessive. Mackenzie messages Dom's mom again. Could you please try to help me get people to see that I didn't do this on purpose seriously? Hurts my soul that anyone thinks that, and I can't sleep knowing that. And if you know...
she has the audacity to go ask victim's mom to help her.
And if you know you didn't do it on purpose, why do you need everybody else to know? I would just be great. Why do you need everyone to know? Dom's mom says, no one says that directly. I just said, look from the other side. It's hard to explain anything when you said you don't remember any of it. I know everybody thinks that, though. I've just been having a rough couple of days. I'm trying really hard to talk to everybody. Dom's mom says, it's been really bad on me too. Can we please try to fix this? All I know is it's never going to be the same, but I want to be able to come spend time with you guys. I wish I could bring you guys closer. I think she means closure, but she writes closer. Or tell you what happened. If I could remember anything, I would tell you. I don't know why you think I would ever do this on purpose either. I understand I was the driver, but I would have done anything to prevent this. He's the love of... Anything to prevent this except for fucking press on the brake. He's the love of my life and my best friend. If I could remember, I would tell everybody, but that's just how trauma works. I wish I could bring you peace. She then goes back to harassing about going into the house again. And so Dom's mom is like, I will get your things together. I'm sorry things have been rough. I don't know where all my things are. I'm not allowed to just go and get my things, ? I understand it's been rough for me as well. I just don't understand why this has to be such an issue for me to go into the place that I spent all my time at. And I also want to make sure that all my things were not messed with because I know where everything was when I left it there.
You're going to jail. What do you need your stuff for?
Yeah. Later when Dom's brother, Angelo, is being interviewed by police, his mom is also in the same room, so Dom's mom is there. And the police inform them that Mackenzie's dad has been... kind of a little bitch about Mackenzie's driver's license that is in Dom's house because she wasn't even driving with her driver's license, okay?
Wait. So Mackenzie's dad is...
telling the cops, we need to get her driver's license. Why do you need her Yeah, she doesn't need to be driving. What do you need her driver's license for, okay? And also, she wasn't driving with her driver's license. Anyway, the officer is like...
because they wanted her driver's license. And we said, first, her dad reached out to us a couple of times, and I said... at best, you can come request an escort. We'll call Miss Russo. If she says yes, we could arrange it. If she says no, we're done. And then last time when he was kind of getting under my skin, I said, no, we're not getting involved in this. And so he had his lawyer call me. And it was the old lawyer from Columbus. And I told him the exact same thing. I said, this is not a criminal matter. We're not getting in the middle of this civil stuff. Right now, emotions are high. The Russos are grieving. This is not the right time to get her driver's license.
But why would anybody even say anything to me?
She's like, I think the feeling is, why does she need to let them into the house? Why does this need to be a whole thing where the police have to reach out to her? The lawyer has to reach out to... It's like, no, I just don't want to... No, you're not going in the house.
Yeah.
She's like, I don't know. Why is this a thing? I said no. And then she says about Steve Shirilla, about Mackenzie's dad.
Yeah. Let me tell you, that rotten son of a bitch father of hers never said a freaking word to me. I bumped into them at the cemetery. Of course, my place, I have to bump into him. And that bastard never even said, hello, how are you? I'm sorry. Nothing.
And side note, the only reason Dom's mom does admit to the police that she's talking to Mackenzie is because she also knows what Mackenzie is doing. And it's very clear through the text messages. It's such an icky feeling reading those messages between Mackenzie and Dom's mom. Mackenzie is effectively dangling pictures and videos of Dom in front of Dom's mom. And Dom's mom knows. So if Dom's mom doesn't respond, Mackenzie's like, I just found this picture of Dom.
She sends a photo?
Yeah, of in my photo book.
Oh my
and then a day later, if Dom's mom doesn't respond, oh, I just found this video. It's almost like this is the reason Dom's mom keeps responding, obviously. And Dom's mom is like, obviously, I know. She's dangling photos and pictures of Dom in front of me. She knows it's to keep in contact. And the cops sympathize with her and they say, she's playing on your emotions. And she's like, yeah. Dom's mom even mentions
She tried telling me the other day that she had some other medical conditions, and I think that was just fluffing to try to. Why wouldn't it have ever been mentioned to me before?
Gotcha.
Now he's dead, and you're going to mention this at the cemetery.
Who is?
She's saying, like, she went to the cemetery, Mackenzie is there, and Mackenzie, after Dom is dead, is like casually trying to bring up, like, oh, I have so many medical conditions. And Dom's mom is like, are you for real right now? But what's worse about this is Dom's mom has a lot of very pertinent evidence. She doesn't have it immediately, and they all kind of start clicking together within the few days after the crash. But she has a situation with another witness that can back it up, that Dom had called her a week before the crash and said that Kenzie was threatening to crash the car with him in it.
You're kidding me.
Yeah. Dom's mom breaks down when talking to the investigators. She says, I just figured that maybe Mackenzie needed to grow up. She's young. I mean, do you guys know what I'm saying? You don't think that it's going to come to this.
And I just figured maybe she just needs to grow up. She's young. I mean, do you know what I'm saying? You don't think that it's going to come to this.
They ask her, what were your motherly instincts? Like, what did you feel around Kenzie, especially in the presence of Dominic? Was she genuine? She was everything you can tell by her. You know, she's everything all about her. If you notice, prom pictures, every single time we try to get a picture, she's all over my son. I can't even get one without her in it. He catered to her. She claimed she had a gluten-free problem or something, and I would make dinner. And then I would be questioned on, was the stuff okay for her diet because her stomach? And if I didn't have everything that would have complied with her stomach diet, whatever it was, I never believed it. She's like, I never believed she was gluten-free. Which, side note, I don't believe either. Because she like loves to tell people nonstop that she's gluten-free. But also she's like demanding Dom buy her Chinese food, Popeyes, like just lots of other things, yeah.
And if I didn't have everything that would have complied with her stomach diet, whatever it was, I never believed it. He would cook for her separate, always. She's a slob. She never cleaned. Her mother's house is a slob. My house isn't the greatest either. But I'm just saying, it's just, you know, if Dom's going to cook for you, do the dishes. Clean up after yourself. Do you know what I mean?
So all of this, coupled with the fact that after being released from the hospital, Mackenzie goes to a Kid Cudi concert.
What?
Mackenzie cannot walk yet. She gets discharged from the hospital. She is in a wheelchair.
This is like days after the crash? Or
This is like weeks after because she was in the hospital for a long time. But still, she just gets discharged from the hospital. Actually, I don't even know if it's like weeks, okay? It's just like maybe a week and a half. But she's wearing tiny little booty shorts. She's in a wheelchair, a evil eye bikini, and her hair's in space buns. And she's just at a Kid Cudi concert.
With who? Her friends?
Yeah, and they're just like wheeling her around the freaking concert. Mackenzie is also incessantly posting on Snapchat pictures and videos of her in the hospital going to therapy. It's just a bit odd. Even the way she's posing for all the pictures, she keeps doing the thing with her feet. So she loves taking pictures of her legs because they're both in casts. And then she does the thing where you like angle your toes inward. She'll be in the passenger seat of the car. Her mom's taking her to Whole Foods. There's a rainbow. Mackenzie has her cast. She has her legs up on the dash. She's taking a picture from inside the car with, again, her feet pointed inwards for whatever reason. She later sends that photo to Dom's cousin saying, I was bawling my eyes out at Whole Foods because this is where we used to shop. Her and Dom. And when I left, there was a rainbow right over. And if you look where the rainbow would have ended, it touched the ground. It's literally on me. She's like saying Dom is in heaven, putting a rainbow on her. And the cousin, I mean, at this point doesn't know what's going on. So she's just like, that's beautiful. He just keeps giving me signs and it's kind of making it easier. But I also cry because he's not here. She tells the relative he's sad, but he wants all of us to be strong. As if she's like communicating with Dom. And like, out of all people, she says, he wants us to be strong, even though it's going to be hard. I still cry every day. And I'm sure you do too. How do you know that is my question. I mean, doing copious amounts of drugs every day doesn't make you a spiritual being. It probably just makes you a little more prone to hallucinations. I don't get it. The relative just doesn't get it either because she wants to keep talking to Mackenzie to get clarity because she's just always trying to reroute the conversation. Even Dom's cousin is like, keeps rerouting the conversation. She says, a lot of people think this situation looks bad. You know, the road in the grass. I don't understand it. You can be honest with me, I promise you. What do you mean, the road in the grass? I will be honest with you with everything. I'm trying to give the family closure. It makes it harder because I don't remember driving on the street for some reason, but the therapist told me people block out traumatic stuff because my brain couldn't process, but I just wish I did. There might be cameras that caught it though, which would make me feel so much better. And something else that's bothering me is I feel like the cops don't give a single fuck about this. Later, the cousin says, yeah, but you did kill 2 people and you're not a minor anymore. Mackenzie responds, I didn't kill anyone. It was an accident. But the cousin is saying, well, you're just like behaving weirdly still. Like, Kenzie, if I'm going to be honest with you, I've said this before, a lot of people agree with me on this one about how you were reposting things about your modeling and stuff, but do you really think that's important in a time like this? I just don't understand that at all. I'm a pretty easygoing person. That's why I'm trying to hear your side as well, but it makes me angry. I haven't posted anything since this accident happened. To which the cousin is like, you literally posted this, and sends a screenshot. And Mackenzie responds, my modeling is the last thing I care about. You and your mom both responded to that modeling agency. There's no way in hell I posted that. The cousin is like, girl, and what modeling agency did I respond? Because I haven't gotten a message from any of them. The relative sends another photo. Now Mackenzie is like, okay, they wanted to repost my pictures, so I told them they could. There's no issue with that. Okay, I just don't think it makes sense to be responding and posting that picture to your story and having your mom respond. I thought that's the last thing you should be worried about right now, but that's just my opinion. Mackenzie snaps. It's like, she doesn't snap as much with Dom's mom, but she types out, I didn't post that picture on my story. Dom would want me to be happy and try to live a normal life. If all these people were saying these things to me in real life, Dom would whoop their ass. And I'm not sure where this conversation is going. Is this like a trap or something? Are you trying to incriminate me or make me feel even worse than I already do? Everybody's acting like they were so close with him. Like I wasn't the one sleeping at his house every single night taking care of him, and he was taking care of me. The love of my life is gone forever. I'm never going to love again. Her prison girlfriends would disagree, but I'm never going to fall in love again. I'm forever his, and I'm going to live on and do everything possible for him, whether it's eat the food he likes, wear the clothes he likes, go to the places he likes. I'm doing it for him. Yet later, she tries to argue like she went to Kid Cudi for Dom. Dom loves Kid Cudi, and they were planning on going to the Kid Cudi concert, yeah. How generous and remorseful can somebody be? Mackenzie rants about the people reposting about her, talking about the modeling agency, and that they're all haters, which the cousin is explaining, well, it doesn't really matter whether or not they're reposting it or haters, because why did you give them something to repost anyway? Like, why did you do that? Like, she's like, that's not the point, you know? It's not just them who thinks it's weird that you were doing what you were doing when the incident occurred. Mackenzie is responding about a girl named Alexis, who I guess has been reposting a lot of this stuff. And she goes, Alexis is a disgusting fat bitch that tried to home wreck my relationship with me and Dom because she wants her gross friend to be with him. And then I guess the cousin, like, I think both the cousin and Dom's mom tries to calm her down and then tries to reroute the conversations. The cousin is like, why do I feel like I know who you're talking about? Like, she's actually fat? And she says, Alexis is ginormous. Later, Dom's cousin asks Mackenzie, I don't think Dom was sober that night. I don't know if you remember, but do you? Mackenzie states, I don't know why you're trying to be all detective on me. You're digging for information and you're saying you're not trying to be rude, but it's honestly weird and very uncomfortable. August 6th, so a week after the crash, she's doing so much online that one of her friends even DMs her, not a good look, homie. Like, best bet is not to post it, not to read the messages and such. Because Mackenzie is like responding to haters. Mm-hmm. Everyone's a hater if they think that she's morally corrupt. And she writes back, are people saying mean stuff? Not to my knowledge. I just don't think it looks good for you, that's all. There's the partying, but also weird posts. Like, there's this weird post where Mackenzie goes to Dom's grave with her mom. She's sitting in a wheelchair. And you know that, I don't know what the name of that tequila bottle is. It's like in that blue floral print, and there's a bell at the top that you can ring.
Yeah,
okay.
I think so.
They bring that to the grave, the tequila bottle that rings. I guess
they bring a tequila bottle?
Yeah, because you know it's customary to bring alcohol and like pour it onto the grave, and I guess they drank this tequila a lot. But the weird part is Mackenzie is filming herself. You don't see her face; you just see the gravesite, and she's like crying, and she's focusing on the tequila bottle, so you hear her sobbing. And then she's like telling her mom, "Ring it, ring the bell." And the mom is like looking at her, I think, like, how do I ring the bell? And she's like, just tap the top. And then she like taps the top of the tequila bottle and it rings. And then Mackenzie sobs harder. And I'm just like, what are we posting right now? This is so... Yeah. It's like... Can you ring the bell? You just hit it. But it seems like in the beginning, everyone is still trying to some extent give Mackenzie the benefit of the doubt. But Dom's mom is able to provide the police with, like I said, those few key details that are going to be very important later. 1, Dom's mom finds out that the month of the crash, Dom felt the need to take a video on his friend's phone of a fight that he and Mackenzie were having. So Dom has like this guy friend that was over at his house. Mackenzie is outside the house, banging on the door trying to get in. And Dom is on the phone with Mackenzie. So Dom's using his phone and calling Mackenzie. Then he's got his friend's phone recording his phone. And Mackenzie's screaming. Dom is on the phone with Mackenzie and he's recording all of this. And Dom is inside the house. Mackenzie's outside. And Mackenzie says, like, before you lied and said you would never lock me out of the house again. This is why we got back together. The last time we broke up, but I forgot you can never keep your word. And he's like explaining, like, you're the one that broke up with me. And then she's like, because you were a little fucking weak bitch. So this is your last chance. And he's like, you're the one that broke up with me. This is your last chance to open the door, or you're not coming out of the house all night because I will not leave.
You're gonna come open this door right now, or there's gonna be a serious fucking problem. Okay, ready?
You literally broke up with me earlier. Like, what is the point of you trying to break up? You broke up with me early. Like, what? No, I didn't. Yes, you did. You said earlier we are not together. You literally said that shit. Like, you broke up with me earlier. Like, what are you trying to make? Like, why would I just let you in my house if you break up with me and you're threatening to break up with me and shit, and you're threatening to break my shit? 1, 2, you're threatening to key my car. You're threatening to break the doors down. I will key your car if you do not let me in this house. You're gonna key my car if I don't let you in the house? If you don't let me in the house, yeah. What the fuck? Yeah, I know. So just let me in the house. No, like, why can't you just be like calm, at least for a second, and I can feel comfortable letting you in the house? And again, does this not sound terrifying? Like, I know a lot of people listen to this and they're like, oh, this was such a toxic relationship. If the roles were reversed, if there was a man outside the house saying, let me in the house or I'm keying your car, it would come off incredibly threatening. Yeah. I am calm. I don't think you get to decide that with your fucking weird ass trauma problems. You're literally threatening to fucking key my car and shit. Like, what else are you threatening? Dom, I'm gonna give you one last chance to open the door, or I'm gonna leave, do what I said I was gonna do. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna give you one last chance. Open. Kenzie, look, let me go to bed. No, you're not. You can, and I can let you come over later. No, you're not, because I'm coming to dinner too. So Dom was gonna go to dinner with his mom and his grandma. And Kenzie's like, I'm coming to dinner. Why? Well, you should have told me you wanted to come. You fucking R-word. She already put me on the reservation, so fucking open the door, you dumbass. Like, open the door. No, I'm not letting you in the house. 5, 4. Oh my God. Then another video clip begins. Mackenzie is still outside. Dom is inside the house, and Mackenzie is threatening Dom. Dom, if you do not open, like, you think I'm joking. Do you think I'm joking? Do you think I'm joking like I'm dead ass? What are you dead ass about? Okay, I'm gonna give you one last chance to open the door. Kenzie, I can't open the door. I can't sit here and fight. Like, I gotta go to dinner so I can see my grandparents. Like, I can't sit here and fight. You're not going to dinner if you don't open the door. I'm gonna let you know that right now. And then what? What will happen? What are you trying to say? I am telling you, I already told you what happens. You're not going to dinner. What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. You don't need to know exactly what I mean. You're going to open this door right now, or there's going to be a serious fucking problem. I can't. No, like, you can't keep making all those threats. I can't open the door. And you can't kick me out of the place you say is my home. Kenzie, I didn't kick you out. You took all your shit and dipped. You said we were done. Like, I did not say we were done. Okay, ready? I'm going to count to 10.
I'm gonna count to 10. The door's gonna open, okay? Stop hiding behind the door like a little fucking bitch.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Mackenzie, I can't open it. 4. Okay, I'm gonna break something then. What are you trying to break? Open the door. Stop being a little bitch and open the door. I can't let you in my house with how you're acting. It's like as simple as that. Like, there's no way. Like, there's no way I should. I'm just gonna break the handle off. Fucking break the lock? Like, you're gonna break into my house? Yes, I will. I will break into your house. You're right. I will break into it. It's not your house. It's my house. It is. Dom, now open the door. You have 30 seconds left on this phone call to open the door or we are done. She starts banging on the door, and you can hear it on the video. Open the door right now. Dumb, if you don't open the door, I'm keying your car. Why the fuck would you keep... Are you serious? Okay, you have 30 seconds or I'm gonna do it. She starts banging on the door. There's cracking, there's banging noises. Well, I just broke your fucking key thing, so that sucks. What key thing? I don't know. You're gonna have to open the door to see it, because that's where it's fucked up from the outside, you fucking dick. Now open the door. No, you're breaking shit and stuff. Like, you're not coming into my house. Dom, I will break shit. I will break shit. Do I have to call the police? Why would you call the police? Do I have to call the police? Are you not gonna let me into my house? This is not your house. All right, Kenzie, I'm calling your mom. I'm calling my mom. No, you're not. Yes, I am. No, you're not. Then we are done. If you do not let me in this house that I sleep in every night, then we are done. Prosecutors think this whole video is very interesting because, again, it does show the threatening behavior of Mackenzie, but also, why is Dom filming this video? He took his friend's phone to record it, and he's talking to Mackenzie on his phone. What would compel him to make this video to begin with, unless he feels like he needs to document this? But for what reason? There's another video that Mackenzie herself has recorded where she's in the car and she's recording Dom. She has his phone and his wallet, and she's not letting him get it. So she's in the car with his stuff. And he's just like, give me my shit, dude. Give me my shit. Mackenzie just responds, yeah, we have problems. Why are you trying to torment me? We have problems. Because you're trying to torment me. We have problems, Dom. Put that shit in my window and see what goddamn happens. We have fucking problems.
Give me my shit, dude. Give me my shit.
Yeah, we have problems.
Why are you trying to torment me?
We have problems.
Because you're trying to fucking torment me.
We have problems.
I think he was just trying to get in.
Oh.
One person interviewed by the police states, I heard that Mackenzie would say if Dom ever broke up with her, she would self-exit. And just 1 week before the crash, Dom calls his mom saying he and Mackenzie got into a fight. Mackenzie threatened to crash the car on the highway. Dom's mom was super sick at the time. Like, she was hospitalized. Like, it was really bad. She was going through a lot of health stuff. She calls a friend of hers named Chris. And she's like, Chris, you gotta go save my son. Like, he's on the highway somewhere. Like, he's sending me his location. Mackenzie's like threatening to crash the car. You gotta go get my son. You gotta go get my son. So this guy's Chris. He gets in the car. Detectives also bring him in, right? And they ask him, when you were on the phone with Dom, because eventually Chris is calling Dom trying to coordinate where he is, can you clarify again what you heard Mackenzie say over the phone? She said she'll crash his car right now.
They are driving? Or what's happening on the highway?
They're driving. But they eventually pulled over. And then Dom got into Chris's car because Chris showed up.
Mackenzie is driving.
It seems that way. Now, there's different accounts of all these stories. Now, there is one account, Mackenzie tells Dom's mom, that's not what happened, right? Mackenzie is like, I was driving and Dom tried to yank the steering wheel and crash the car. Like, he just tried to kill me. Mackenzie's parents use her text message saying that this is what happened as evidence. But, I mean, Chris is like a third-party witness. I'm sure he's close friends with Dom's mom, but just like judging with everything that I've seen so far, no one that knows Dom says that he is capable of yanking someone's... In fact, a lot of people say, interestingly, Dom is like not a regular 20-year-old guy in the sense that he drives pretty safely. Like, he's not a reckless driver. Yeah. All of these things are useful to the police, and they're completely relevant information. However, to really figure out what happened in that car, they need to know what happened that night. If Mackenzie's not going to tell them what happened in the car, maybe someone can tell them what happened right before they got in the car. Like someone at the gathering at Paul's house. Because remember, there's 7 people there. Paul, Nina, Rosie, Rosie's boyfriend Bubba, Mackenzie, Dom, and Davion. Bubba and Davion are close. They play football together, so they've actually been close for a long time. Bubba's dating Rosie. So actually... Rosie, Bubba, and Davion have been close for years. And Rosie is really close friends with Paul. Nina is also really close with Rosie. Like, in fact, Nina and Rosie are going to be college dorm roommates. So they're all like a very tight-knit group. And then Mackenzie and Rosie have recently started hanging out in the past few months. And then Dom has just been kind of brought into the mix because Mackenzie doesn't like to go anywhere without him. And it seems like everybody likes Dom too. At some point, Davion had even lived at Bubba's house for a few months. So, you know, a lot of them have established friendships aside from Mackenzie and Dom thus far. And interestingly, you know, I think there were points where the police are trying to ask Paul, the owner, you know, this is Paul's house that they were all at, what Mackenzie and Dom's relationship is like. And he just tells them, if you want to know anything about Mackenzie's relationship with Dom, you have to ask Rosie. Rosie's the one to talk to. The prosecutor says this about Rosie. Rosie would have been the most likely source of information on what was going on in Mackenzie's mind leading up to the crash. You have no idea how hard I tried to get Rosie Graham to talk to me, to cooperate with me. This is in the Netflix documentary. The prosecutor says, but it's good to hear that she talked to you guys. I'm fascinated to hear what she has to say. So with this, everyone is like, why the fuck did Rosie not talk to anyone? And then she's just doing a documentary? Like, you're not talking to the police, you're not talking to the prosecutor, and then you do a documentary? Rosie says to Netflix, the police called to set up an interview, and I was like, I'm not doing it. People always say the police will try to say crazy things, especially if you're alone and you're a teenager. It doesn't seem like we're trying to figure out what happened in the accident. It seems like we're trying to track down the next big drug dealer. I'm just going to run you through what happened in the Netflix doc and the social media reaction first, because after the Netflix doc aired, people on social media were pretty much dumbfounded. They're like, what the hell is going on? Especially with Rosie, because they're saying Rosie, she is a pretty big YouTuber. She's got like over 1 million followers. She does fitness challenges. She's big into Pilates. And so a lot of people had been following Rosie on YouTube. And then they're like, oh, this new true crime documentary came out on Netflix. Let's watch it. And they're like, that's the girl that I've been working out with on YouTube. And now she's defending Mackenzie. Like, what the hell is going on? We didn't even know that they were friends up until this. Nobody that follows her on social media connected them to. What's happening? And now she's defending Mackenzie. And secondly, why the hell is Rosie talking to a documentary crew if she hasn't spoken to the police? Why would she work with Netflix if she didn't work on getting justice for Dom and Davion? The only logical reason is because she would get nothing out of working with the police. I mean, I guess justice doesn't count, but she would get fame from working with Netflix. That's kind of what social media thinks. Like, that's the only way it makes sense. Rosie explains in the documentary, so many people were asking so many questions to all of us. Because they were like, you were there with them. You know, what did they take? You know, they were on something. They didn't give us a second to process what just happened. She says, in high school is when I met Kenzie. We started commenting on each other's Instagrams before we even talked to each other in person. We would like comment DM back and forth or Snapchat. She says, you know, Kenzie would make cute little TikTok videos of her trying on outfits. She would come to school with a purse instead of a bag, which I thought was really cute. I got along with her well. I'm like, you're cute. She's like, you're cute. And I'm like, we get along so well. When I met her, I had 200,000 on YouTube and TikTok, and she had like a few thousand followers. She always wanted to be a model like me, so me and Kenzie would hang out and just go do photo shoots. Rosie says about that night, I was just texting her to bring over some weed for the night. We were also talking about doing the mushrooms, which is why they brought them and they had them in the car with them. First of all, it wasn't a party at all, because in my opinion and everybody that was there, we call that a sleepover. And that was just like a friend's sleepover that we would normally do. I brought like a coloring book and like colored pencils. We were watching YouTube videos. We were having deep conversations and just sitting around. And we were also talking about doing the mushrooms. And then by the time they got over there, it was like 12 a.m. And we're all like, it's too late. Producers asked, so no mushrooms. Yeah, we were all just kind of like, it's really late. And we had like weed to smoke, so we just smoked weed. Kenzie didn't even smoke that night. Rosie and Bubba say that Mackenzie that night, she was on a smoke break because she was coughing up black mucus, bloody mucus. Rosie says, Kenzie was sleeping by like 3 a.m. All I remember is Dom just patting her head all night, cuddling up to her on the couch, and she was sleeping, and he was like caressing her hair. There was not one argument. There was not one moment of tension. There was not one bad vibe towards anybody. And then really early in the morning, around 5 a.m., Dom came into the kitchen, and I was like, are you guys leaving? Davion starts talking to Bubba because technically he was going to go home with Bubba because they were going to work on Bubba's truck. And Davion is like, apparently he knows how to work a car. According to Bubba, Davion gives him a hug and says, love you. And he responds, love you too. Bubba says, it was very weird. It was the first time we said we loved each other for a while. And Rosie tells Netflix, I didn't think she would get arrested for all of this. That's the last thing I'm thinking about. I'm thinking our friends are dead. How are we going to recover from this? I will say Rosie comes off entirely unlikable in the Netflix documentary. Obviously the things that were being said, but also the tone in a lot of the moments. And just like the whole, oh, Mackenzie would never eat a McChicken, which Rosie didn't say, the other girl said. Rosie does have a few viral clippable moments where she says things like she and Mackenzie wanted to be, got along because Kenzie wanted to be a model like Rosie. I think the internet took that and just ran to hell and back with it. I mean, criticism did very quickly turn into body shaming. There were weird theories popping up online on social media about whether or not Mackenzie left the gathering because she woke up and saw Rosie hitting on Dom, which ultimately is just an internet rumor that also harms Dom's family, and there's really no evidence backing that conspiracy. And because Rosie didn't cooperate with the police, but is cooperating with Netflix and seems supportive of Mackenzie, naturally the internet felt like she's covering something up. Which, side note, we did ask Rosie about a lot of the questions that the internet had. Like, why didn't you talk to the police? Why did you talk to Netflix? What happened that night? But more on that in a second. Right now, I'm just like running you through what happened in the doc and the internet reaction. Landon, Rosie's boyfriend, aka Bubba. So Bubba is Landon. That's his nickname. Mm-hmm. He's also in the Netflix doc, and he's Davion's close friend. He's probably the most notable in the documentary for saying, quote, "You guys are acting like this is Jeffrey Dahmer or someone that's out there like calculating these murders and calculating these things. No, that's not who she was." He says about the Mackenzie and Dom's relationship, it was a high school relationship. There was going to be fights. There's going to be ups and downs. He says about that night to Netflix that there was no tension, no arguing, just nothing. He said, me, Dave, and Dom were watching a shark documentary, like stupid shit on the TV. A couple times we'd go out and smack the bong. Originally, according to police documents, Bubba was very avoidant when it came to answering questions about that night to the police. And all these peers were coming in reporting that people were being intimidated to not talk to the police. So Bubba's
intimidated?
Yeah, Bubba is like, oh, he's being hesitant to talk to the police.
Yeah.
And then Davion's other friends who have his Life 360 app, and they've been like running their own little investigation, which I will say, you know, some of the stuff that they gathered, the police were like, we're like heading into kind of conspiracy territory. But some of the other stuff was largely useful, like the Life 360 data and all these other things. I can see how, you know, sometimes they're going to come up with theories that don't end up panning out, but they were working hard to try to figure out what's going on. Yeah. So they're coming to the police and they're like, we think lots of people are being intimidated not to talk to you guys. Like that's the energy we're getting. Like we're hearing around the block that people are scared to talk to you guys. Even some of their parents are coming out, and one of the parents was like, it seems like people are scared of Mackenzie's friend group. Some people are scared of Mackenzie if they're talking to, like, it just seems, maybe it's more social pressure and not, hey, if you talk, something really bad is going to happen to you. But there's just like a lot of this intimidation, talks of, you know, refusing to cooperate because people are being intimidated. Now, there's a recorded conversation between two law enforcement officials about Bubba. They get on the phone and they're talking about Bubba, and it's part of the case file.
Okay.
Yeah, so like one of them is like, who is this? And it's like, oh, it's Chief. What's up, Chief? How you doing? And then they're like, okay.
Chicago Police Detective here. Hi, Detective Chief Weaver again. Hey, Chief, how you doing? Not bad. So we just had a conversation with Landon. Uh-huh. That was a very interesting conversation, I must say. He is not willing to talk. He says that he is not being threatened. And in his words, I'm at the top of the chain. Nobody messes with me. I'll just kick their ass. He seemed very... this is just my intuition or whatever. Whatever this is, he's involved.
He's involved?
Okay, there's no like backup to this. That's like a crazy thing to say, I will say, because he's not in the car. Mm-hmm. There are some people speculating online, like maybe he's not being truthful or that transparent about what happened at Paul's house that night. But to say that he's involved seems like a big stretch, right? But that's what the police say. This is in the FOIA file, which after the Netflix doc dropped, a lot of people who had access to the FOIA file or requested it on their own, they start releasing stuff like this. And they're like, oh my God, he wouldn't talk. He was hesitant to talk to the police. He's acting like that in the doc. The cops are saying he's involved in this phone call. So it just kind of spirals into this huge thing. Now, Bubba does have an interview with the police that is also in the file, and he's asked, do you have any theories about the crash or what might have happened? The only thing that my gut and my intuition is telling me is that she passed out. That's my gut intuition. I mean, I don't know. This is not credible at all, but do you guys know what a pendulum is? It's like kind of like you hang a necklace and you let it swing to the words, kind of like a Ouija board, but without, I mean, you know what I'm saying. You know what a pendulum is.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's asking the cop?
Yeah.
No,
Any other theories about the crash or what might have happened?
The only thing that what my gut and my intuition is telling me is that she passed out. Like, that's my gut intuition. I mean, I don't know. This is not like credible at all, but you guys know what like a pendulum is? Mm-hmm. So I use like a pendulum board with a little crystal, and I got in my truck when I was down here by myself. I'm gonna try and talk to Davion with it. And so like tried talking to Davion. I asked him a bunch of personal questions, and it was crazy because he was actually spelling out like the words of like what I was looking for. So then I kept asking questions. I was like, do you think she passed out? I was asking questions about the crash, and he was just like, yes, I think she passed out. And I asked Dave, I was like, did you guys, like, on the pendulum board, I was like, did you guys even know that you guys were crashed? And he was like, no, like, he had no clue that they crashed. But obviously, again, that's not like a credible thing.
He's saying all this to the cop?
Yes. And what's even crazier is Mackenzie was very much into the pendulum. I don't really see Bubba. He's like a football player, kind of jock vibes. He doesn't really strike me as the person that would be into pendulums. Mackenzie was trying to get everybody onto pendulums, it seems, after the crash. She got Dom's dad to get into pendulums to try and talk to Dom.
Successfully doing it?
Yeah,
Is it just out of grief?
Yeah, Dom's dad, and they're very transparent about this in the documentary. Dom's dad and older sister, they did not know as much. Dom's older sister is much, much older, and she has a child of her own. So, naturally with that kind of age gap, and a 20-year-old guy is not going to tell his older sister everything going on in his life and relationship. I think they had less contact with Mackenzie than, let's say, Dom's mom. Dom's mom's, like, in the beginning, she was kind of, like, trying to be a good person. She is a good person, but trying to give Mackenzie time. But I don't think that she gave her benefit of the doubt, really.
As much as the other members.
Yes. Yeah. Now, Dom's dad had recently come back into Dom's life. And so I think there was a different type of grief there. And maybe they felt like Mackenzie's been always around Dom. And they actually supported Mackenzie for a really long time until the prosecutors showed them the video of the crash. And they said it was like a missile. And that was the first time they ever saw it. And that is when they didn't stop supporting Mackenzie. Because she made it sound like it was an accident. And like just the way she was texting Dom's cousin, she's like, oh, it's not as fast as the Life 360. So I think they all tended to try and want to believe her. But yeah, she got Dom's dad on the pendulum. So like the fact that Bubba's using a pendulum is kind of weird. The pendulum is like a very depressing part of all of this. But back to the interview, Bubba says she had beef with everybody. Girls, guys, everything. Like they do not associate. People from Strongsville and Mackenzie do not associate. As to why so many people are coming forward to say that Mackenzie and Dom's relationship was bad at the time of the crash, Bubba says. So that's another reason why I think so many people are bombarding you with all this stuff that's false, is because they just don't like her. They want to see her down. They want to see her do all that. And I know that for a fact because a lot of people do not like her.
A lot of people, especially Strongsville, do not like Kenzie. They just do not get along. Like, she's had beef with everybody, girls, guys, everything. Like, people from Strongsville and Kenzie do not associate. So that's another reason why I think so many people are bombarding you with all this stuff that's false, is because they just don't like her. They want to see her. They want to see her down. They want to see her do all that.
He's also very specific about, there's this one guy, we're going to call him H. H gets labeled by Bubba as kind of like a hater in this, and saying that he's just spreading weird rumors and conspiracies about Mackenzie because he hates Mackenzie. Later, the police are talking to H about it and is like, what's like, just asking him questions. And this is how he phrases the story. So H is like, okay, Mackenzie sees a hater online and they're talking about the car crash. Mackenzie responds, that was my boyfriend of 4 years. I wasn't drunk, blah, blah, blah. Like just going on of like how much she loved her boyfriend. And H is friends with Davion. So he feels something. He's like kind of pissed off because it's like, yeah, you're saying you left Dom. What about Davion, the other person you killed? So he responds to Mackenzie in this conversation that he wasn't really a part of. I think this is appropriate in his time of grief. He writes, Davion, ? Like, you're not even going to mention him, right? He says the intention is, quote, just asking about my friend. It's nothing like coming at her. I wasn't bullying. I was just kind of offended that she would bring up only her boyfriend when there were 2 people in the car that died. To which Mackenzie responds, obviously him too, but obviously Dom is affecting me more because this is my boyfriend of 4 years. And I've heard what you've been talking about and saying about me and Dom. Leave us and our family alone. You're a whole mess now. Goodbye. To which H responds, Dom was a good friend of mine. You know that yourself. Davion was one of my best friends. I wish nothing bad about you, and I wish you a fast recovery. Understand it was 2 counts of manslaughter, though. Life 360 was all the proof you needed because it was all the proof we needed. But he tells the police that he couldn't even send the message because she already blocked him. And instead, Rosie reaches out to him, eventually messaging him, that is disgusting to say to a girl that can't move in a hospital bed, telling me how fucking depressed she is. Hope Mackenzie doesn't kill herself. That's my next concern. We already lost 2 people, 3 basically, and she knows she fucked fucked up. You aren't involved and you do not need to sit here and rub it in her face. Do you understand mental health? There's an additional report in the FOIA that states that Bubba had changed his story with what he was telling their friends. This is like a friend saying this. So this is, I was trying to like verify all of these things, but it's like friends are saying a bunch of other things. And it's just, there are times where friends will say something and it's been disproven. Friends will come in, say something, and it seems like a good track for the investigation. It's just a lot. Now, it's reported to the police, quote, at first, he was against Kenzie. But
this is just a random friend.
Yes. But the girl that he's dating, Bubba's dating, Rosie, is one of Kenzie's better friends. I wouldn't say best friends because I don't really know her friend group, but I know Rosie was with her a lot and at Dom's house. Then his stories just kind of started switching up. And he's talking about Bubba. And then he started acting weird about it. I'm like, were they arguing when they left, bro? And then he was telling me at first that they were arguing when they left. There was an argument or there was like a dispute. But then the next day he completely changed the story and he was just saying that Davion and Dom were asleep and then they woke up and Kenzie didn't go to sleep at all, or she was drawing or something like that. She was just like coloring in coloring books and then they left the house. So there's just a lot of mixed reports, and I think that's why there's seeds of doubt on Rosie and Bubba's story about whether or not they argued in the house. So I think if like Rosie and Bubba had immediately talked to the police and said, no, they did not argue in the house. Paul confirms it. If Nina had confirmed it, she doesn't have an interview with the police. But if had she, then I think a lot of people would be like, no, I don't think they argued in the house. But they're all so hesitant to talk to the police. And then these friends are like, you know, Bubba was saying to me, and this is all hearsay, but it's just like adding lots of seeds of doubt on Rosie and Bubba because it's just weird. And since we're on this, there's another report that another person had mentioned Rosie had told them that she drove by the crash site the same morning on her way home. But she's not the one that called the police. So, I mean, we don't really know what to gather from this other than she drove by and didn't see anything. She drove by and saw it and was like, holy shit, like, I can't call the cops, which means she knew this was gonna, like, what does that mean, right? But we don't have more information. They just say, quote, she said she passed by the site at 6 o'clock. So it had just happened, but she didn't know. She was driving back home and she didn't know. The officer is like, she didn't know. Yeah, but she was tripping and she dropped Bubba off at his house, which I don't think is accurate, but like it's just like there's so many people reporting things to the police. So more on all of this in a second because we asked Rosie and Bubba about all of this. But then another report comes in from someone that is very important to the investigators, Davion's mother. Davion's mother states, because Bubba finally, after hesitating and not wanting to, finally talked to the police. She states that after his interview with the police, she remembers seeing a post that Rosie made on TikTok about not feeling at home anymore with someone that used to feel like home because you feel betrayed. And Davion's mom is like, I think it's because Bubba talked to the police. I think it's because her boyfriend talked to the police and Rosie is upset because Rosie she hasn't talked to the police. And another thing Davion's parents mention is they say that they knew that Bubba was not cooperating originally. And Bubba had asked them because, you know, Bubba and Davion are close. So Bubba had come to Davion's parents and asked if he could go into Davion's room. He just like wanted to, like, if they allowed him, obviously, to like take one of his jerseys so that he could keep it forever. And they let him. And the police report reads that while a detective is talking to Davion's parents, they mention that, and the detective quickly tells them that Bubba's not cooperating with the investigation. And so then Davion's parents are like, okay, well, something else weird happened. Bubba told us that he had gone to the hospital to see Mackenzie, and he saw Mackenzie's dad, Steve. And quote, according to Landon, Bubba, this is in the police report, Steve looked him in the eye and asked him to help him save his daughter. So with all of this pieced together, the internet is like, okay, help him save his daughter. I think the reason that at least initially Rosie and Bubba's segments on the Netflix doc were so widely discussed is because they really might be the only few people who have insight on what happened that night. And it's odd that they seemed so evasive about talking to the police, cooperating with the investigation, that they're not defending, but somewhat supporting Mackenzie, even though they've been friends with Davion for way longer. There's just a lot of questions netizens have. So we asked them, and Rosie and Bubba responded. Now, I will say that I was not on that phone call. There was a schedule overlap, but also we thought it would be best for me to remain as objective as possible. And I thought the easiest way would be to not be on that phone call. I gave my researchers a list of questions that I had. My researchers also had their own list of questions, and we were just rapid fire, making sure that everything got answered. And I will say that Rosie and Bubba do not have seemed to be at least evasive to any of the questions. I did, of course, try my best to verify their statements, but there are some that are, for obvious reasons, impossible to verify. And for those, I'm just going to point out there's no way to verify that. And at times where I do attempt to verify with the FOIA file, I'm just going to walk you through my steps and thought process of how I tried to verify information, just so we can be as transparent as possible. Rosie and Bubba first stated that they felt the Netflix documentary was extremely edited and twisted in a way that does not represent how they truly feel. Rosie told us that she was under the impression that the Netflix doc was talking to her and Bubba about the viewpoint of losing friends in such a tragic way at such a young age. She says, "I just feel like it really was twisted in a way that we never anticipated." Rosie states that it wasn't what she was expecting to represent her feelings about the whole situation. So they were describing that Rosie had an 8-hour-long interview with producers. Bubba had a 15-hour-long interview, and it's just like rapid fire questions all day. And they said that they answered each and every single one of them. And when they saw the final documentary, they even thought the original documentary was going to be a 3-part docuseries, but it got cut down to just 1.5 hours. Rosie states she felt like they just took out a lot of things for simplicity's sake. They never got an early viewing of the documentary either, and when it did release, Rosie and Bubba stayed up till like 3 a.m. to watch it, and they state that they were taken aback by how much was cut out. For like 8 hours, 15 hours, they say it's only like 15 minutes make it in. And they thought that it was not a good representation of their interviews, is what they state to us. Rosie shares her grievances with the way the documentary cut her parts, stating that she felt a lot of trust with the production team. She says they did Don't Fuck with Cats, which is honestly great. We think it's a great film. Everybody loves that. We just watched it a while ago. So they had a lot of reputable films. I thought they would take our story responsibly, and they were always super nice every time we communicated with them. And we really poured our hearts out, and they came into our house like multiple times. They felt it was just not accurate of how they feel. So how do they feel? The biggest question that we had for Rosie, other than what happened that night, was why would you not talk to the police, but you want to talk to Netflix? That also seemed to be the biggest point of contention on the internet when it comes to Rosie. I did see through the police file, throughout the police report, there are multiple mentions in the detective's incident report that he has reached out to Rosie and she has declined to speak with him. He's like reaching out multiple days. This is a major, completely understandable point that's being made online. I too am of the belief of like, how can you really grieve the loss of 2 friends, but you did everything you could to avoid helping the investigators figure out the truth of what happened that night? It doesn't make sense. It does give cover-up vibes, understandably. So we asked, why did she not talk to the investigators? In the documentary, in the Netflix documentary, the prosecutor is also interviewed, and he states, quote, "You have no idea how hard I try to get Rosie Graham to talk to me, to cooperate with me. But it's good to hear that she talked to you guys. I'm fascinated to hear what she has to say." So we asked Rosie, and she states she did talk to the prosecutor.
Really?
Yeah, she says, quote, "I did speak with the prosecutor, and I don't really know what got lost in communication with them." She later mentions that she had 2 phone calls with the prosecutors. One was an hour long, the other one was 30 minutes long, and that she has the phone record to prove these calls happened. Now, here's what I did to verify this statement. Like I said, there are multiple mentions in the detective report of trying to get Rosie to come in for an interview. There is no mention that she ever did. However, Rosie does state that she talked to the prosecutor, not the detective. So in the detective's report, he's like, Rosie won't talk to me, Rosie won't talk to me. Rosie tells us she talked to the prosecutor, 2 different people. She says this. So there's all this talk online that nobody cooperated, and I think it's the way that documentary was edited, where I was explaining the initial police hesitation and they cut it with the prosecutor, which he's not even the police. You know, the prosecutor didn't call us originally, and I explained it on the documentary in depth. And once Mackenzie was arrested, the prosecutor called me. It went to voicemail. I called him back, and I have phone records of 2 phone calls with him. One was half an hour, and the other one was an hour long.
The guy who's saying that in the Netflix doc?
Yeah.
That's the prosecutor.
Yeah.
So the prosecutor, she's saying they did speak.
Yeah.
Then why did he in the documentary saying?
She thinks it's the way the producers edited it.
Oh, so she's saying the prosecutor could say, "Oh, you have no idea how much I've tried. I'm fascinated."
Yeah.
Wait.
Well, I have my theories about that too.
Oh, okay.
And so she says, and I remember he asked me, he said, I'm going to ask you every question I would ask you on the stand. And I answered every question. Then he went on the documentary and it's cut with me saying, I didn't initially want to talk to the police because I thought it was a drug investigation. And then the prosecutor saying, oh, I'm so fascinated with what she's going to say, insinuating that I never spoke with him, but I did. And I was under the impression that I would be testifying during the trial and I was willing to. And he said, okay, I'm going to call you whenever to come in to testify. And I was like, great. And I never heard back. Now, I did find in the FOIA that there is a grand jury subpoena for Rosie that was in fact issued after Mackenzie's arrest. And there are no notes from any sort of conversation that Rosie had with the prosecutor. I think it could be possible that this conversation with the prosecutor was due to the grand jury subpoena. So she's refusing to talk to the police. She gets a grand jury subpoena. The prosecutor calls her and she does have these 2 phone calls with the prosecutor from what I guess I tend to believe that, right? Now, so far, all signs point to the fact that she probably did talk to the prosecutor because there is a subpoena, which means if she did not cooperate, they could have, like in the David case with Neo, arrested her. Now, does it mean that every time someone doesn't cooperate with the prosecutor after a grand jury subpoena, they're automatically arrested? No. So like, there's no way to factually say this is correct. It doesn't happen all the time. It's just like you could get arrested if you don't cooperate. But she states that it was after Mackenzie's arrest and the grand jury subpoena was issued after Mackenzie's arrest.
I see. Okay. So the timeline adds up.
Yes. So it seems like from end of July to November, she doesn't talk to any detective. And then after the grand jury subpoena, it seems like that is when she talks to the prosecutor on these 2 phone calls. So if that's the case, that means Rosie did in fact talk to prosecutors, but it was after being subpoenaed and it was after Mackenzie's arrest. Is kind of what I feel like I can piece together through the FOIA. Right? Now, the prosecutor states to Netflix, you have no idea how hard I tried to get Rosie Graham to talk to me. Which, I mean, it insinuates that Rosie Graham didn't talk, but also it doesn't because he's just saying like I had to work on this a lot, right? I tried really hard. You have no idea how hard I tried. And then it cuts with him saying to cooperate with me. So you have no idea how hard I tried to get Rosie Graham to talk to me, to cooperate with me. But it's good to hear that she talked to you guys. I'm fascinated to hear what she has to say. He says to talk to me, to cooperate with me. It could be possible that Rosie did talk to the prosecutor, but maybe he said that because she might not have cooperated in the way that he was anticipating.
Okay.
Like the fact that he's saying, I'm fascinated to hear what she has to say. Like maybe there's an insinuation of we did grand jury subpoena her, but maybe they got nothing out of that phone call. Maybe those 2 phone calls, there was nothing that they felt was...
So why didn't she talk to the police and them in the initial 3-4 months?
Yeah. Oh, there's a whole thing. We asked them about that too. Okay. So I do want to note that if there was, these phone calls, it's really hard to verify if they did occur in the sense of, or like even the substance of the phone calls, because if it were to have happened after a grand jury subpoena, a lot of things that are pertaining to grand juries are sealed typically. So it's just like but the wording there is very interesting. How hard he tried to get Rosie Graham to talk to him, to cooperate with him. I'm fascinated to hear what she has to say. Another interesting point is Rosie mentioned to our researchers, quote, and he said, okay, I'm going to call you whenever to come testify. And I was like, great. And I never heard back, which could indicate that the prosecutors felt like she was unhelpful to the prosecution's case. And these are all me just like tinfoil hatting this and coming up with my own opinions. I still want to note, even if this were true in a hypothetical parallel universe, even if Rosie wasn't helpful to the prosecution's case, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean that she wasn't cooperating to the best of her abilities. It just means...
it wasn't useful.
Yeah. I just tried to verify whatever statement I could with whatever relevant information I could find that is verified through the FOIA. But I want to state conclusively, I can't really prove anything to anyone. Like, I'm just trying to verify people's statements. And this is how my thought process worked. This is how we ended up. As for why Rosie and Bubba were so hesitant to talk to the authorities, because Rosie never talked to the detective. Bubba took just like a long time, like almost, I think he talked to them near October, if I'm not mistaken. So it's just like weeks of the detectives hounding him to sit down for the investigators. They said that they had a very strong reason for why, and they state that it's not to help Mackenzie. They state that there were 7 people there at the night at the gathering of Paul's house. Paul, Nina, Rosie, Bubba, Mackenzie, Dom, and Davion. Dom and Davion obviously can't tell the police what happened that night. Mackenzie's the one being investigated. Paul, Nina, Rosie, and Bubba. Paul actually spoke with the detectives. Bubba says they all had interviews lined up right after Paul. So Paul was the first one to go in for an interview. And then it was going to be like Nina, Rosie, Bubba. Like they all had it lined up and scheduled. And I could actually see on the detective's report, like Rosie had an interview scheduled. But after Paul gets out of his interview, he communicates with the group. And according to Rosie and Bubba, obviously we didn't talk to Paul, but he communicates with them that the interview's not good. They were like, he was basically telling them, this is what they say. Yeah, it's not good in there. And objectively, I didn't find anything necessarily alarming. Granted, I think being asked questions by the police for such a serious investigation and asking about shrooms and purchasing shrooms and tripping, I can understand maybe it heightens someone's emotions and makes people overthink. I do believe that Paul's mom was in the interview room as well, which could heighten the feelings of stress and anxiety when talking about having friends over and smoking weed when your mom is right there and there's investigators in front of you. And it is a very serious matter because 2 people are dead. So I can completely understand the heightened emotions. However, there's nothing particularly stand out about Paul's interview where objectively from a third party, I can say, oh my God, like abort mission, like this is bad, right? But I can see.
So you saw his interview too?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, Rosie relayed to us that Paul was kind of getting freaked out by the line of questioning. I could verify this. There were questions about guns.
Guns? Like, do they own guns?
Yes. So they were specifically asking if they ever saw Dom with a gun, if a gun came out that night at the gathering.
Did you ever see him with a gun?
I know he had them. I never saw them.
Right. That night, did anything about a gun come out?
Asking if they'll just look in their backyard and see if they notice anything, which is like kind of like a crazy ask. That was
What does that mean?
Yeah, they were like, well, if you see anything in your backyard, like if you see guns, drug paraphernalia, like they were just like, if you see anything.
Do you guys have a backyard? It's like a garden type area. Anything new? Does it look like maybe somebody's hid something in there, gun-wise? Yeah, do me a favor. When you go home, just kind of look through your garden.
They were asking if Dom was jealous of Kenzie's friendship with Paul, which Paul is like, well, no, because he knows I'm gay.
Well, he knows I'm gay, so he's,
I mean, I don't think that part is necessarily frightening, but I do think, or at least the way it played out about saying, oh, well, no, Dom's not jealous because he knows I'm gay. But I do think the part about the guns, that probably did freak Paul out. It was like pretty extensive questioning about the guns, and I could see how he communicated that probably to Rosie and Bubba. So I think that the whole gun thing happened because I think Dom owned guns or something of that sort. But there was just a lot of focus on the guns for a brief moment in time in that Paul interview. So I think it did freak Paul out. So I think there was just a lot of things happening. Like they're asking about guns, they're questioning him about drugs that night, and 2 people are dead. And there's just, I think he could be very frightened after this interview. Now, one thing that I did take note of, but I didn't particularly know how to feel about it, was that I did take note that in the interview with Paul, and this is before our researchers spoke with Rosie and Bubba, there was a DEA agent from the Drug Enforcement Administration. Now, the DEA officer mainly gave a whole little like mini lecture at the end of the interview that he's just like, oh, well, weed is not a gateway drug. Drugs are bad. You're going to college. You look like a good kid. Don't be doing drugs. Like, don't be hanging out with the wrong people just because there's talks of them trying to buy shrooms and trying to take shrooms. And so there was just like a whole drugs can ruin your future and your lives type of conversation.
Drugs are kind of my thing.
You? He's a DEA agent.
Oh, okay.
Or
You seem like a really good kid.
Thank you.
absolutely.
Very polite, well-spoken, honest. I think you may have some friends that you should be real cautious about. And I think everyone says weed's not a gateway drug, shrooms, this and that. Be careful.
The DEA agent, I don't know why he was there.
Is he here just to talk?
That's what I thought, right? Yeah. But I guess maybe his presence alone, whether it was not important, because sometimes DEA agents will also just like support other investigations.
Yeah.
I don't know, right? But it could also be the fact that there is a drug element to Mackenzie's case. She was found with shrooms on her person and she was charged for drug possession and possessing criminal tools. So it does make sense that maybe a DEA agent is involved. But I think all of these elements, Paul reiterates to Rosie and Bubba, and they said that they were freaked out. They said that they thought this was a drug investigation.
Rosie and Boba thought this is a drug investigation.
Yes. So I think the way that they framed it or said to our researchers is what Paul told them about his interview. They started all feeling very freaked out that they're investigating not the accident, but drugs and like
drug
they
trafficking.
so like they said that they were feeling hesitant. Listen, I don't know, this is what they're saying. Now Paul tells them that the cops had even like printed out text messages between Rosie and Mackenzie where Rosie that night is like asking to buy weed and shrooms. So I think that freaks Rosie out because she states that freaked her out. Rosie says, so I told my dad's a cop, ex-retired chief or whatever, which they always feel the need to bring up. So she's like saying, people always bring this up as if like I'm part of a cover up. She says, but really it has no play in this besides me being like, well, they're asking about guns and drugs and I don't know anything about that. So she's saying that Paul tells her what happened. She goes to her dad and is like, I don't know. They're like asking about guns and drugs and I don't know anything about guns and drugs. She says her dad speaks with their attorney and the attorney tells them not to talk. Obviously, there's limits to what I can verify about any of the things anybody anywhere is saying, but one thing I could verify from this was that in the police document, it reads that Rosie's dad leaves a voicemail after Paul's interview, canceling his daughter's interview. He doesn't really state a reason. I think at some point they state like mental health, but it is after Paul's interview. So they did
the
have...
timeline checks out.
Yes, but I don't know if that's why they canceled the interview, right? This is what they told me or told our researchers is why, but I can't verify. But the timeline does check out. Now, Paul notes something interesting in his interview that when he visited Mackenzie at the hospital after the crash, Natalie Sharilla, Mackenzie's mom, told them not to talk to the cops.
Natalie told Paul.
Yeah.
And everybody.
Yeah. But he is relaying this to the police.
Okay.
Right. So I think that's, I don't know. Right. So I guess people can interpret that in multiple different ways. But Paul states that he talked to Rosie about all of this. So he's like telling the police like, yeah, I've talked to Rosie about all of this. And he states that Rosie is his best friend. And Paul states to the officers that Rosie does want to talk to them.
How close are you with Rosie? Your best friend.
Have you talked to Rosie about this? Obviously you have.
Yeah.
What's Rosie's take on it? Did Rosie tell you not to talk to us?
No, Rosie wants to talk to you guys also.
Okay.
So like in his interview, before he gets freaked out, like he's mentioning, oh yeah, like Rosie's my best friend. Yeah, she wants to talk to you guys because he knows that she has an interview lined up.
Yeah. I see.
Right.
But after Paul's interview, everything changed.
Yes. Okay. So Rosie and Bubba state that they start hearing from others that this is a drug investigation, that since Mackenzie was technically going to bring them shrooms, whether it be through Dom or someone else, right, that there's like a sale of drugs that is going to happen, obviously evidenced by the text messages between Rosie and Mackenzie. They state it seemed like they were trying to like crack down a whole network of people who were purchasing. So that's why they were hesitant to talk to the police is what they told our researchers. Rosie says in the Netflix documentary,
that's what she said about the drug
investigation. Yes. So our researchers were asking like, but that's like really weird because it was just like you sounded really out of left field in the Netflix talk being like, they're not looking into the accident. They're looking into the next drug dealer. It was just like very strong of an opinion.
Oh, so that's what she meant.
Rosie says, yeah, basically. Yeah. She says that there was a lot more context to that. She told our researchers, quote, when we were filming, they sat me down and asked me in my 8-hour-long interview, one of the questions was, so what was Dom's job? And I kind of looked at them kind of weird because they know what his job was, and I was like, I don't want to say that on camera for everybody, for the whole world. And they literally said to me, oh, the viewers are already going to know in the audience, like they're going to know that he was sometimes, maybe, perhaps, allegedly, you know.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even want to say drug dealer, I mean, I guess legally, I don't know, right? But it seems like you're like...
Right. So okay.
Okay, so she says that is what accounts for why my response got simplified down. It seems like they were trying to find the next big drug dealer. So she's saying she was under the impression the Netflix doc would include lots of this. So it didn't look like they were trying to investigate the accident. It looked like they were trying to find the next big drug dealer. She thought there would be a lot of context.
Right.
But instead, there was kind of none.
It was out of context.
I do want to clarify something. I think whatever Dom was doing is completely irrelevant to this entire case. It played no role in the crash. It played no role in the fact that his life was taken at 20 years old. And the only definitive part that really matters in the context of the crash and drugs is that drugs were were found on Mackenzie's person. When she was pulled out of the vehicle, they found a whole bag of shrooms on her person. Now, Rosie and Bubba are saying that they were under the impression, like I said, that this is a drug investigation. That's what they're telling us. The police document also notes that the detective did reach out to Bubba's college football coach to try to get Bubba to come in for questions after all of them canceled their interviews. So it does seem like
what about Nina?
Nina's not really like, they don't really care about Nina.
She didn't do the interview?
No, yeah.
Oh, what? That's weird. She was there.
She was, but I think she like barely knew. So I think Nina is Rosie's friend. Rosie and Mackenzie were the connection, and then Davion and Bubba were the connection. Now, Bubba says the Netflix documentary, I think that from their original idea, the documentary involved too much, I guess, the drug talk in a sense, and I could see it respectfully why the families wouldn't want that out there, but I guess that was their initial direction with this case or with this documentary. And then somewhere down the line, edit changes had to be made or whatnot, and it went a completely different direction. So Bubba is saying, like, he agrees with Rosie that he was under the impression that this Netflix documentary was going to talk extensively about drugs, the drug investigation, the alleged drug investigation, and all these things.
Oh, so in the doc, it wasn't talked about?
Barely. Just like they were gonna maybe trip.
So everything you just said was not discussed?
Yeah. So they share other stories of why they thought it was a drug investigation. And again, you either believe them or you don't. It's entirely up to you. I actually have no stance on this matter, as I do think it's still kind of irrelevant to the crash itself. But because the internet has been wanting to know why they didn't talk to the police, I guess this is their reasoning, so they state. Bubba says that the police were coming to his college to essentially ask about drugs. Again, furthering his belief, he states that the police were not interested about the night in question, that they were not interested in the car crash, that they were interested in figuring out some sort of nefarious drug network that it doesn't really exist. So he says, quote, after practice, it's the 7th game of the season. They called me up to the coach's office, which is at the top of the Don Drum Stadium. I go up there and they're like, so we've been getting reports. The dean of the college is getting reports that you're involved in a drug trafficking case back at home. And that if you become a suspect and not a victim, we couldn't have that image on the team. Bubba says, I was flabbergasted from that. I was like, drug trafficking? I'm like, what the hell is going on? Because even at this point, anytime the police reached out to me, they would come to my dorm and it was never about drugs. It was always about like, are you being intimidated not to talk to us? Is someone intimidating you not to talk to us about that night? Again, this is one of those things where I could not verify.
But if the school is telling him drug trafficking case involving you, they must gotten that from someone, from the police, right?
Yes, but I can't verify that the school did say that to him. The only thing that I could verify is that the detective did reach out to his football coach.
Let's say if that is true,
yes.
Then what does that mean then? That means potentially there could be investigating for something more?
I think it could have been a dual investigation. I think they could have been running a homicide investigation, and then the DEA agent is in the line of questioning for a lot of these interviews because he could also be running his own investigation into maybe like a high school network of transfer of weed and illicit substances. So I could not verify that conversation, but like I said, I do know that there is mention in police reports that the detectives were reaching out to Bubba's football coach, and it seemed like they were repeatedly going to Bubba's college, and that is kind of noted. It did seem like they were trying to apply pressure to get him to talk, which isn't necessarily always a bad thing on the police's part, but that's just what I could verify. And as for the two officers talking about how Bubba told them, who's gonna intimidate me? I'm big dog, right? That wasn't one of our questions, actually. Like that was not one of my questions. That was not one of our researchers' questions, but it did come up naturally. And Bubba states, I simply told him like I wasn't being intimidated. And he's like, I'm like, no, bro, I'm like 6'2". Like I'm not gonna be intimidated. No one's threatening me like to not talk to the police. I think I said something along the lines of like, I'm big dog at home. Like he says it wasn't meant in any way. It was more of just like, I'm the second biggest kid in our high school. The first one just went to the Detroit Lions this year in the draft. I was the second biggest in the school after him. So he was explaining to our researchers, like when he said I'm big dog, he wasn't trying to be like, I'm top dog, I'm the shit, like no one messes with me. He was like, it seemed more like he was trying to say like,
he's like, I'm just a big
I'm like
dude.
a fucking big dude. Like I don't think. And he's trying to express to them he's not being intimidated. But again, this is not information I can verify. He says he eventually chose to talk to the police because he was reassured it was not a drug trafficking case.
So at what point did he, oh, you say it was October?
Yeah, around October.
I see.
So the line of questioning would be about the crash. So that's when he goes in and he sits with the interview or the police. Now, regardless, Rosie and Bubba state that they both spoke with the authorities. Rosie with the prosecutor, Bubba with the detective. And they state that their whole hesitancy came from the fact, not because they were trying to help Mackenzie, not because they were trying to cover up anything from that night, but because they state they believe that the police were investigating drug trafficking. Yeah, and Rosie states that she even received a phone call from a DEA agent after Mackenzie's arrest stating, I heard you're involved in a drug investigation from 2022. I couldn't verify that, obviously, but... And since we had Rosie and Bubba on the line, we just wanted to ask them all the questions that kept circulating on TikTok. I'm just going to tell you pretty much verbatim what they said. I'm going to try to take out as much of the rambling for clarity's sake. These were their responses. And of course, they are going to advocate for themselves. So we did try to fact check as much as we could through the police reports. But like I said, when it's unverifiable, I'm just going to state that outright. About their friendship dynamic, they state that they have been hanging out with Davion for years, since Bubba and Davion played high school football together. As for Mackenzie, Rosie just started hanging out with her and Dom. Quote, just a few months prior to the accident, we just randomly started hanging out every day, back to back. Next day, she would call me, like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? And what are we gonna do? And so that's, why I feel like I can speak from a point of like, a lot of people want to say there's crazy internet speculation, and a lot of people say, how could you not know their relationship was so toxic? But personally, we just didn't really see that side of them. I mean, as I said, we only started hanging out with them in the months prior. So she's saying like, I'm not, like, I didn't know them for years. And that was another thing online. A lot of people were saying things along the lines of, well, I mean, we are all bashing Rosie, but at least she's a ride or die best friend to Mackenzie, and we would all probably want a ride or die best friend. Rosie states that she actually is just like a recent friend with Mackenzie. She states that while they did hang out every day for a few months because they had gotten to know each other a few months before the crash, she states it's not like they're best friends. She states that she already has her best friends. She has her really close friend group, and Mackenzie is new to the friend group. She states that she does not feel the need to cover up for her or anything. Rosie states that it just wouldn't make sense for her to lie and stand by Mackenzie because they're not really best friends like that. Rosie states it seems like the internet is all accusing her of covering up for Mackenzie, but she states that she doesn't have a reason to cover up for Mackenzie because they're not even best friends. Now, in the FOIA file, I mean, I tried my best to verify. There is a little over 600 pages of text messages between Mackenzie and Rosie. We did read through all of it just to figure out what kind of friendship it was. It was kind of a bizarre friendship. So, for example, July 6, 2022, Mackenzie texts Rosie, do you like matcha? Rosie responds, my mom's being really annoying and I have to go shopping with her to get food. I asked her for food money and she started arguing with me. Mackenzie responds, oh damn, come next time. And also, like, you post yourself in a bikini and like show your butt, but like if I did that, my whole TikTok would be getting fucking banned. I'm so jealous. Yeah, I need to get money, bruh. I don't even know what I'm gonna do to get famous. Oh my god, I don't know why they do that to certain people. Dude, we're perfect duo to be famous. This is 25 days before the crash. Rosie tries to sympathize with Mackenzie about her TikTok that keeps getting banned. They banned like 3 of your accounts, I feel like, and literally, like, we're gonna be on our model shit. Mackenzie sends Rosie a picture and says, this is what got removed. Rosie explains that she tried to send Mackenzie a TikTok, but they banned Mackenzie, so it's too late. Your account is there, but no profile pic, and I can't DM. Mackenzie's freaking out, like, oh my god, they took my profile pic? Should I go private? I hope they don't ban my whole account. That happened to me the other day, and then it just went back to normal. Mackenzie will then send Rosie, I'm making a media kit, you gotta tell me if it's good. Side note, this is Mackenzie's media kit, by the way, and she writes, my name is Kenzie Sharilla. I'm a petite model from Cleveland, Ohio. I love to express my personality through fashion and photography. One of my goals on social media is to help people be themselves and embrace the style they love. I'm extremely body inclusive. I would love for brands to be more inclusive to the smaller sizes as well as the larger sizes. I'm extremely big on healthy living, clean brands, organic food. And then Mackenzie will just like suddenly text Rosie, do you know you can order animal shit anonymously to people's houses? Like, when I say animal, I'm talking like elephant shit, like that, or lion. 7 hours later, Mackenzie is asking Rosie, how much do you make from TikTok? Rosie's like, it depends. If I have a good month, like good videos that month, the most was like 150. Sometimes it's like 40. Mackenzie's like, dude, I'm jealous. I need to get in on that fund. I have $88 from going live. I want more. Oh my god, I've never made anything going live, only from the creator fund. And so there's just rants about TikTok, mainly Mackenzie complaining. She complains that someone reported her account for being under 14. She has Rosie fill out something that's going to help confirm that she's not under 14. Rosie writes, okay, I filled it out and said hella about how you're an influencer, literally graduated high school, and you're being mass reported for being 13 when you're not even, and none of your content violates anything, and it's your job, exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. Mackenzie writes, I love you so much, and bruh, tomorrow's going to be so fun. Yes, they better give you your fucking account. I'll fuck someone up. They better. I'm manifesting. Mackenzie complains. Literally, I don't even know how I'm gonna get my followers back. Honestly, just push out hella good content because they love you, and new accounts tend to blow up. I'm so sad about this account. Fuck TikTok. Mackenzie is very nice to the people that have the things she wants. So for Rosie, it seems like it's the followers. Rosie had at that point 200,000 followers on TikTok and YouTube. Mackenzie never really got more than a few thousand. So her attitude towards Rosie seems vastly different from how she treats other people that she doesn't really want anything from. I mean, you saw the way that she was texting people and DMing people and just being a brat. She doesn't seem to show that side to Rosie. So I was kind of surprised by that in the 600 pages. I was just trying to figure out the depth of their friendship. And it seems like they just share weird ideas back and forth. Mackenzie will text Rosie, you should make a TikTok vlog of you tripping. Okay, this one I thought was a little weird.
What? Why?
Yeah, because exactly. Mackenzie has been complaining about how TikTok has been banning her account nonstop, and then all of a sudden she's like, you should make a TikTok vlog of you tripping, which is, I'm like,
Why?
are you trying to sabotage? It was weird. Not that I'm defending anyone, but it's just a weird.
What kind of suggestion is
Yeah, which feels sabotagey to me, but I don't know. And then she hits it with an LOL, to which Rosie responds, LMFAO, I want to so bad, but my mom has TikTok and I blocked her, but her weird ass would make another account. SMH, I wish I could post shit like that too. My mom follows me too. And just some random texts from Mackenzie that read, yeah, this fucking Thursday, bitch, we're about to look bad as fuck. And another one from Mackenzie, I feel like you're gonna be scared at my driving. We're the exact opposite. So Mackenzie is picking up Rosie, and Rosie is expressing how it's nice to be driven once because she's usually the one picking people up. And Mackenzie tells her, but I love to drive too, but I'm crazy though. And Mackenzie is just kind of yapping. Another text says, I think I'm gonna make a YouTube, but I don't know what to record on or what videos to make. Later, they joke about tripping on shrooms at the carnival, which Mackenzie thinks is, quote, bro, euphoria moment. Rosie says, no, literally. Mackenzie says, I'm excited. To summarize, nearly all 600 pages felt like variations of, yes, you're so hot. No, I love you. No, you're the cutest. No, fuck, why is your mom being annoying? Your TikTok got banned? I'm so pissed for you. It felt like, I will say, not a particularly deep friendship. There was no personal conversation. There was no much relatability. Much of their friendship is based off of taking photos of each other. Mackenzie texts Rosie. That's what I'm saying. The pictures are going to be fire. I don't care if people are staring. If they're not talking about pictures, they're talking about social media. Rosie will text Mackenzie, bro, when you were banned yesterday, your baby cushy account was on my FYP 3 times every time I open TikTok. Mackenzie responds, no way. Same with you, to be honest. Your videos are all over my FYP. And then Rosie would respond, oh my god, work. We're famous. Mackenzie says, I need to hit 100K. Yes, you will. You should try scripting with that. When I was popping on YouTube, I was manifesting by writing every day. I have however many followers or subscribers, or this video got this many views, and it works like a charm. Bruh, keep manifesting. I'm manifesting my account back right now. Rosie's like, yes, I haven't scripted in so long. I feel like it works the best. Mackenzie's like, I would usually write on paper then burn. And then Mackenzie informs Rosie that she's going to take on the nearly impossible task of cooking for herself. She texts, I'm going to try to make myself an egg. It's embarrassing, but I don't know how to do it. LOL. This is kind of one of the more in-depth conversations they have. Rosie responds, ew, not an egg. To eat? I hate eggs. Yes, LOL. I like the gooey. Haha, I'm done with eggs, bro. I used to love them. True. Is that vegan to you? Rosie says, I'm such a hater. Yes, I'm almost vegan if I didn't eat cheese. I only eat eggs if they're grass-fed, free range, no hormones. Mackenzie says, though, I'm not going to make them. I don't want you to smell when you come because I would hate that. And Rosie's like, ha 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 ha, no, you're okay. Mackenzie says, I'm weird as fuck with smells. I'm good with smells. Dude, you can try sea moss. Oh my god, yes. Do you want Chipotle? I'll make Dom go get you some too. I'm okay, bet.
So they never fought in the text? You know how Mackenzie will crash out and...
No, and I think it's literally because, well... Here's me speculating, but I do think that Mackenzie is very kind to people who she thinks will help her get what she wants.
Yeah, because she cares about herself the most, right?
Yeah.
That's so interesting. So she's very polite and just supportive.
Yeah, other than the only part where I was like, weird, was when Mackenzie was like, you should make a vlog of yourself tripping. It felt a little sabotagey. After all of her rants about getting banned on TikTok for doing nothing. And then she's like, hey, violate community guidelines right now. It was just kind of, it was weird. Okay.
Interesting. And you think that's why Rosie responds, describes Mackenzie in that way? Is because of that's kind of the friendship she has with?
Yes, I think it would be understandable to see where Rosie is coming from and how she describes her relationship with Mackenzie and how she specifically felt about Mackenzie. I think the part that people might have problems with for sure is the fact that you didn't know her that long and you had more of a surface level friendship, and yet it does seem like she has a lot of hope and faith in Mackenzie's that this was an accident. Like, they don't 100% think it's an accident, at least from what they told our researchers, in the sense of like, they're dead set, like this was an accident. They're not like Mackenzie and Mackenzie's parents. They are more so, they stayed on the side of, I think it's completely understandable for Rosie to speak on her friendship with Mackenzie. And it does seem like Mackenzie was a very nice friend to Rosie to some degree, at least in the 600-page text message thread. But I think where people have a problem is when she uses this shorter friendship to kind of...
Like a character judgment of Mackenzie?
Yes, exactly. So I think...
Because you don't know Mackenzie well enough to...
And just because she was nice to you for 5-6 months doesn't mean that you can really wholeheartedly 10 toes down talk about her character, I think is what people are feeling and saying. I think that's why, there's like kind of the weird argument of people are saying like, would it be better if they were best friends forever? Because then it's like, you can kind of understand. It's like, maybe you grew up together and you're like, so this is your only friend. I don't know.
But I wonder if it's like long-term friend, like then you can really see the pattern of someone. You're like, I can see her doing that because she's crazy. Like,
but then if you just know someone for like a short period and they're so nice to you, maybe. But that's the argument that people have online, which is like, you can have those feelings, but you can't really be a character witness. Also, side note, Rosie at one point is like complaining about TikTok banning her randomly and then like unbanning her or whatever. And then she says, I don't understand their stupid ass app. Okay, this is Rosie. Mackenzie responds, oh, that's so weird. It's probably because it's run by Asians.
Mackenzie?
Yeah. They rant about their boyfriends together. Rosie will text Mackenzie about Bubba, her boyfriend. We're fighting. This motherfucker is so annoying. Like, why am I even with him? Mackenzie's like, what'd he do? Oh, we're still coming, but he's always fucking arguing. Like, shut the fuck up. Stop bringing stuff up that you know is about to start an argument. To which Mackenzie responds, remember, you're the top dog, bitch. Tell him to shut the fuck up if he says anything when you're here. Yeah, period. So it doesn't seem like they talk in depth about their relationships. Like, these are very, like, no, you're the baddest bitch. You don't need him. Like, it's very, okay, thanks.
They don't go in depth.
Yeah. Now, they also contemplate why their boyfriends are so bad at taking pictures. Mackenzie wonders, why are they like this? Rosie says, I'm better off with a tripod. Mackenzie also just rants about everyone, generally speaking. She even sends Rosie this audio message where she says, quote, I'm just going to send you this voice memo because it's easier.
I'm just gonna send you a voice memo because it's easier. But like, so the second party we went to on the 4th, fucking like, it was like Strongsville popular people. Like, I don't even know. It was open invite, like this big ass mansion. That's why I was like, you guys need to come because like somebody was asking about Bubba, and then I was like, oh, I invited Rosie and them, but I don't know what they're gonna do. Fucking Haley, DePompe, and Megan and all them were there.
And all of them were there. Haley came up to me and was like, she's like, please don't hate me. Literally being like, don't hate me, don't hate me, don't hate me, don't hate me. And I was like,
Haley, like, you made a TikTok about me, like, I seen it. And then she was like playing dumb. And I'm like, Haley, I actually like have the TikTok. Like, and I showed her and she was like, I'm gonna be real with you, I made it. I'm like, Haley, like, I know you made it. Like, that's fucking weird. Like, only insecure people make fun of people. And I was like, look, we can just set that beside this because like, whatever, you're drunk, it's like cool. And then she was like, we need to hang out, like trying to be all cool with me.
So even when she rants about people, it's not as like intense as how she does with other friends so far from what I've seen. Like, she's not saying, like, that stupid bitch needs to go back to Subway. Like, she's not really, you know, but it's just, like, weird. Mackenzie rants about how, quote, this person is making me so mad right now, driving 27 in a 35. That's about it. Like, there's not really much substance to their friendship, and you do with that information what you will. Rosie tells Netflix, I genuinely do not think that this could have been on purpose, intentional, or planned. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. We were all friends. Rosie tells Netflix, I was with them every single day, and there wasn't daily arguments. It wasn't like anything crazy like that. Rosie states to our researchers, it's so weird because now I'm just seeing people online making fun of me for saying, oh, we had the best friend group, but it really was like a really chill vibe. And up until even that night, we were doing the stuff that we would normally do, watching TV, watching movies, going outside, just talking, listening to music. It's like a lost art form, and nobody even does that anymore. And it was like we would do these wholesome things, and it just feels like a lot of the toxic relationship drama is kind of sweeping that up. Like we somehow were involved in any of that or saw it and genuinely never saw anything like that. And if we ever did hear anybody threaten anybody, or if they were arguing that night, or if they were arguing about anything, we would be the first people to say that. I would not sit here and defend something or just lie about what now is a double homicide or about my friends losing their lives in general.
Does Rosie know the depth, the truth of, you know, how Mackenzie's relationship actually is with Don? You know, all the texts and all of that you've shared so far? Or you don't know that information?
So Rosie does mention the text messages in the 2-hour-long conversation, but it was more of the sense of she is stating like she told the prosecutor what she saw that night. And she is telling people that she did not see them argue extensively. Like she did not see them have a toxic relationship. She's saying two things can be true though. She's saying like, obviously, I didn't see those text messages. Like she's saying like, obviously I don't have their phones.
Oh, so she's saying that she actually doesn't know they have a toxic relationship.
Or, okay, her thing is more so people are trying to break down why she's telling people that she did not witness a toxic relationship. But Rosie is saying, but I'm only speaking on what I witnessed when I was around them, which was they did not have a toxic relationship, she states. But then she also acknowledges, because like I'm not seeing their text messages when it's happening. So, you know, people are asking her in that time frame that you knew Mackenzie and Dom, did they have a toxic relationship? She's saying no, because she's like, I didn't witness any toxic relationship. And then she's also saying, but also I don't like have their text messages. Like I can't like go through her phone. She's like saying like,
so she's basically saying she never saw it. She didn't know about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think her frustration, it seems, because she was expressing it to the researchers, is like she is trying to tell people, people are asking her, what did you witness? She's saying, I'm telling you what I witnessed. And they're like, no, because we saw the text messages. And then she's saying, well, I didn't see the text messages at the time that you're asking me.
Yeah. I mean,
that's what she's saying.
Yeah. So all the all the videos we've seen of Rosie talking about is she didn't know.
Yes.
It's basically what.
But I don't know how she stands. I don't know if she's standing. I don't know how much of the text messages she's seen now. I don't know if she thinks that they had a toxic relationship or if this is a normal toxic relationship for high schoolers in her mind. I don't know. Rosie states that the only nice responses that she really receives now after the Netflix documentary is like, okay, well, I guess you're a good friend, though, for keeping her secrets and defending her because you love her so much. And Rosie states that she is not doing that. She says, literally, the whole online response is every single person just thinks I'm lying or covering up something for her, and I would never, ever cover up a murder. That is insane.
So what made people think she's covering for Mackenzie again? Is it
the hesitancy to talk to the police? And it does seem that Rosie does not think that Mackenzie did this intentionally. And I think that makes people question Rosie because a lot of people have seen the FOIA file. A lot of people have heard from Dom's family members. They just don't see why Rosie could say that having such a shorter friendship with Mackenzie. And then I guess people are also confused because they're like, okay, well, Rosie and Bubba were closer to Dom. So people who support and don't support Mackenzie are going to have different opinions about this. The argument is that Rosie and Bubba were closer to Davion. And the fact that like Mackenzie supporters will say, see, that's because like they see what they see, which is they think is the truth. They're like, because, you know, they have no allegiance to Mackenzie, but they still kind of support Mackenzie to some degree because they think the evidence is weird. But then people who don't like them are like, what the fuck? I will say that there are like 2 points in the text messages where Mackenzie complains about her relationship with Dom. But from judging by Rosie's responses, again, none of them are kind of taken seriously. Rosie does say that they had conversations in person, but I don't know. It's just like there's not a lot of depth. So I can see maybe why she's saying that she didn't see it at that time. I don't know.
And it does sound like Mackenzie take everything twisted to her side and
yes.
tells it like this is what happened versus
yes.
what really happened.
Of course. And Mackenzie is also kind of fickle. So like there will be one time where she's texting Rosie about how she got into a huge fight with Dom and she's like ranting about Dom, but it's like very vague. It's like, oh, he's so dumb. Like he's so blah, 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 blah. And then Rosie's like, oh no. And then Mackenzie will text, you want to come to Dom's? If you want, we can take dabs. Which like, why would anyone want to go there if they're fighting? So Rosie is like, LMAO, it's okay. You don't want to come? Should I? Yeah, you can come. Okay. He lied to me, so I'm gonna smoke all his dabs. So then Rosie is like, haha, period. So it's like very, like, it doesn't, yeah. But again, the main reason we wanted to talk to Rosie and Bubba is to ask them what happened that night. I mean, there's no way that you can definitively know the truth, but there were two people that were there, and this is what they've had to say about that night in question. They state that Mackenzie and Dom were not fighting that night at Paul's, and they state it's frustrating that the documentary painted it as if Rosie and Bubba were the only two others at the party or the gathering, but they're saying there's two other people, Paul and Nina. So I guess they're expressing to our researchers, like, what would all four of us gain out of like lying about them not fighting that night? They're like, it doesn't like make sense why people are like, no, they definitely fought that night. Like they're confused why nobody believes them when they say there was no fighting that night. Bubba says he was awake with the guys most of the night. Like they were all on the couch. So it was Bubba, Davion, Dom, and Mackenzie. And they were just like watching TV. Mackenzie was falling asleep. He says that, there was one thing that he mentioned, which is like right when Mackenzie, Davion, and Dom arrived to Paul's house, within a little bit, Mackenzie and Dom leave briefly. So they go back to Dom's house. And Bubba says they were gone for like 15-30 minutes because, quote, they all ate healthy, like they ate non-GMO, so they would always have like special snacks, and they ended up having to go back home like 10 minutes after they got there to grab their snacks, to grab popcorn and to grab, I think it was like blueberries or some shit. That's what he says. But then they ended up going back to grab those separately. So they leave Davion.
Yeah.
And they went in the car, and when they came back, it was still perfectly fine. So he was like, yeah, they were gone for 15 minutes, but he doesn't think that they were fighting in that time because it didn't seem like they came back tense. Like it seemed like they were in a happy mood when they got back. But I guess his thing was, if Mackenzie had planned to kill Dom, why wouldn't she have done it on that drive? I guess is maybe the insinuation, because he's like, that's a whole thing that's completely left out about that night. But again, like I said, a lot of netizens don't think it was like pre-planned days in advance. It was more so like maybe an argument broke out in the car on the way home. Maybe an argument did not break out when they went to go grab snacks. Mm-hmm. So the next morning, they wake up, Mackenzie wakes up. A lot of the others hadn't gone to sleep. Bubba and Davion have plans. Bubba says Davion was going to help him, quote, paint the bottom of my truck and paint it black and get all the rust off and everything. And we were going to do that. And he was like, I could just come back to your house so we could wake up and do it. And I was like, that's fine with me. And then at the last moment, so he's supposed to go home with Bubba, sleep at Bubba's, and then do it. Mm-hmm. But then at the last minute, he's like, you know what? I'm just going to go home, aka Dom's, shower, sleep, like we'll hit each other up maybe around noon. Mackenzie, Dom, and Davion get into the car. The two don't make it. A huge conversation online since the release of the documentary. And it's not necessarily what was said in the documentary, but people looking into the case. There have been conversations, like I said, from those police reports of other interviews of friends, just like hearsay, that Rosie stated to someone that she drove by the crash site that morning before the police were called. And whether she didn't see it or didn't call the police, like that's been like a huge conspiracy online, right? Mm-hmm. Our researchers asked Rosie, and Bubba says, look, the police have video of Mackenzie's car turning onto Progress. Okay, that turn. And if anybody else went that route, they knew anyone in the car, they would see it in camera. Like Bubba says, it's obvious from a logical standpoint that this is not true, and somehow the media is running with it. So we kept pressing them on it because we're just like, we just want to know where this is coming from. And they state that there's a supposed friend who had gone to the police and said that Rosie was super emotional and had made a comment about how she drove past them that morning on her way home from Paul's. So she also left Paul's, drove by the crash site, and like that's also making her even more emotional now that, she knows they're dead. So they're explaining like, okay, basically, and this is verified through the police interview, there's someone who went to the police and was like, Rosie was mentioning how she was so emotional because she also left Paul's that morning and drove by the crash site on her way home. So like, it's kind of up in the air what that means. But a lot of people on the internet took it with she drove by the crash site. Like she saw the car or could have seen the car. Maybe she didn't look out the window, but drove by that exact road where the car was crashed into the building. That's how everyone's taking it. And of course, a lot of people are spinning it in the more nefarious way and saying like she drove by, saw Mackenzie's car and was like, holy shit, Mackenzie actually went through with it. So she doesn't call the cops and she just keeps driving home. And then because maybe she feels guilt, maybe she feels all these emotions, she mentions it at like one of the vigils and it becomes the whole thing. It gets reported to the police. So we're like, we just need to know, where were you? Like, where was they pretty much like got a Google Maps explanation, gave it to the researchers. They're like, we live here. This is where Bubba lives. This is where Rosie lives. Like they were giving the full breakdown of the entire town. Now, if we deduce the main points, Rosie had gotten up. So Rosie had slept. So she gets up and she's like gathering her stuff. She had gotten up to use the restroom. She's gathering her coloring books and eventually her and Bubba are like, let's go. Like, we want to sleep in the bed. Like, let's go to Bubba's house. And they said that they were going to go to Bubba's and they were going to both sleep and wake up later around noon. Because remember, Davion was like, oh yeah, I'm going to come help you with your car around noon.
Yeah.
So they both drove separately to Paul's. Bubba gets in his car and Rosie gets in her car. Her whole thinking was Bubba's parents are pretty strict, so they don't let her sleep over, but it's daytime. So like technically she can take naps. So like this is kind of like a nap. So then she drives to Bubba's house and she states that when she gets there, Bubba's mom has COVID. So she's like, you know what? Maybe not smart for me, so forget it. I'm just going to drive home. So she gets to Bubba's and then decides she's going to drive home. And the only way for her to drive home is using really the main road, which is Pearl. Not Progress, Pearl. Pearl is the main road. Like, this is where all the restaurants are. This is where the Starbucks is. Apparently, there's so much traffic on Pearl, but Pearl. She passes the entrance of Progress, where Mackenzie had turned right. She passes the entrance. She does not go on to Progress ever.
Got it.
That's what she says. No, she passes the entrance, and she also like is saying, if I had and I wasn't like talking to the police, she's like, I guess the argument is like the police would have known and they would have.
Yeah. That would be a crazy
Yeah,
detail.
yeah. And there's like no mention of it anywhere, right? Yeah. She thinks that this rumor could have started because everyone was gathered at the crash site, like 50 or 100 people after the car was taken, and there was flowers. It was like a vigil that was set up and a lot of the high schoolers would just kind of hang out there because it was a way to grieve together and not alone. And she says, maybe somebody there heard that I drove down Pearl and maybe it got mistranslated and everybody there is just obviously like trying. I mean, there was just a bunch of rumors going around to everybody trying to speculate on what had happened. So she states that she never specifically spoke to the person that told the police this, but she thinks maybe that's how this whole story got started. Because I can see that. I could see Rosie being emotional and like mentioning like, I was just driving down Pearl on the way home.
Yeah.
And I passed the entrance and then it just kind of,
sense.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Wow.
Yeah. And this is less pertinent information, but I thought it was interesting, okay? But Rosie told us that on the drive home from Bubba's, she's driving down the main road, passing the entrance of Progress, not on Progress, but passing the entrance. And she said that she was getting really emotional. So the whole theme of the night at Paul's, and technically all of this it was a graduation party, and they've been going to all these grad parties. She says, we're going to college soon. We were all locked in to go to different colleges. Me and Nina were going to a college that was like 2.5 hours away. Bubba was going to a college that was 2 hours away. So it was just kind of a lot of stress. And then Kenzie and Dom weren't going to college and neither was Davion. And our friend Paul was going somewhere else. So it was just like everybody was getting separated. So the whole theme of that night for us was just like everybody was getting separated. And, you know, we're going to college kind of scared. We're going to leave home and we're going to have to make new friends. So on my drive home, I'm literally reflecting on the fact that this city that I'm driving through, because as I said, you know, this is the main road. I have so many memories in this city. I'm passing by the carnival that we went to. I'm passing by all this stuff and I'm literally like crying in the car.
Rosie's crying?
Yeah. That's what she says, right? I mean, this is obviously like an anecdotal story that is not relevant to the case, but she's just like was giving us a lot of context. And she says like there was this beautiful sunrise and it felt like a warm summer morning, that's the only thing I could fact check, which the sunrise and the time that she's driving home does check out. And she says, you know, I have all my windows down and I'm not even playing any music. And I'm just like, wow, this city isn't so bad. And I have a nice friend group now. But then also kind of sad because now we're all going to separate colleges and I have to try and find new friends in college. And she says, You know, I feel like when I was growing up, we're like, I hate this city. Everybody sucks here. Like, this place sucks. And then I finally had a moment where I was like, maybe it's not that bad. Like, maybe I'm going to miss it here. And then I got home, I went to sleep, and I got woken up by a phone call from Bubba, and he was just like bawling his eyes out, and I couldn't even understand what he was saying. She mentions how she told this all to the Netflix documentary producers, and they actually wanted to film a whole scene. So they were like planning on doing a whole, like a recreation of the sunrise moment where she's driving, right? But she says, I don't know how it all just ended up getting cut out. Side note, it seems that Bubba found out about the crash because Davion had been staying with Bubba's for a little bit, and the head football coach had called Bubba's mom asking if she had heard the news about Bubba. Bubba was waiting for Davion, so he was actually outside in the driveway prepping his truck for Davion to come and to help with the truck. So he said that he was trying to make sure the lines were straight, doing all the prep work under the truck, and then, quote, that's when my mom came out and told me, and yeah, is just a mess after that. Ultimately, Bubba states multiple times throughout this call, Mackenzie was not my friend. And I know this might sound harsh or might come off as a bad way, but if she would have lost her life in that accident, or some like really excruciating evidence came out and she got booked for like 30 years to life and it was a harsher sentence than what she has now, it would not affect me in any way. I would not care. Mackenzie was not my friend. She was more of Rosie's friend. They always did their thing, like when we always hung out. I mean, I've had a handful of conversations with her. I was never her friend. Davion was the closest thing to a brother for me since him living with me. I own one of his football jerseys. He got buried in the other one. He was truly the closest thing to a blood brother to me. So my whole stance on this is I just want to know the truth. The reality of it, at least for me, I don't care how long she sits in jail. I don't care about any of that. What I care about is knowing the true story of knowing how they lost their lives. Rosie has, side note about, there was a lot of people thought that Rosie was doing the Netflix documentary for social media attention, and they do bring up her social media handles. And there's like parts where Rosie is like, oh yeah, when I met Mackenzie, I had 200,000 followers on YouTube, right? Rosie says she wanted the producers to not include any of her social media. She says that it was irrelevant to the case because it's not like they were doing videos together, and she's mainly on YouTube doing her fitness stuff, and that has nothing to do with Mackenzie. So she said that she didn't want any of it on there, but then the producers during the 8 hours were asking her what she does for work, and then they would ask her like, oh, how many followers did you have when you first met Mackenzie? And she says, but you have to understand, like, I sat down and they asked me all these things and I just answered. I wasn't being careful with the questions I was answering. I was literally answering every question. There wasn't one question that I didn't answer, basically. So she's stating that she did not do the Netflix doc for fame. She said that she specifically requested it not be included. And then they were like asking her, so she was just answering. Bubba states that he has text messages with the documentary crew stating that Rosie's social media is not relevant. So he's also confirming like, okay, we're not going to use her social media, right? Because they're dating still. And so he's like just checking in, like, Rosie wants to make sure. So it seems like he's saying that he has some sort of text messages with the documentary crew talking about how Rosie's social media isn't relevant. I did not see that text message, but that's what he told us. Now, I do want to note that there are members of Dom and Davion's family that do not seem to appreciate what Rosie and Bubba have been saying, what they said in the Netflix documentary, and maybe things that have been said and done behind closed doors. I could imagine that they probably didn't appreciate maybe Bubba talking about the pendulum in the police interview. Like, I could see how that could be highly offensive to Davion's family as well. Rosie and Bubba state that they just want to know the truth of what happened. They expressed wishes that the trial could have been what they believed to be fair. They didn't necessarily think the trial was fair. They thought that Mackenzie's attorney was not that competent. They didn't like the fact that the defense did not call in an expert. So there was no expert called in to testify that Mackenzie's POTS could have played or couldn't have played a role. So the trial only lasted 4 days. So they just felt like they don't definitively feel like they know what happened in the car that night, is how they state they feel. And while they do think that they would like a new trial, they also express like they know it would just open so many wounds for the victims' families. So like it seems like they get it. Rosie also says she feels like the families, quote, took us originally canceling those interviews as really suspect. And she says, recently, I didn't even know this happened, but they put it in the evidence file that Davion's mom emailed the police and was like, Rosie made this TikTok about somebody betraying her, and I'm assuming it's about Bubba because he's cooperating with the police, remember? And she says, I had no idea they were just taking my random TikToks, and I was following these TikTok trends. I had no idea that they connected the random videos and matched it up with me intimidating people to not speak with the police. I think she felt that way because she thought that I wasn't cooperating. Rosie says, we definitely, thinking back now, we should have just sat down and talked to the police the second everybody else did, because everybody says that's somehow suspect, and we literally only canceled it because we really did not want to be involved in some big drug bust, especially when we have no credible knowledge. Obviously, Rosie being there for Halloween of 2022 and dressing up with Mackenzie as Playboy Cardi doesn't necessarily make Dom and Davion's family want to be more receptive to what they have to say either, to which Rosie says, so in the documentary, Rosie, there's this point where they show the Halloween picture and she's just like, it's Playboy Cardi. Anyone my age knows it's Playboy Cardi. So it's not really touched upon that was fucked up. So Rosie's just like, it's not a corpse, it's Playboy Cardi. Right? And so Rosie was saying, yeah, I mean, I think they immediately, the family, labeled me as like, oh, you're her crazy best friend and don't hold anybody accountable, and you guys are going around dressing as corpses or whatever, a few months after. And the matter of fact about that is, and they edited it down in the documentary to just like, oh, we just dressed as Playboy Cardi, but it was really like, no. Like, we really shouldn't have done that. We shouldn't have done that. I was irresponsible. I don't know. We were in college, and there's so many things that I would have done differently in hindsight, not knowing how this was all going to play out. But there is a part where she kind of tries to explain their thought process, where she was like, at this point, Mackenzie was trying to do a lot of things for Dom and Davion. So she was explaining like how they had all planned to go visit Rosie at her college for Halloween, because Ohio University is known for having the craziest Halloween, and that Dom loves Playboy Cardi. And there was like this explanation about it, which I feel like I did try my best to keep a neutral presentation thus far. And this is where I would have to voice my very strong disagreement. I think it's good that Rosie realized that they definitely shouldn't have done that, because it is, like she said, irresponsible. And they've all said that they believe that Halloween was a way to celebrate Dom and Davion's lives, and that even Mackenzie going to the Kid Cudi concert was a way to celebrate Dom. Maybe that's truly how they felt in their hearts as it's happening, but I think the core issue with the Halloween and Kid Cudi and all of that is, it's just insensitive. It doesn't matter who you say you're doing it for. She could have been bawling her eyes out the entire time at all of these events. I don't think it's the morally correct thing to do. I don't think many of us could ever be in Mackenzie's shoes and do something like that. They stayed off their personal observations. They do not believe this was an incident where Mackenzie pre-planned an intentional murder plot. But they also state that even if it was some sort of freak accident or reckless driving, they both believe that prison time is still warranted. Rosie says, at the end of the day, the prison time is unarguable, and people do get arrested for killing people in car accidents all the time. I mean, it's not like anybody should just get away scot-free with nothing. She states that she thinks everyone just took it the complete opposite way and went crazy with the theories, but she says she thinks that there should be prison time, but that they should maybe factor in that she was only 17 and lost her boyfriend and friend. Bubba states that the only thing that would make prison time questionable would be if they could absolutely prove that there was some medical incident. Which, side note, I will say there were talks with our researchers, and I did see a lot of people bring this up, including Steve Sharilla brings this up later in a recent interview, that Dom's family were powerful in the area. Dom's mom is a criminal defense attorney, Christine Russo, and she did work for the prosecutor's office, and so she might know a lot of people. The judge that was presiding over the case, her last name is Russo. I don't think that there's any sort of, neither do Rosie and Bubba. They don't think that there's any sort of familial relation, because that would be
crazy.
Yeah, that would be crazy, right? But I think that there are conversations of like, how much sway did Christine Russo have in all of this? I don't know. A lot of people, including Rosie and Bubba, point out how Christine Russo was talking to the police in an interview, and she said something along the lines of like, I know Mackenzie's defense attorney. Like, I don't need to worry about him. Like, he's not a concern. I know his brother, and she's just saying like, he's not a problem. He's not a problem. And some people have kind of interpreted this as like, he's not a problem because I know him. Like, I know him. I'm going to make sure he's not a problem. I actually did not interpret it like that. I actually interpret it as, she's clearly an analytical woman. She's a criminal defense attorney. I could see her trying to understand a lot of and there are defense attorneys who are problematic, who are problems, because they will go there and they will say some crazy shit, and they'll try to pull out all the craziest, they'll do motion after motion after motion, like just drowning the whole case in just unnecessary paperwork. Like, I think it was meant so more like that.
Yeah.
I don't think she would ever say that to the police when it's about her son's life and death.
Yeah.
I will note that Bubba has voiced out again multiple times he could care less what happens to Mackenzie. Rosie has stated that she does not think that Mackenzie is this evil monster and did not care about either of these boys, or that she premeditated the whole thing or did it on purpose, which, and this is what I've gathered from reading through every single page of the 30,000 page document of text messages between Mackenzie and Dom. And I only say this because there's really no better way for me to try to explain the feeling that I had reading those messages. Not that my feelings are important in this matter, but those messages felt more akin to a domestic violence situation, where the relationship is so incredibly toxic, and just the sheer oppressive nature of Mackenzie's text messages to specifically Dom and only Dom, and how she speaks to him, to me felt abusive. To me, if I was in that relationship, or my friend was in that relationship with someone like Mackenzie, I would be scared for them. But Mackenzie could be very well sweet to Rosie and Bubba and portrayed herself differently, because that's also very typical in domestic violence situations. Not saying this is one, but with domestic violence, I mean, again, it doesn't always mean that she's hitting him or physically abusing him, but in these types of dynamics, from the text messages I saw, if I had to summarize the level of how it makes the reader feel suffocated, it feels reminiscent of an emotionally abusive relationship. And while the trial is another part that we're going to cover, I think the public opinion on this case, a lot of people from what I've seen, they don't necessarily believe that Mackenzie went out and plotted this whole thing days in advance. In fact, a lot of people think that Mackenzie is likely too narcissistic to want to harm herself just to harm Dom. But rather, there could have been a fight that broke out in the car. And in the escalation of rage or whatever emotion that could have come out in that moment, the crash was deliberate. That is how a lot of people feel. That is what they're saying. And I bring up DV not because I'm saying Mackenzie is a domestic violence abuser, but because in relationships, people will behave in ways and do things that they will never do with their friends. It is very, very rare that you have someone on trial for abusing, punching their partner, and the abuser's friends come out and say, oh, they did that to me too, which we will be doing a full episode breaking down the entirety of the 30,000 pages of text messages so that you know what I'm talking about and you can come to your own conclusion. But I think that there could be a world where Rosie and Bubba did not see that side of Mackenzie at all and actually only saw a side to her that would make it hard for them to believe that she could be someone that could intentionally harm Dom. Just like how Rosie thinks that Natalie Sharilla is a really sweet woman. And I actually believe Rosie in that Natalie Sharilla is probably very, very kind to Rosie. But Natalie Sharilla, by all accounts of the massive FOIA, the investigation, the way she conducts herself after Mackenzie's arrest, amongst a whole laundry list of other things, I think Natalie Sharilla is a completely incompetent parent who has to have, I think, in my opinion, has to some degree played a role in the upbringing of Mackenzie that has ultimately led to this. Which, side note, she's the one that later states that Mackenzie has a medical condition that could cause her to black out while driving, but she also got Mackenzie a license and a car, so it's a whole thing. Which brings me to my next point. I think that after the release of the Netflix documentary, Rosie and Bubba are easy to hate figures in this case. They're parts of the interview that made it to the final cut. You could argue it's editing, you could argue regardless, they're the ones that said it. It does make it easy to hate them from what's happened with the Netflix doc. I also don't think that they've made it easier for the families of Dom and Davion, whether it was intentional or not. I think a lot of the things that they could have said and done could have really re-traumatized or reheard or reopened wounds for both of the victims' families. I think that they could have handled a lot of things differently. Whether we believe it or not, they state in their hearts that they were trying to do right by Dom and Davion. And in hindsight, they admit to doing some things that they could have done differently, but they tried. I think family members of Dom and Davion would rightfully disagree. But I also do think that instead of focusing on Bubba and Rosie, if you really want to debate the intentions of someone in this case, other than Mackenzie, it's also her parents, Natalie and Steve Sharilla, who actually played a huge, meaningful role in all of this. And that is who we are going to cover in the next part. Stay tuned, let me know your thoughts, and be safe, and I'll see you in the next one.